Cromwell leads humanity's last stand against the evil god Vindre. Setsuna and his team fought bravely. Together, they cast a massive spell that wiped out the monsters and cleared a path straight to Vindre. Setsuna combined all 6 of their magic powers into one powerful attack. But even their most devastating spells proved useless, and Vindre attacked back, and the mages were overwhelmed. Setsuna was badly hurt. With no energy left, he still managed to land a small magic punch, and it actually hurt Vindre. That gave Setsuna hope, but he couldn't keep fighting. Facing death, a magical necklace, the necklace of rebirth gifted by his old headmaster, activates, sending him 10 years into the past. Setsuna finally opens his eyes to a friend of his, Leo, smacking him from behind while telling him to stop spacing out. Setsuna is shocked to see Leo since he is supposed to have gone missing before the arrival of the evil god. Setsuna also looks around to see that he is in the Magic Academy building. With this, he confirms that he has gone back 10 years to when he could change the mistake that he made. Setsuna makes a silent vow that he is going to defeat the evil god the next time he fights him. Leo then taps Setsuna on the shoulder, telling him that it is his turn to go to the stage, since they are currently participating in the ceremony of blessings. Setsuna finally pulls himself together, and he walks to the stage where one of the professors is waiting for him. Everyone's eyes are on Setsuna because he is considered to be the greatest genius in the history of the academy. Apparently, he is so talented that he has an affinity for every magic path available. It turns out that there are different paths in magic, and a special technique is needed to activate the magic. This is basically the reason why mages are required to choose a magic path, making it hard for mages to learn 2 magic paths at the same time. Just like how hard it is to believe in 2 deities at the same time. The professor then asks Setsuna to pick the magic path that he wants. The professor is confident that he is going to choose the long-range magic path. Basically, this is the best choice for everyone who aims to be a mage. Since long-range attacks help to reduce the risk of getting hurt, it is the most sought-after magic path. In his past life, Setsuna became the strongest with the help of long-range magic. But in the end, it was useless against the evil god. Now that he has a chance to choose his path, again, Setsuna takes his time before finally choosing a magic path that shocks the professor and everyone in the room. Leo remembers Setsuna saying he would pick the long-range magic, but he ended up picking close combat magic. Everyone is more shocked, since close combat magic is considered to be the worst of all magic paths. The professor screams at Setsuna, reminding him that the close combat magic path is mainly focused on body enhancement, which means he can only attack when the enemy is close to him, as the name obviously implies. The professor reminds Setsuna that the magic path is basically an abandoned one because of how trashy it is. The professor fears that Setsuna is about to throw away his bright future, and Setsuna himself knows what everyone thinks about the close combat magic path. However, it was the only magic that actually worked against the evil dude, and Setsuna believes this is the only way he can take down Vindre. Since he is convinced about this, Setsuna goes right ahead to pick the close combat magic path, and he binds with it. With this magic path, he is confident that he is going to be able to beat the living daylight out of the evil god. After he is done binding with the magic path, Setsuna smiles while the rest of the room is left in a horrific state. The professor closes his book in frustration while telling Setsuna how he planned to give him all the knowledge that he knows if he had chosen the long-range magic path. It turns out that the professor is the head of the long-range magic department, Cyrus Airite. Cyrus angrily screams at Setsuna for not picking the long-range magic path when it would have obviously made him the strongest mage, and also given lots of credit to Cyrus as his mentor. Setsuna is no longer moved by all of these, since he knows that everything will become totally meaningless in 10 years. Setsuna has until 10 years before humanity is defeated, and he has 5 years before Vindre appears in the sky. Setsuna has some knowledge about the close combat magic path, but he rarely has any practical experience with it. Setsuna is left with how he wants to master the magic before the arrival of the evil dude. But while he is busy thinking about the future, Cyrus is just staring at him like a drum he wants to beat to death. Later on, the students are told to proceed to their respective field classrooms. This is when it finally dawned on Satsuna that he has no idea where the classroom for the close combat magic path is. Satsuna tries talking to some of his classmates, hoping that they are going to show him the way, but they just run away from him like he has some sort of disease. The students mock Satsuna, saying that he is done for because he chose the close combat magic. Satsuna cannot believe that all the students who were once swarming around him have started running away because he chose the close combat magic path. Since there is no one to help, he decides to help himself. He believes that there will be a map of the entire academy campus in the courtyard. He is on his way to the courtyard when he hears some students fighting in the area close to him. It turns out that a redhead girl is fighting some dudes who took her brooch that was given to her by her mother. She demands that they return it, but they just laugh at her as they stare at the brooch, which can store mana. They believe that the item is too good for someone who is a trash commoner like her. Standing in the distance, Satsuna easily figures out that the redhead is from the close combat department and the three bullying her are from the long-range department. They taunt the girl, telling her to come and take the brooch by force while mocking her for being a wielder of the close combat magic. The leader of the delinquents shoots a fireball at her, which she, luckily, dodges before being turned into barbecue. She is able to move very fast because of the agility provided by the close combat magic. However, she is still at a disadvantage because the delinquents can just continue shooting fireballs at her. The redhead angrily conjures a manblade, telling the bullies that she will never let them take the brooch from her. The bullies are not in any way scared of the redhead and her manblade. The leader of the delinquents taunts her, asking if her manblade can reach him. He unleashes a barrage of fireballs at the redhead girl. She fails to dodge everything and ends up getting thrown to the ground. The leader of the delinquents makes fun of her, calling her a pathetic loser because no matter how strong she claims to be, she will never be able to reach the level of long-range mages. With the redhead on the ground, she has no way of dodging the remaining fireballs coming straight at her. Just as the fireballs are about to hit, Satsuna swings into action and he whips the girl out of the danger zone. This shocks the spectators and the delinquents. With the girl still in her arms, Satsuna acts like the perfect gentleman, asking her if she knows where the close combat magic department is, because he is looking for someone who can guide him there. The delinquents finally get a good look at Satsuna and they realize that he is the school genius. This initially scares them until they notice the close combat magic crest on the back of his hand. The delinquents immediately assume that they can take on Satsuna because he is now in the trash department. They plan to beat him up as much as they like. Even Satsuna agrees that the magic path is weak, but he knows that it all depends on the way the magic path is used. With what he knows, he is confident that the magic path doesn't necessarily determine the outcome of a battle. As Satsuna walks up to the delinquents, the redhead tries to stop him, telling him that he might get hurt since the delinquents are seniors. However, the delinquents don't want Satsuna to have a change of mind, and they quickly attack him. As the fireball approaches Satsuna, he digs into what he already knows about the close combat magic. He concentrates his magic on the legs so he can get leg strength. With this boost of agility, Satsuna easily dodges the incoming attack. And before the delinquents know it, he has reached them. He leaps over them and lands behind them to get into their blind spot. Satsuna is excited by the way he is moving and he wants more of it. Satsuna runs around the delinquents while making fun of them for only shooting fireballs since the fight started. He urges them to use another element, but the delinquents are already frustrated at this point. The leader of the delinquents cannot believe the agile movements that he is witnessing right in front of him. Because of how fast Satsuna is moving, the delinquent finds it difficult to land a single hit on him. However, he finally decides to let it all out. He unleashes a powerful fireball that heads straight for Satsuna. Satsuna has already gathered enough mana to conjure a mana blade, and he easily slashes the fireball, leaving the delinquents in disbelief. Even redhead girl doesn't know that a fire attack can be sliced. Satsuna then explains that it is basically magic against magic, and the proficient one wins in the end. Apparently, Satsuna became the strongest in his past life because of his amazing control of magical power. Satsuna smiles at the manblade in his hand and realizes that the magic might actually be more useful than he thought. He believes that he is going to be unstoppable if he combines the power with speed. The leader of the delinquents is not about to lose to Satsuna, and he decides that he is just going to use a larger fireball to take Satsuna down. His friends try to warn him and stop him from using a more powerful fireball because of the dangers it poses. And in addition to this, it will attract the instructors. However, the dude is not ready to listen as he is already thinking of defeating Satsuna no matter what it takes. Before he can cast his spell, Satsuna disappears right before him. Before he realizes what is happening, Satsuna has reached him. Satsuna stares him in the eye before delivering a powerful mana-infused punch to his chest to throw him to the ground in pain. Those who are watching are shocked when they see the delinquent lying on the ground, totally out of commission. Satsuna, on the other hand, is proud of himself, and he realizes that he can actually fight much better, as long as his target is in range. Meanwhile, the delinquents cannot believe that the weakest form of magic just took down their comrade like it's nothing. Satsuna stretches his hand toward the delinquents and demands that they hand over the girl's brooch. Without hesitation, they place the brooch in his hands before they end up like their fallen comrade. After giving Satsuna the brooch, the two delinquents drag their leader out of there in shame. Satsuna then turns around to give the redhead the brooch. She smiles like a golden retriever while thanking Satsuna for the assistance. With a bright mood, she finally introduces herself as Ila Rosail while stretching her hands towards Satsuna. With no care in the world, she grabs Satsuna like her boyfriend, leaving the dude in an awkward position. She then asks him why he chose close combat magic. Since no one is going to believe his reason for picking the magic, he decides to ignore the question and just asks for directions to the close combat magic building. Ila then reveals that the orientation for the new students has begun, and they need to hurry. Ila then leads Satsuna down a lonely path, which obviously leads to the edge of the campus. Satsuna cannot believe that close combat magic is considered so trash that their department is located in a secluded area. Ila then smiles at Satsuna, telling him that she would like him to teach her how to make the mana blade that he used earlier. Satsuna doesn't think too much about this, and he tells her that it all depends on the control of mana. Satsuna is basically telling her the truth, since the magic can be used in many ways, depending on the circumstances. Satsuna believes that he will be able to bypass Vindre's dispel if he masters the close combat magic. At the same time, he remembers something important, and this is the fact that the headmaster once showed him the back of his hands, and it turns out that he has been bound with two different magic paths. It is common knowledge that someone can only have one magic path. Satsuna recognized the first crest as the crest of summoning magic, but he didn't recognize the second one. Satsuna wanted to know, but the headmaster told him that he would know it when the time comes. The headmaster assures him that he is going to entrust the knowledge of the second magic to him. However, Satsuna never got to learn of the other magic till the evil god arrived and the headmaster was killed. Apparently, Vindre quickly killed the headmaster because he sensed the danger posed by the old man's second magic path. Now that he has a second chance, Satsuna wants to make sure that he learns the magic to change the fate of humanity. Momentarily, they arrive at the close combat magic department. However, Satsuna is still worried that with his current status, he might not be able to get the headman's recognition. Upon arriving at the entrance of the department, they find a creeple-looking professor already waiting for Satsuna. He scolds Satsuna for coming late, and when Ila tries to explain, he just shuts her off, saying he doesn't give a damn. The professor tells Satsuna that he might be impressive on the outside, but the moment he joined the department, he became trash. He points his fingers at Satsuna, but Satsuna slowly pushes his hand off, while scolding him for being rude. He reminds him that he is a professor in the department, and he is supposed to have some shame since everyone is calling the department trash. This gets on the professor's nerves, and he angrily grabs Satsuna by the shirt. Satsuna calmly replies that he is confident that there are several possibilities to be explored in close combat magic. The professor cannot believe the nerves on Satsuna, and he decides that he has to break his pride. He then asks Satsuna to show him what he has since he is confident. There are a bunch of other students striking a bunch of boulders as if they are looking for gold. The boulders are so tough that they can't even get them to crack. Apparently, cracking the boulder is the first test needed to determine the student's rank in class. It turns out that there is a crystal stuffed inside the rock, and the students need to extract it as fast as possible. The professor smiles heavily at Satsuna, telling him that those who can extract the crystal will be punished. The professor then screams at the other students, berating them for being stuck with the task for over an hour without any significant progress. The students justify their incompetence by saying that rock is a really tough material to crack. They don't believe that they can crack the sturdy rock with the trash magic that they have learned so far. One of the students even believes that the professor is being hard on them because he hasn't been promoted. The professor then leads Satsuna to a free rock, and he demands that Satsuna show him the possibilities that he is talking about. To make things hard for Satsuna, he tells him that he has just 10 minutes to crack the rock and extract the crystal. Hila is shocked when she hears this because it is practically impossible to break the rock in 10 minutes. In addition to that, the rock that the professor is giving to Satsuna is bigger than the others. The professor doesn't care about this as he reminds Satsuna that his 10-minute mark is already going down. Satsuna then walks up to the big rock and he places his hand on it to feel the texture. The professor assumes that Satsuna is already regretting his actions, and he suggests that he bow to him and apologize. Just then, Satsuna shocks the professor, telling him that all he needs to crack the rock is 10 seconds. The professor almost believes that he has gone deaf when he hears this, and he is forced to ask again to confirm. Even Ila thinks Satsuna is being reckless. The professor smiles, believing that Satsuna has no chance because the rock is denser than the others. Apparently, the professor's time record for breaking the rock is 30 minutes. The professor then decides to ride on Satsuna's word, and he tells him to break it in 10 seconds. Satsuna then prepares to break the rock. He pulls together a wave of mana around his hand to conjure the mana sword. He knows that he has to do something eye-catching to get the headmaster's attention. Since he has better things to aim for, he is not ready for a mere rock to get in his way. Without holding back, he swings his sword hard toward the rock. When the sword hits the rock and doesn't have any effect on it at first, the professor is already talking trash, asking Satsuna how he would prefer to be punished. Suddenly, the rock shatters into small pieces, leaving him in utter disbelief. Satsuna extracts the crystal inside the rock and presents it to the professor, but this only makes him angrier. Even Ila is shocked as she doesn't want to believe that Satsuna actually pulled it off. The other students were also shocked that Satsuna was able to destroy a huge rock in literal seconds while they had been struggling with the small rock in front of them. Someone immediately comes up with the assumption that Satsuna might actually be stronger than the professor. The professor further decides to be shameless by saying Satsuna is a cheater. He points out the fact that the rock is very hard, which makes it hard to break in even 10 minutes, not to mention seconds. Satsuna is shocked when he hears that the professor needs 10 minutes to break such a rock, and he tells him that he might start considering quitting his job as a professor, since he is trash one at that. The professor Zakari gets really mad, but before he can do anything stupid, his senior Lionel arrives behind him and grabs him by the head, asking him if he is bullying students again. Lionel scolds Zakari for causing a ruckus that interrupted his nap, and he tells Zakari that Satsuna didn't cheat. He explains that Satsuna read the flow of mana inside the rock, and he only targeted the weakest spot on it. Lionel tells Zakari that he doesn't see any point in his being a teacher if he can't see through his students' techniques. Lionel then decides to teach Zakari a lesson by announcing to the students that Zakari is about to perform a monoguard, but this only leaves a horrified expression on his face. Before Zakari can even get the time to argue, Lionel has taken up a position ready to punch Zakari. He tells him that he should have no issue blocking the attack if he is truly training. Zakari starts begging, saying he would never do such a thing again. But Lionel doesn't pity him as he punches him. Zakari tries to block, but the power from the punch still sends him flying into the nearby wall. Satsuna is impressed by the level of power running through Lionel, and he concludes that he is no ordinary person. After he is done dealing with Zakari, Lionel comes laughing with Setsuna like nothing just happened. With his cigar in his mouth, Lionel tells Setsuna to do his best in the department. Setsuna believes that Lionel is trying to downgrade what the department can do. And Satsuna lets him know that he plans to be the best in the department and even defeat students from other departments. Lionel is impressed by Satsuna's determination, and he assures him that he will always be available to teach him magic if that is what he wants. He then steps forward to address the students and also tells them that he is the head professor of the close combat department. He then tells them that they are about to decide on the representative for the exchange match. Apparently, the exchange match is a major event where the 8 magic departments in the academy compete to determine which is the best. One representative is chosen from each of the departments, and the winner is determined through a tournament. In his past life, Satsuna had won the tournament with the long-range combat department, and this gave him recognition with the headmaster. Because of the importance of the tournament, Satsuna figures out that he can't afford to miss out on it. Just then, Satsuna notices fragments of the black rock on the ground. This is when Lionel reveals that Satsuna is not the only student who has passed the test. Apparently, before he showed up, someone else had arrived and extracted the crystal. The crazier aspect of the whole thing is that he did it with just his fists. Satsuna turns to his left and realizes that the fragments that he is looking at flew from such a crazy distance. He takes a better look at the monstrous student who did it, and he realizes that it is Drago Okerd. Lionel then tells Drago to come forward and walks up to Satsuna with his intimidating height and build. He asks Satsuna why he chose the department when he clearly had an affinity for other magic paths, much better than the close combat magic path. Satsuna replies that there are things he needs to do with close combat magic. But Drago shuts him up, telling him that there is nothing he can do with such a weak body. Drago shows off his aura while boasting of the fact that his family has excelled in the close combat department over generations. To live up to his family's expectations, Drago claims he has been training his body for years. Drago lets off a massive aura that shakes the other students, but Satsuna remains where he is. Drago then throws a punch at him, telling him to fight him because he doesn't want someone as weak to become the representative for the department. Satsuna remembers that Drago was the only outstanding student in the close combat department in his past life. Satsuna smiles when Drago challenges him, and he gladly tells him that he has accepted his challenge. Lionel is glad that the two managed to reach an agreement, and he tells them that the match between them will take place in 1 week. Drago walks away while telling Satsuna not to think of running away before the 1 week comes knocking. He even wants them to fight to the death since Satsuna is claiming that he is a close combat mage. The students are already envisaging who is going to win, but they all believe that Satsuna has no chance against Drago. Ila smiles at Satsuna, asking him if he can win. Her smile quickly fades away when she hears Satsuna say no. Apparently, Satsuna is quite aware that he is no match for Drago in his current state. However, he has a secret plan to counter this. He walks into the woods and Ila runs after him, asking him where he is going. They soon arrive at a big tree, and Satsuna reveals that it is a secret training spot which only he knows. He touches the tree, and a green aura immediately flows out of his body. Satsuna grins while telling Ila that he plans to become 3 times stronger with the help of the secret training spot. Ila is blown away by the large size of the tree, and she concludes that it is a sacred tree that is more than 1,000 years old, no less. Satsuna, on the other hand, is glad that the tree is resonating with him, just like it did in his past life. Ila then asks him about the green aura emanating from the tree, and Satsuna reveals that it is the blessing of the sacred tree. Satsuna mentions that the blessing can only be given to those acknowledged by the sacred tree, and thanks to his holy mana attribute, he is able to recover his mana. Satsuna managed to find the tree in his past life, and he knows that no matter how much he trains, he can't run out of mana as long as he is near the tree. Satsuna grins at the possibility that he can train however he likes without reaching his limit. Ila is glad to hear this, and since Satsuna helped her get her brooch back, she believes that it is time for her to help the dude too. She makes a fist bump in the air, but Satsuna is genuinely confused as he has no idea what the girl is doing. Inside the close combat department training room, Drago shows off his amazing build and strength as he pushes weights. that should be impossible. Drago gets bored with pushing weights, and he asks Lionel if there are still more of the black rocks available in the yard. Lionel is concerned, and he asks him if he plans on breaking all of the rocks. But Drago walks out, telling Lionel that he has no plan to break them. Instead of breaking them, Drago has something else planned. Drago turns out to be a crazy dude as he does push-ups while carrying one of the rocks on his back like it's nothing. Meanwhile, Hila is watching him train and fear grips her. Without a doubt, she believes that whoever receives a punch from Drago the way he is will die. This creates a sense of panic within her, and she starts rushing over to where Setsuna is. Setsuna, on the other hand, is sitting by the tree, and he is reading a textbook which covers martial arts. Hila is surprised when she gets to the tree to find Setsuna perfectly relaxed, as if there is nothing wrong with him. She scolds him while also telling him that Drago is doing push-ups with 5 black steel rocks stacked on his back. Setsuna is not surprised by this because he already knows what Drago can do to train his physique. Setsuna then assures Hila that she has nothing to worry about, because what he is currently working on is also part of his plan. Blue aura emanates from his eyes as he stares at the textbook in his hand. Hila is genuinely confused and she asks Setsuna what he means by this. Setsuna explains that a physical boost is none other than a reinforcement and controlling the nervous system with mana. Basically, a boost to the legs means focusing on the said legs, and the same thing applies to the hands, with what he has explained. He tells Hila that to boost his memory, all he needs to do is focus on his head. It turns out that Setsuna has gone through a bunch of books while Hila was not around. Setsuna finally stands up from where he is sitting, and since he has gotten all the techniques in his head, he believes that it is time to practice them. Setsuna stands in the clear and throws a well-balanced kick before unleashing his monosword too. Setsuna makes a graceful swing, but he doesn't stop there. He continues, swinging, leaving Hila in awe. Hila admits that Setsuna's method is impressive and she has never heard of it in the past. However, Setsuna is not impressed with himself, because he knows that he still has a long way to go. Setsuna soon gets overwhelmed by all the techniques he is trying to fuse into his body at the same time, causing him to crash to the ground. Hila is worried about him, but he tells her not to because he is merely pushing himself to the limit with a physical boost. Because of this, he is focused on boosting his healing. The blessing of the sacred tree kicks in, and in no time, Setsuna's rough hands turn out to be as good as new. Hila is worried and she suggests that Setsuna find another way to train himself instead of pushing himself to the extreme. Setsuna argues that he needs to train harder because he can't afford to face Drago with just trash methods. Setsuna points out the fact that Drago has been training himself in close combat magic for years. He tells Hila that he needs to follow the same painful procedure over 1,000 times till the week runs out. Hila is shocked when she hears this because a single cycle is painful enough as it is. Setsuna smiles when he hears this because he doesn't think it is painful enough. He remembers when he was young and was at the orphanage. He couldn't use magic, and every day he was always practicing. Even though he failed countless times, Setsuna didn't give up. He only kept practicing, and even though his growth was slow, he was getting better with every step. Setsuna assures Hila that he has nothing to worry about as long as the painful method helps him get stronger. Setsuna resumes training, and Hila joins him. Together, they practice their swings, push their bodies to the limit, and do the same all over again. In no time, Setsuna is already doing push-ups with rocks on his back. Hila watches in awe, and she realizes that Setsuna has been working harder than anyone, contrary to the belief that he is carried by talent. Finally, D-Day arrives and Setsuna and Drago show up in the ring. Drago is disgusted just by seeing Setsuna, and he reveals his surprise that the dude didn't run away. Setsuna smiles, telling Drago that he has no intentions of running away since he is the representative of the close combat department. Lionel stands by the ring to officiate the match, and once the two are ready to have a go at each other, Lionel starts the match. Setsuna makes the first move as he dashes toward Drago, aiming to get the advantage. He tries to land a punch, but Drago blocks it. Setsuna tries another kick, but Drago still holds his hands to block the attack. However, the force from Setsuna's kick pushes Drago backwards. Satsuna is shocked to see that none of his hits landed because Drago used Monoguard to withstand everything. Drago now looks furious, and the moment he slightly reveals his stare, Satsuna can sense the killing intent from Drago. Before Satsuna realizes what is going on, Drago has reached him. He sends a punch directly to Satsuna's body that releases a massive aura that affects everyone in the direct line of his attack. Fear grips Ayla when she sees this, believing that Satsuna is dead. However, when the smoke clears out, Satsuna is seen in a crouching position, blocking Drago's attack. The students cannot believe that they are watching a fight between two students who just got promoted. Satsuna, on the other hand, easily figured out that he would have been dead meat if he had taken Drago's direct hit. Drago throws another punch at him, but he easily weaves to dodge the punch. This doesn't make much difference, as Drago follows through with a right-hand punch, aimed directly at Satsuna's head. Satsuna still manages to block the attack, but Drago is already getting pissed that Satsuna has been doing nothing but defend since the fight started. Drago taunts Satsuna, telling him that he is nothing but a weakling, and that everything he is doing is his limit. Ila in the stands is already worried that Satsuna is still no match for Drago even after he pushed himself to the limits multiple times. Lionel, who is an experienced tutor, sees the fight from another angle. He knows that to everyone, Satsuna is being pushed back. But what they don't know is that Satsuna is perfectly blocking all of Drago's attacks with his mana control. Drago remains on the attack while berating Satsuna for being one of the elites who have been looking down on close combat magic. Drago claims that he and his family have suffered immense humiliation because they were born in a family that wields the close combat magic. However, Drago is determined to change the narrative with his efforts. Drago gets serious and he unleashes a mono sword. Without hesitation, Satsuna does the same. The fight goes from a fist fight to a sword fight. They swing at each other with immense power, aiming to take each other's head off. Satsuna combines speed with his movements as he dodges all of Drago's attacks. He acrobatically leaps into the air, but this pisses Drago off, and he follows him. He tracks him till he reaches the ground and tries to smash him to pieces, but Satsuna gets out of the way before it is too late. The ground suffers Drago's attack and gets smashed, but he doesn't hold back. Satsuna is pushed backwards, but Drago still follows through with another strike. Drago finally has him pinned down, and at this moment, Satsuna remembers the harsh things the other students were saying about him when they found out that he had picked the close combat magic. Remembering this, Satsuna tells Drago that he understands his frustration. However, Satsuna lets him know that they are both aiming higher. Satsuna finally kicks in and he pushes Drago back by destroying his mana sword with just a swing. Drago is shocked when he sees the difference in Satsuna's movements. Satsuna almost cuts Drago in half, but he slightly dodges the strike. Drago takes Satsuna's words about aiming higher into consideration, and he also gets serious. Drago throws a left-handed heavy punch, aiming to catch Satsuna off guard, but Satsuna easily reacts to this and dodges it. Satsuna moves past him, and in no time, he reaches Drago's blind spot. However, before he can land a hit on Drago, he turns around. Drago puts his arms up to block the attack, but this clearly takes a toll on him. Lionel realizes that Satsuna is overloading Drago's offense and defense using his exceptional mana control. However, he still doesn't see a clear winner between the two. As the fight progresses, Satsuna figures out that he has to find an opening if he's to break through Drago's tight and hard defense. Drago jumps backwards and he whips out another man-blade. He swings his sword very hard at Satsuna, but Satsuna dodges the strike. Satsuna figures out that Drago has resorted to using all of his mana to land a powerful and devastating attack, aiming to finish off the battle. Since he already knows this, Satsuna is able to time his movement perfectly to dodge Drago's strike. However, Satsuna is now a step away from falling from the ring. He looks back to see how close he is to losing, but Drago, on the other hand, is pleased that he finally has Satsuna backed into a corner. Drago believes that he has taken away Satsuna's chance to use his footwork. With this in mind, Drago cooks up a powerful attack that has his mana boiling. Ila sees this and fear grips her, wondering what Drago just did. Drago then charges toward the supposedly cornered Satsuna with a powerful fist punch, aiming to punch him straight into the afterlife. However, this turns out to be a big mistake on Drago's path. He manages to land the hit, but it turns out to be nothing more than Satsuna's afterimage. It turns out that Satsuna has a way of retaining his afterimage at a position where he is standing if he continues using his mana. By the time Drago realizes what is going on, Satsuna has leaped right over him. Before Drago can turn around, Satsuna swings his sword to finish him off. Drago tries to make a last-ditch attempt to move, but Satsuna's sword diagonally cuts through his chest. Satsuna's attack moves through Drago's body, causing him unimaginable pain as he screams out. Lionel finally realizes that Satsuna relied on a counterattack to take on Drago's scary and consistent attacks. Lionel figures out that they both fought well in the match, but this time around, the match is already concluded. He raises his hand and declares the match over, while revealing that Satsuna is the winner. The obvious winner is Satsuna since Drago is already lying down in severe pain. Ayla jumps up in joy to celebrate Satsuna's win, and the other students are also left in awe. Drago tries to stand up even with the intense pain that he is feeling. The students see this and conclude that Drago is one tough dude. Drago holds his chest in pain, and he figures out that the final blow from Satsuna was perfectly adjusted not to be fatal. Satsuna then stretches his hand toward him to help him, but Drago asks him one question. Drago wants to know what Satsuna is fighting for. Satsuna then reveals that he is fighting so that he doesn't lose to anyone. In addition to this, he is fighting really hard to make sure that nothing is taken away from him. And to achieve this, Satsuna aims to be stronger than anyone else. Drago's eyes light up in curiosity when he hears this, and he finally admits that Satsuna is quite strong. Drago has no choice but to painfully stand up and admit defeat, while Satsuna praises him for living up to his reputation. Satsuna believes that Drago might end up being a major factor in the fight against the evil dude. Lionel then walks up to Satsuna to raise his hand as the winner, and also to tell everyone watching that Satsuna has been picked as the representative of the close combat department. Some days later, Lionel tells Drago that it is time for him and other representatives to meet face-to-face in preparation for the exchange match. Lionel then urges Satsuna to behave himself when he is there. Satsuna acknowledges the advice as he pushes the door open. He steps into the room and everyone's eyes immediately shift to him. Since he is the representative of the close combat department, the atmosphere around the other students changes toward him. One of the other representatives boldly makes fun of Satsuna, telling him that he is about to add to the shame that is already inflicting his department. Satsuna stares at the crest on the dude's hand, and he figures out that he is the representative of the enchantment magic department. The dude decides to further taunt Satsuna as he stands up to walk up to him and tell him that he is his opponent for the first round. The enchanter makes fun of Satsuna, reminding him that the close combat department has not won any of the tournaments in the past 100 years. He continues by saying, the close combat department is known to stay at the edge of the school for muscle training without doing anything else that is useful. Before he finishes this statement, Satsuna steps on his legs, causing him a bit of pain. Satsuna coldly tells the dude that they must be pretty rude in his department since they lack the proper way of exchanging greetings. The enchantment rep tries to say something, but Satsuna cuts him off, telling him that he doesn't mind if the close combat department hasn't won in years because they are definitely winning the current year's competition. The enchantment rep argues with Satsuna, telling him to stop spewing trash. Just then, a voice from behind joins in the conversation, suggesting that they wait until the first match before they start arguing. Satsuna realizes that everything is just playing out the way it did before the regression. It turns out that the voice addressing them from behind is none other than that of the headmaster. Carol from the summoning department excitedly welcomes the headmaster, telling him that she is eager to show him what her department is capable of. Satsuna knows who she is, and he realizes that Carol still retains her friendly nature. He remembers that Carol gave him a really tough time during his battle with her before the regression. Satsuna knows that he came out victorious in the match. but figures out that he needs to be more careful. The headmaster finally decides to speak, and he congratulates the students for getting picked as their respective departments' representatives. The headmaster talks about how glad he is that 8 talents have managed to gather. The headmaster then reveals that the tournament will be conducted in a one-on-one format, and their opponents are determined at random. Apparently, the close combat department will be facing off against the enchantment magic department, which specializes in infusing mana into objects in life. The second match is between the healing magic department that creates miracles and supports allies, and the long-range magic department, which defeats enemies, without allowing them to step any closer. The third match will be between the formation magic department that embusts various powers within magic, arrays, and the summoning magic department, which commands mythical beasts from other worlds. And then, for the final match, it is going to be between the special magic department that doesn't fall into any category and the alchemy magic department, which is capable of permanently altering substances. The headmaster lets them know that the inter-school exchange match is basically a practical lesson to get ideas from different magical departments. The headmaster tells them that the match will be held in 10 days, and they are free to learn new magic before then, or focus on what they already know. Whatever they do is up to them, but the headmaster says he is looking forward to seeing their fighting spirit. Carol excitedly acknowledges the speech, and just as the headmaster is about to leave, the representatives bow to him. Satsuna then rushes after the headmaster as he walks through the lobby, since this might be his only chance to talk to the old man. The headmaster already knows that he is the close combat representative, and Satsuna tells him that he has a request to make of him. Satsuna doesn't hold back when he asks the headmaster if he will be willing to teach him his magic if he manages to win the tournament. The headmaster tries to play a fool, and he tells Satsuna that his summoning magic will be useless for him. But Satsuna cuts in saying he is talking about his other magic. The headmaster hears this and immediately becomes hyper-reactive. He lets out a terrifying aura that almost cripples Setsuna while asking him how he knows about his other magic. Setsuna can easily sense that the headmaster is wary of him, but he knows that the headmaster's second magic is pivotal to winning against the evil dude. Because of this, Satsuna decides that he is not going to give up. Satsuna then mentions that he might not be able to tell the headmaster the reason, but he should know that the victory of the close combat department after 100 years should mean something. He stretches his hand to the headmaster, asking him if he is not hoping for such. The headmaster finally figures out that Satsuna might not have a hidden agenda. He then tells him that he is going to teach him the second magic on the very day he wins the championship. Satsuna bows to the headmaster, thanking him for the assurance. However, the headmaster lets him know that it is not going to be an easy path. Satsuna doesn't care because he is ready to show the headmaster his resolve during the tournament. The headmaster is pleased to hear this, and he walks away. Later that day, Satsuna sits down alone to enjoy a delicious bread which Ayla told him about. While relaxing, Satsuna figures out that he must do everything he wants before the day of the tournament arrives. Suddenly, he is attacked by a golem. He almost gets his head crushed, but he manages to block it. It turns out that the golem is from the enchantment representative. Satsuna is surprised that he is getting attacked by the enchantment representative. The enchantment representative tells Satsuna that he can't wait for the match because he plans to deal with Satsuna before then. He calls Satsuna a mere trash who had the audacity to embarrass him. Satsuna mocks him, telling him that he is only suffering the consequence of his actions. Before Satsuna knows it, the enchantment rep already has a bunch of golems behind him. However, he decides to dissolve the golems when he figures out that it would be bad for him if it gets out that he is bullying a weak dude from the close combat department. He then walks away, telling Satsuna that he is going to be more prepared during the official match. Satsuna is impressed that the enchantment rep is able to provide mana to a bunch of matter to control them, and he considers him a fairly talented person. Satsuna stares at his bread on the ground, and he is emotionally hurt that the dude wasted his bread. The following day, Lionel gathers his students and tells them that it is their job to prepare for the exchange match. And to do this, they are going to analyze the battle between Drago and Satsuna. Lionel asks the students if they have finally understood what they lack, and they all say yes. Lionel then asks Drago to be the first person to reveal his weakness. Drago mentions that he lost control of his mana and emotions. Lionel then asks Satsuna the same question. Satsuna reveals that he lacks basic power, and he was basically losing to Drago when it comes to pure strength. Lionel is pleased that the two understand their weaknesses because this is their first step to growth. Lionel then suggests that they work on improvement. Isla then asks Lionel if the match will serve as training for the exchange match. Lionel is pleased with the question, and he reveals that Satsuna will be going up against the enchantment rep, Joel, who, according to Satsuna, is capable of using multiple golems for both offense and defense. Since golems have physical bodies, their basic style of fighting is similar to that of combat magic. Ila is blown away when she hears this from the instructor. Lionel then reveals that he is going to give them each a task. Lionel wants Drago to focus on speed while acting as multiple golems so he can attack from all angles. For Satsuna, he is going to have to deflect Drago's attacks so he can launch a counterattack. Drago prepares himself for the training match, and he assures Satsuna that it is not going to be like the last time they fought each other. Satsuna smiles, telling Drago that he is looking forward to that. Drago charges towards Satsuna and he throws a left-handed punch straight at his face, but Satsuna dodges the strike. Satsuna believes that he has perfectly blocked Drago's attack until he realizes that another strike is heading straight for him. Satsuna immediately figures out that his reaction speed is slow. Lionel is impressed with the fact that Drago has managed to balance his speed and power. Drago looks like a mirage while throwing punches at Satsuna. Satsuna tries to predict his movements, but he fails at a point and almost gets his head thrown off by the giant dude. However, he is still able to dodge the strike, leaving Lionel pretty impressed. Lionel tells Satsuna what combination he needs, and Satsuna acknowledges the advice. Satsuna takes a step backwards and tries to land a counterattack. In the end, Satsuna and Drago crash to the ground in exhaustion. Drago admits that Satsuna gave him a run for his money. Lionel then commends the two, telling them that their movements were not bad. Lionel lets Satsuna know that he should be able to handle 4 or 5 golems in a couple of days. However, Satsuna knows that he is not allowed to let his guard down, no matter how much and how hard he trains. Lionel is pleased with the fact that Satsuna easily understands everything he wants to teach him. Lionel knows that Drago is well versed with the basics of close combat without a doubt. But at the same time, Satsuna's sense is nothing short of exceptional. In no time, the D-Day arrives, and the arena is packed with students, teachers, and other spectators. The headmaster climbs the podium to address everyone. He lets them know that only one representative out of all 8 will be crowned the strongest. Just as expected, there are bookies placing bets on the match. Surprisingly, the delinquent that Satsuna beat up is betting on him to win the match. Some of the students turn around to look at the calm dude, Actor, who is representing the long-range department. Basically, he will be the one to face whoever wins, between Satsuna and Joel. Actor wears a calm but very deadly look. Apparently, the matches change stages randomly, and the first round will be happening on a desert-type stage. Joel smiles heavily when he sees this because everything just worked in his favor. His classmates cheer him on, telling him to take down the weak Satsuna. Ila screams back at the boys, telling them to watch whether Satsuna will still remain the underdog or not after the match. Ila almost jumps up to go beat them up, but Lionel holds her down. Satsuna feels no pressure whatsoever, and he smiles when he sees this. With the 2 contestants ready, the referee starts the match. Joel then whips out a fragment of the black steel rock and smiles at Satsuna, asking him if he knows what he is holding in his hand. Without a doubt, Satsuna knows what it is. Joel is glad that he knows, and he reveals that it is a fragment that is needed to make a golem by fusing it with sand. Joel drops the fragment and he infuses it with sand to create a scary golem. Joel confidently tells Satsuna that a blade wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the black steel golem. It turns out that he has more than one fragment with him. He opens his pouch to unleash a few other fragments, sitting in there. He drops everything in the sand and he turns them into golems while heavily smiling at Satsuna, saying that he has nothing but a 1 inch 10,000 chance to win. There are so many golems that Ila is gripped with fear. To make things worse, Joel reveals that the golems can be made infinitely on the sands that they are standing on. Joel lets Satsuna know that he has no chance of reaching him. Some of the students believe that the match is already decided, and they tell Satsuna to surrender before he gets hurt. Joel also acts all high and mighty, as he tells Satsuna that he is willing to listen to whatever he has to say. Just then, Satsuna drops a bombshell that cracks Joel's soul and efforts. Satsuna lets him know that he is disappointed that this is everything he can produce at his best. Joel is enraged when he hears this, and he loses it. He immediately orders the golems to go after Satsuna. The golems rush at Satsuna, and they all jump at him at the same time, leaving a cloud of dust that disrupts visibility. Joel laughs, telling Satsuna that he just reaped the reward of messing with him. The spectators cannot see anything in the arena because of the dust covering everything. Unknown to them, Satsuna is easily cutting down the golems like they are tissue. He is not even moving from where he was before destroying the golems. When Joel finally sees Satsuna, the golems have turned to nothing but broken pieces, and Satsuna reveals that he has already mastered the black steel rock. Joel cannot believe his eyes, because what he produced are exceptionally tough golems. Just then, Joel starts to remake the golems, reminding Satsuna that he already said he can infinitely make them. Satsuna then reveals that when it comes to close-quarter combat, nothing beats close-range magic. Satsuna lets him know that no matter how many golems he makes, he won't lose, because all they know are basic combat moves. Satsuna leaps toward the newly formed golems, and he easily cuts them down in a flash. Satsuna swings his sword around like cutting butter, but Joel is not ready to give up. He reaches into his pouch to bring out more fragments, but Satsuna reaches him so fast before he even gets the chance to blink. Satsuna lets him know that he has just found himself in an unfair match. With no way to move, Joel gets punched right in the face. His glasses fly off, and he coughs up blood as he is sent across the arena. The spectators are still unaware of what is happening inside the dust cloud. Momentarily, the cloud dust starts to disperse, and they spot just one student standing before they can get a good view of who the standing student is. The referee announces that Satsuna is the winner of the first match. Joel is lying cold on the ground while Satsuna smiles because he just managed to win the first game. Ila smiles and rejoices when she realizes that Satsuna just won. Satsuna's haters cannot believe their eyes when they realize that Satsuna won his match, which is something that has not happened in years. Most of them don't know how Satsuna was able to defeat Joel. Some assume that Joel was unable to maintain his mana output, which leads to his self-destruction. With this assumption, they conclude that Satsuna only got lucky and shouldn't have been able to win against Joel. However, Cyrus knows that Joel didn't self-destruct, and Satsuna beat him fair and clear. Because Satsuna won, Actor finally decides to take him seriously. He figures out that he needs to set up against the dude. With this, the competition continues and the second match begins. Satsuna returns to the stands where Ila excitedly welcomes him. She asks him if he plans to watch the match, and he says yes. He wants to see if there is anything he is going to learn during the match. The departments currently going against each other are Summon and Formation. Since the start of the match, Carol of the Summoning Department has gained the upper hand. She sits on the back of a scary wolf that unleashes ice-type attacks at the Formation dude. However, the Formation representative is trying to get close to Carol by cutting down the attacks. Satsuna is impressed by the representative of the Formation Department because his movements are quite impressive. Satsuna wonders if he will be able to do the same in close-quarter combat. Ila admits that the movements from the other departments are pretty cool, but she wishes to get stronger in close combat magic only. Satsuna then finally asks her why she chose close combat magic, since there are other magic paths that she could have chosen. Ila then reveals that she was once saved by a close combat mage a long time ago. She narrates that she was playing with her little brother in the forest when they were suddenly attacked by a grizzly bear. Ila thought they were done for until a close combat mage rushed in to help with the situation. The mage punched the bear to death, and since then, Ila has made it her dream to become a close combat mage so she can start helping people around her. Ila chuckles nervously while saying her reason might be childish, but Satsuna quickly corrects her, saying it is not childish. Satsuna tells her that as long as she has a goal in her heart, she will definitely become stronger. Ila smiles like a baby when she hears this. The two are having their good moments when Leo suddenly shows up. It turns out that Leo was the second strongest in the long-range department after Satsuna. Leo pats Satsuna on the shoulder, telling him that he watched his first match and it was impressive. Leo immediately assumes that Ila is Satsuna's girlfriend. Ila's face is totally red while telling Leo that he is wrong. Momentarily, they get to the second round, and the first match is happening, between long range and close combat. The stage selected for the battle is the scorching hell where the participants cannot afford to fall, because it is the end for them. When Drago sees the lava-infused stage, he realizes that it would be pretty difficult to approach the opponent. Lionel believes that the stage might be a difficult one, but it is quite advantageous for the opponent. It turns out that Cyrus was the one who arranged the stage, because he is trying to get his department to win by all means. Cyrus aims to teach Satsuna a harsh lesson for choosing the close combat department. Meanwhile, Ila has gone to talk to Satsuna, who is studying. There is a vase on the table, and Satsuna quickly tells her not to touch it because it is a contact-triggered magic tool. Satsuna lets her know that the vase will basically suck up all of her mana. Ila is shocked when she hears this, and she demands to know why Satsuna has put something so dangerous on the table. Satsuna then reveals that it is actually a trap set for him, which is basically the 7th trap that he has uncovered. Ila is shocked to hear this, and she asks Satsuna if he is fine with the traps flying around. Satsuna mentions that he has been trying his best to avoid them, so he doesn't think he is in any trouble. Satsuna knows that the culprit is none other than a car, and he is quite experienced because he didn't even leave any evidence behind. Just then, they hear some kids at the door. They step outside to see the kids holding flowers that are meant for them. The kids excitedly reveal that they were sent to deliver the flower by someone standing across the hall. However, by the time they turn around to point at the person, they find nobody. Ila asks why the person didn't come to give the flowers to Satsuna himself. The kids reveal that the unknown person claims that he is shy. Suddenly, the flower falls out of the girl's hand and she complains about dizziness. A dark aura swirled around the girl and Satsuna immediately kicked off the flowers because he had seen something like that in his past life. Ila is concerned and she asks Satsuna what the problem is, and he reveals that the flower contains a poisonous grass called venom. The kids start coughing and they lose their balance. Satsuna and Ila attend to the kids, but Satsuna is already pissed that the culprit doesn't mind dragging kids into his scheme. Satsuna lets Ila know that they need to treat the kids quickly, because the effect will become irreversible if it stays longer. However, Satsuna is worried about how they are going to find a healer to help them deal with the poison. They lay the kids on the floor and Ila asks if their conditions need immediate attention. Satsuna says yes, but urges Ila to stay away from the kids. Satsuna is worried that there might be a chance the poison is contagious just by staying close to it. Just then, Ila tells Satsuna not to worry about the kids because she has it covered. She brings out the brooch that her mother bought for her, and just by seeing it, Satsuna remembers the brooch. Ila reveals that her mother embedded the brooch with healing magic, and she immediately activates it while kneeling above the kids. The healing magic kicks in, and the dark spots on the kids start fading away. Ila mentions that her mother gave it to her in case of an emergency, and she already deemed the kid situation one that needs attending to quickly. Satsuna smiles, saying he is thankful for what Ila is doing. Satsuna then covers his body in aura before grabbing the poisonous grass. Satsuna runs away from where the kids are so he can dispose of the grass before it is too late, since venom is the most toxic of all flowers. Because of how dangerous the grass is, Satsuna cannot dispose of it in a crowded area to prevent the toxins from scattering. While running to dispose of it, Satsuna is already feeling the toxins creeping up his body. Satsuna runs to the sacred tree because it is the best place for him to do so. Just as he reaches the tree, he throws the flower in the air, and he whips out his mana blade. He slashes the flowers, ultimately destroying them. Satsuna then falls under the tree to recover his mana. Meanwhile, everyone is already waiting for Satsuna at the arena, and they assume that he has run away. The referee looks at his time, and since the time for the match has arrived with Satsuna nowhere to be found, the referee decides to give his verdict. He's about to automatically disqualify Satsuna so that Actor can be the victor when Satsuna shows up on the scene, saying he has no intention of forfeiting. He looks utterly pissed, but the dark spots are still all over his body. And when Actor sees this, he laughs out loud, mocking Satsuna. Actor doesn't deny the fact that he was the one who sent the flowers to Satsuna. Satsuna angrily asks Actor if he doesn't mind the fact that innocent kids are being affected by poison, but Actor tries to play a fool as if he doesn't know about the poison. Actor then says the kids should be happy that they are of use to someone of high status like him. This further pisses Satsuna off, and since they are both present in the arena, the referee starts the match. Without wasting time, Actor unleashes a long-range attack at Satsuna. Satsuna manages to dodge the strike, but Drago has sensed that something is wrong with him because his mana is totally unrefined. Apparently, Satsuna was able to purify the grass thanks to the tree, but because he was rushing, he didn't get the chance to purify the poison inside his body. Actor continues shooting fireball after fireball, aiming to bring Satsuna down as fast as possible. However, Satsuna is able to dodge everything even though it is taking a huge toll on him. Everyone can see that Satsuna is on the defensive and Cyrus smiles heavily because his plan worked out very well. He is standing at the other entrance of the arena, waiting for Satsuna to be humiliated. Satsuna then looks into the stands, and he realizes that Ila is still not back. He is worried about the kids and he hopes that they are fine. Actor notices that Satsuna is not concentrating on the match, and he uses that to release even more deadly long-range attacks at him. Satsuna's haters waste no time trashulking him, saying there is no way he can deal with a long-range mage because all he has been doing is running away. Actor continues unleashing his blasts, and he suggests that Satsuna gives up, but Satsuna plans to defend himself using Monoguard. However, a large-scale attack comes flying at him and his Monoguard fails to contain the effects of the attack, and he gets hit badly, leaving cuts all over his body. Actor makes fun of him, telling him that he is already falling apart. Just then, Satsuna asks Actor why he is not making moves to finish him off, since the best play will be to prevent a close combat. Satsuna concludes that Actor is planning something because all he has been doing is provoking him. Actor is surprised that he is receiving a lecture from Satsuna, but he admits that he made a really good observation. He then tells him that he cannot be underestimated, and he urges him to look around. Surprisingly, Actor has created a huge pit of lava between himself and Satsuna. Satsuna is standing on a tiny pillar of rock while surrounded by boiling lava. The delinquent who bet on Satsuna almost chokes on his saliva when he sees this. Actor proudly reveals that he is not one to play around with risks. He mentions that what Satsuna is staring at is what he has been aiming for from the start of the match. Just then, Actor unleashes a storm cannon and Drago is visibly worried when he sees this. Actor tells Satsuna that he is about to finish him off with the storm cannon. Suddenly, Satsuna hears Ila calling him from the stands to tell him that the kids are safe. The moment Satsuna hears this, he decides that it is time he steps on the gas and goes full throttle because he doesn't have to worry about the kids. Satsuna, who has been bending around in pain, finally stands upright to tell Actor that he is about to witness a comeback. Actor is shocked when he sees that Satsuna has recovered. Satsuna then tells him not to be too surprised, because all he did was apply a physical boost. He reveals that he has been activating cells since the fight began, so he could break down the poison ravaging his system. Satsuna lets Actor know that he is one who fell for his plan because he was busy breaking off the ground around them while he was healing himself. Actor confidently tells Satsuna not to get cocky because there is obviously nothing he can do in his current state. Cyrus agrees to this as he cheers Actor on, telling him to set Satsuna off. Actor unleashes the storm cannon, and it heads straight for Satsuna. Satsuna weighs his options, and he prepares for a well-cooked plan, hoping that it is enough for what he is about to do. Just as the storm is about to reach him, Satsuna strikes it with his mana blade. It takes a toll on him, but he puts enough effort into it to repel the storm. This shocks everyone, especially Drago. Before the magic can reach Actor, he nullifies while boasting that he can confidently take down his own magic. Actor makes fun of Satsuna, telling him that his strategies have run out and the fight is over. Suddenly, the smoke in front of him clears, and the next thing he sees is Satsuna approaching him with his mana blade in hand. Satsuna stares Actor in the eyes, asking him if he thinks the distance between them was enough to keep him away. With no way to defend, Actor gets slashed by Satsuna. The cut goes diagonally across Actor's chest, ultimately taking him down. Satsuna then tells him to seek forgiveness from the kids if he is looking for whom to forgive him. Actor passes out cold on the ground, and the referee declares Satsuna the winner. Drago smiles when he sees this, but suddenly the ground under them gives way, and the two start heading into the destructive lava. Satsuna realizes that Actor is unconscious, and he has no way of evading the lava. He decides to save the dude, and he applies some physical boost to his feet so he can move faster. He manages to grab Actor, and just before they fall into the lava, Carol uses her summoned beast, the Fenrir, to save them. Satsuna is shocked when the large beast appears to save them. The spectators are hyped by what they just witnessed from the representatives. The Fenrir gets the two to safety, and Carol pats its head. The medical staff show up to take Actor away while they attend to Satsuna. Carol smiles at Satsuna, saying he probably would have been fine without her help. Satsuna argues against this, saying Carol actually saved his life. Satsuna sees Carol as someone who has the talent and also the style that follows. Satsuna realizes that his preparation needs to be top tier before he faces Carol. Satsuna's haters have started realizing that Satsuna's win against Joel might not be a fluke since he just won against Actor free and fair. The haters know that things are going to be bad if it continues the way it is. Meanwhile, the headmaster remains calm while watching the tournament. Cyrus is pissed that Actor lost to Satsuna, and enraged, he tells Satsuna that he is never going to forgive him. After he has been attended to by the medical staff, Satsuna heads back into the stands to meet Ila. Drago lets him know that he heard about everything that happened from Ila, and he admits that he had it tough. Satsuna then asks Isla about the kids, and Isla reveals that they are currently sleeping in the infirmary. She assures Satsuna that the kids are going to recover, according to what the doctor said. Satsuna is pleased to hear this, as he lets off a cool smile. Suddenly, Satsuna feels a strange aura that causes him to turn around. Isla asks him if there's anything wrong, and he says no. However, he could feel the strange aura that was filled with killing intent. He wonders what exactly is hiding behind the tournament. A week to the final match, Satsuna is still worried about the mysterious presence he felt in the arena the last time. Satsuna finds himself training alone in the woods, and he also summons Lionel. Lionel asks why Satsuna has summoned him, and Satsuna reveals that he wants the professor to guide him just like he did before. Satsuna then decides to come totally clean by calling Lionel his full title, the Fist of Comet. Lionel is surprised that Satsuna knows about his old title, and he asks him where he heard it. Satsuna wasn't really sure about it at first, but since Lionel didn't argue against it, he finally confirms that Lionel is the one they truly call the Fist of Comet. This was a nickname that he heard in the Magic Corps in his past life. Fist of Comet was a powerful mage who was said to have defeated dragons with just a single blow. Apparently, Lionel had left the army by the time Satsuna joined, so he didn't get the chance to fight alongside him. Satsuna has been thinking about the whole thing, and without pride, bows to Lionel, begging him to teach him his magic. Lionel scratches his head nervously, saying it's been a long time since someone has called him the nickname. Satsuna then tells him that he doesn't need to worry about that, and Satsuna admits that Lionel is the strongest close combatant that he has come across. Lionel then asks Satsuna why he is seeking such power when he is already strong enough, already as he is. Satsuna then confesses that his power is not enough because he doesn't want to lose to anyone, even if he is going up against a damn deity. Lionel hears this and laughs out loud while saying Suna is truly an interesting kid. Lionel then agrees to teach Satsuna his magic. He lets him know that he normally would not teach the magic to a kid whose body is still growing. Lionel then pulls his fist together, shocking Satsuna because of the immense mana gathering present there. Just from gathering mana, Lionel's fist pulls rubbles like a tornado, and he reveals that his magic origin is why he was called the Fist of Comet. Apparently, he can't use the magic multiple times because it consumes too much mana. However, one shot is always enough for whatever he wants to do, and he urges Satsuna to watch closely. Lionel lets his fist go, and this leaves devastating damage to the area of impact. Satsuna's eyes light up in excitement when he sees the amazing power that Lionel wields. Lionel mentions that the technique requires constant gathering of mana, which is why it is not suitable for one-on-one battles like the tournament. He then asks Satsuna if he still wants to learn it even with this disadvantage, and Satsuna says yes. Since Satsuna is willing to, Lionel suggests that they start their training. Meanwhile, Carol has made it to the finals of the tournament, and she will be going up against Satsuna. She has a team meeting with a strange fellow, and while she is not looking, she is attacked by the strange dude who places her under some sort of spell in preparation for her match against Satsuna. A week later, Satsuna is looking very good during his training session with Lionel. Even Lionel is impressed, as he never expected Satsuna to have been able to memorize everything he told him in just a week. This was something that took Lionel at least 2 years to learn, but Satsuna has been able to learn it in a couple of days. Lionel commends Satsuna, telling him that he taught him the Fist of Comet, but Satsuna changes it up, renaming it to Charge Bullet. Soon afterward, the arena is packed with spectators, ready to witness the tournament final. The exhilarating final, which is between Carol and Satsuna, has everyone on their toes. Unlike before, people now think Satsuna has a chance. But at the same time, most believe that Carol will still emerge as the winner. The kids whom Satsuna helped are also present in the arena, and they are there to watch and cheer Satsuna on. This time around, the stage that has been selected is the ruins of the goddess to prevent people from getting hurt due to the fierce battle that is about to ensue. The mages put a barrier around the stage. Ila is glad to see this because Satsuna is finally in a stage that won't put him at a disadvantage. However, Lionel is still worried about the whole thing. Satsuna looks at the headmaster and he remembers the promise he made to him about teaching him his magic if he wins the tournament. Carol smiles as she talks about how Satsuna is looking brighter than before. She urges Satsuna to put up his best during the match. The two then take their position, and once they are ready, the referee starts the match. Carol immediately summons the Fenrir, and the beast releases a massive ice blast from its mouth. Satsuna barely dodges the attack, and he easily figures out that the beast is using a freezing attack. Carol is excited when Satsuna dodges the attack because it just shows how amazing Satsuna's movements are. However, she lets him know that she is not going to give him breathing space. She orders her beast to attack Satsuna again. And this time around, Satsuna multiplies his physical boost 10 times to dodge the beast's attack. With his incredible speed, he is able to evade all of the attacks that are aimed at him before slicing the Fenrir on its head. Ila is glad that Satsuna has finally done it, but Lionel lets her know that it is not done yet because summoned beasts are basically condensed mana. Lionel says the wound is nothing to the beast, and it would ultimately heal in no time. Just as he suspected, the wound on the Fenrir's head starts to heal. Carol is proud of her summoned beast and she commends it for showing what it is capable of. Just then, Carol freezes the entire stage, and thanks to the barrier, the freezing effect doesn't get outside. Apparently, the Fenrir's attack will be more deadly when operating on a freezing stage. Meanwhile, the strange dude who attacked Carol is also watching, and he wants to see what Satsuna plans to do against the beast. Satsuna finally realizes that he is at a disadvantageous position, and he decides that he is going to end the match with his new skill, Charge Bullet. Before he can make his move, Carol fires several attacks at him, causing him to stay on the defensive. As usual, his haters are already mocking him, saying he has no way of defeating a summoner. Even the kids are scared as they watch Satsuna get thrown around the ring. Just then, Lionel notices what Satsuna is about to do, and his eyes light up in shock. Ila notices this and asks him what the problem is. Lionel lies that there is nothing wrong, but deep down he knows that Satsuna is trying to use the Charge Bullet. Even though the skill cannot be used in a 1-versus-1 scenario, Satsuna can do this since he is pretty fast and moves around while charging the skill. Lionel knows that it is not an easy thing to pull off. But Satsuna is just a crazy dude. With the way Satsuna is moving, Carol starts wondering if he is scheming something, but she makes up her mind that she is going to prevent him from doing so. She immediately summons her beast bird, shocking Drago, who never expected her to have a second summon. Even Lionel is forced to admit that the girl is pretty talented because she is able to handle a simultaneous summoning. Before Satsuna knows it, he finds himself surrounded by two ferocious beasts. In no time, he gets jumped by the two, and this leaves a cloud of smoke in the arena. Ila thinks Satsuna is done for already, but when the smoke clears, Satsuna is seen blocking the beast with Mana Guard. Satsuna admits that Corolla is nothing short of an outstanding mage, which is why he was already expecting her to have a trump card. Carol cannot believe that Satsuna was able to deflect her attack, and while she is still trying to recover from the shock, Satsuna activates the charge bullet so he can finish Carol off. At the same time, the strange dude watching from behind the scenes snaps his fingers, and the spell he puts on. Carol kicks in. Carol screams out as the magic takes over her body. Satsuna screams as he leaps toward Carol to try and help. But just then, he senses the type of magic that affected Carol, and to his surprise, it is the evil god's magic. Satsuna is confused about the whole thing, and he starts to wonder what is happening to Carol. Carol raises her hand and summons a ton of evil beasts. But the watching spectators still don't understand that Carol is not the one doing the summoning. Lionel, on the other hand, quickly figures out that Carol is not the one emitting the strange mana that he is feeling. He screams at the referee to stop the match and lift the barrier too. Lionel wonders where the formation mage who put up the barrier is. Unknown to them, he has been knocked unconscious by the strange dude. Apparently, the barrier can only be lifted by the person who put it there. Satsuna now has a ton of beasts on his hands to fight. While dodging the beasts, Satsuna figures out that the person emitting the mana is most likely in the area. He decides to follow the trail of the mana. But while he is making his plan, the strange dude increases the intensity at which the beast will attack him to make sure that he doesn't have the time to cook a stupid plan. Because of the intensity of the attacks, Satsuna finds himself getting clawed by the summoned beast. Satsuna screams in pain as he is thrown to the ground. Satsuna manages to get up, but his hands are badly injured from the beast's claws. The strange dude, behind everything, is pleased that things are going his way, because there is no way Satsuna is going to know where the source of the mana is. He is also confident that Satsuna will soon lose his life thanks to the severe injury to his arms. Lionel is seriously worried because Satsuna is not being allowed any chance to use his charge bullet, and Carol is also at her limit. Lionel fears that Carol will lose her life if things continue the way it is. Carol manages to regain some part of herself, and she subtly tells Satsuna to run away. Satsuna is shocked when he hears this, but this confirms his suspicion that Carol is being controlled. Tears drop from Carol's eyes as she begs Satsuna to run away so he doesn't die. Satsuna tries to make a run for it, but the summoned beasts have so much coordination that they are able to intercept him. Satsuna then grabs the unicorn and he angrily throws it at the rest of the summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the headmaster remains in his seat and decides not to make a move. Elsewhere, Lionel is trying to find the mage who placed the barrier because he knows that Satsuna's mana is almost out. He hopes that Satsuna doesn't die before he finds the mage. Satsuna continues to struggle against the summoned beasts. Just then, one of the beasts appeared in Satsuna's blind spot and pierced Satsuna's thigh with its horn, ultimately making life hard for him. Ila gasps in horror when she sees that Satsuna's leg is ruined. Even the other students who are hating on Satsuna now believe that Carol is doing too much. Satsuna crashes to the ground, and the strange dude behind the scenes prepares his summoned beasts to finish him off. The Fenrir charges directly at Satsuna, but he uses his arm to protect himself. The Fenrir bites down on his arm, causing him unimaginable pain. Satsuna screams out, in severe pain. Satsuna then remembers a lecture session with Lionel, where he was asking them the most important thing that they need to do during battle. Drago says their target should be subduing the enemy with a single but powerful blow. Satsuna, on the other hand, believes that they need to keep the damage received to a bare minimum while closing in on their enemy. Lionel says they are both correct, but he lets them know that there is one more thing that they have not mentioned. Lionel then reveals that they need a fighting spirit above everything else which is needed to land a hit on their opponent. Because of this, Lionel decided to take them through an endurance training to help them in the most dire situation. Now that Satsuna is in such a dire situation, he has been surviving thanks to the training. Since the Fenrir is still pressing down on his arm, Satsuna finally gets the chance to charge his mana. He prepares to use the charge bullet, and this shocks the evil dude because Satsuna should be done already. He realizes that Satsuna has been hiding his mana charge using the beast's attacks. Since the summoned beasts are all out of control, Satsuna plans to finish all of them off at the same time. Satsuna pours all the mana into his right fist, and his eyes glow in rage as he prepares to unleash what he has in his tank. Since the summoned beasts are all lined up, Satsuna releases his charge bullet, and it cuts through the beasts, decimating all of them at the same time. Once he one-shots the beasts, Carol falls off the Fenrir, but before she hits the ground, Satsuna rushes over to grab her. Satsuna is glad to see that Carol is fine, and Satsuna heaves a sigh of relief. The students are blown away by Satsuna's display, and since Carol is knocked out, it automatically means Satsuna is the winner. Just as expected, the referee declares Satsuna the winner of the tournament. The referee glazes Satsuna as he tells the spectators that it has been over 100 years since a representative from the Close Combat Department won the Magic Academy exchange match. Satsuna rides the wave as he walks to the front to make a fist bump to celebrate his win. Those who are supporting Satsuna erupt in joy as they all cheer for Satsuna. Meanwhile, his haters are blown away by the type of technique that he used, which is something they have not seen before. Ila smiles with joy all over her face as it finally dawns on her that Satsuna has won. Drago is impressed by Satsuna's display during battle, and even the delinquent who bet on him made a lot of cash. Meanwhile, the strange dude who is operating behind the scenes is utterly disappointed that he wasn't able to finish Satsuna off, even with everything that he did. Enraged about his failure, he decides to cut ties with the Formation Mage since he no longer needs him. While clearing out his involvement in everything, he senses that they have tracked down the Formation Mage. Just as he suspected, Lionel finds the Formation Mage, but the strange dude is far gone already. Lionel rushes over to the Formation dude, who is totally out of commission. Just then, the barrier breaks apart, and the headmaster comes into the arena to talk to Satsuna. The headmaster talks about Carol, and Satsuna tells him that Carol was most likely under someone's influence. The headmaster already knows this, and he tells Satsuna to leave the rest of the problem to the academy. The headmaster is impressed with what Satsuna showed him during the tournament, and because of this, he assures him that he is going to keep his promise. Satsuna is glad to hear this, and he thanks the headmaster for keeping to his word. The headmaster stands up to leave, but he tells Satsuna to come to his chambers the next day. Momentarily, Satsuna heads to the medical room where he is attended to by a healer. After some minutes of working on him, she tells him that his external injuries are all healed, but it might take some time for his internal injuries to heal, and she advises him to rest up. Satsuna acknowledges this and thanks the healer for her help. Just then, they hear knocks on the door. The door opens, and it turns out to be Lionel, Drago, Isla, and the kids who have come to check on him. They ask him if he is fine, and he says yes. Isla is glad to see the dude hale and hearty, and she thanks him for his victory. Drago does the same thing, and he lets Satsuna know that he is the pride of the department. The kids rush over to him to tell him how amazing he was during the fight. After they are done rejoicing with him, everyone except Lionel leaves. Lionel then tells Satsuna that someone attacked the Formation Mage, but he is going to survive. Lionel says Carol is also shaken, but all she needs is rest. However, Lionel believes that she is going to be questioned when she wakes up. Lionel says Satsuna appears to be the target of the attack, and he asks Satsuna if he has any idea what is happening, but Satsuna just remains silent like a ghost. Later on, the strange man heads to Carol's room. He encounters barrier magic at the door, but he easily breaks through. He plans to kill Carol and then go after Satsuna once he is done. He is aiming to erase everything that connects him to Carol by killing her. Just as he is about to finish Carol off, Satsuna comes rushing in. He already knew that the strange dude would try to silence Carol. Satsuna is able to intercept him before he carries out his plan. But Satsuna is hit with the biggest surprise of his life when he realizes that the person under the hood is Leo. Leo laughs when he realizes that he has been exposed, but he reveals that he left no evidence behind. Satsuna agrees that he didn't leave any evidence, but after seeing what Leo was just about to do, he knows more than enough. Leo smiles heavily while suggesting that they talk outside because he can't stand the scent of medication. Satsuna agrees to this, and as they walk through the street, Satsuna can feel the impact of the injuries he sustained because his internal injuries are not fully healed. Leo then asks Satsuna how long he has known that he was the culprit. Satsuna reveals that after the ceremony where they chose their magic paths, Leo suddenly disappeared, and after thinking about him, he was struck with an ominous feeling. In addition to this, Leo lost his ticket to become the long-range department representative, which is quite weird. Leo is impressed that Satsuna is able to put everything together and come to a conclusion. Satsuna then reveals that he can sense the same mana he used during the tournament. Satsuna refers to the mana as someone else's mana, and Leo asks him what he means by that. Just then, Leo lets the dark mana take him with strange marks running down his face, and he reveals his surprise that Satsuna knows about the strange deity. Sweat runs down Satsuna's face when he realizes that Leo is no doubt working for the evil god. Satsuna then prepares to engage Leo so he can stop him and prevent him from causing further havoc. At the same time, Leo wants to eliminate Satsuna because he is already tired of him ruining his plans. Realizing that Leo wants to end him, Satsuna makes the first move and tries to slash him with his mana sword, but Leo easily nullifies his attack. Satsuna is shocked to see this, and he realizes that he has suddenly found himself in the same situation that he was with the evil dude. Leo then reveals that he has been granted authority over mana nullification by the evil god, and no matter what sort of magic he uses, it is never going to reach him. Satsuna doesn't want to believe this, and he tries another strike, but the result remains the same. Since the nullification spell only activates when it comes into contact with his attack, Satsuna wonders what will happen if he manages to get to Leo via his blind spot. He maneuvers his way to get behind Leo, and he charges toward him with everything. But just before he can get to him, the sword shatters again. Leo turns around to look at Satsuna to tell him that he is basically wasting his time because his mana detection is way faster than his. Before Satsuna knows it, Leo has hit him with a flame attack that throws him backward in pain. Leo then reveals that he wanted to go up against Satsuna when he is fully recovered, but it is what it is. Leo admits that Satsuna has done well for it himself because close combat mages are not that powerful the way he is. Leo believes that things would have been much better if he had chosen the long-range magic path. Nonetheless, Leo lets him know that it is the end of the line for him because he is about to die. Leo shoots a lightning attack into his thigh to cause him intense pain. Satsuna screams out loudly as blood gushes out of the wound. Satsuna figures out that Leo is most likely aiming for the wound he sustained during the final round of the tournament. While he is still in pain, Satsuna is forced to ask Leo why he is doing what he is doing. Leo then reveals that he is already tired of the world and he just wants it destroyed. Satsuna doesn't want to believe that this is the sole reason why Leo has turned evil, because he knows the destruction that comes in the end. Satsuna screams at him to shut his mouth because he doesn't want to believe that he is talking to the real Leo. Leo angrily charges at Satsuna, and Satsuna is already planning what he wants to do. He knows that he has to wait for Leo to reach him before he unleashes his manblade. Satsuna wants to do the same thing he did to the evil god at the last minute when he was fighting him. Satsuna is confident that he still has a chance against Leo, even though he is badly beaten. However, Leo changes the game and releases a long-range spell before he gets to where Satsuna is. Satsuna's eyes light up in shock as he realizes that Leo's casting time is way too fast. It dawns on Satsuna that Leo is receiving a boost thanks to the power of the evil god running inside him. Leo is about to finish Satsuna off when a voice echoes from behind telling them to stop. and what follows is white flames blocking Leo's attack from reaching Satsuna. The two are stunned when they see this because they obviously know who it is. Standing on the rooftop is the headmaster and his summoned dragon as he looks down on the two with a fierce and scary expression. The headmaster and his summoned beast jump down, and he apologizes to Satsuna for coming late. But Satsuna doesn't take offense because the principal literally just saved his life. The headmaster easily figures out that Leo was the one who caused trouble during the tournament. He reveals that he sensed the residual mana and followed the trail. Leo is impressed that the headmaster is able to figure this out, even though it is the least expected thing of him. Just then, the headmaster unleashes a powerful aura from his body that almost blinds her. He tells Leo that he has no choice but to take him in, even though he doesn't like suspecting his students. The dragon then fires off a powerful magic blast from its mouth to cover the entire area where Leo is standing. Satsuna is blown away by the amazing firepower that the beast boasts of. However, even with the scorching fire that the dragon just unleashed, Leo is still standing. He is able to block the attack using barrier magic. Leo admits that the dragon's power is amazing, and he definitely would have died if not for the authority given to him by the evil god. The headmaster is surprised to see Leo wielding magic nullification, as this is his first time seeing it in person. Setsuna then asks the headmaster if he knows about the magic. The headmaster reveals that the technique was recorded in his family's archives, the House of Silver Book. It is said that by the time the unknown dark powers awaken, the world shall be engulfed in disaster. Apparently, magic nullification is one of the said powers. Leo confidently tells the headmaster that his power is not going to work on him, and Leo starts cooking up a powerful spell that Satsuna recognizes as the three-element compound magic. The headmaster closes his eyes, and when he opens them, his eyes are golden. With a fierce voice, the headmaster tells Satsuna to take 2 steps to his right, and Satsuna can clearly see that the principal's eyes have changed. Satsuna follows the principal's instructions, and he barely dodges Leo's long-range attacks. The headmaster, on the other hand, effortlessly dodges all of the strikes like it's nothing. Leo is shocked when he sees this, because his attack is supposed to be a guaranteed hit. The headmaster senses his shock, and he asks him why he is shocked. He lets him know that he is not the only one with an amazing magical power. Leo admits that the headmaster has amazing power, but he doesn't think he has what it takes to dodge his next attack. Leo digs into everything that he has, and he unleashes a powerful dark aura that shoots up into the sky. Satsuna is gripped with fear when he sees the power of the evil god in action. Leo confidently tells Satsuna and the headmaster that there won't be any trace of them left anywhere. When the headmaster sees this, he is forced to admit that he is about to engage in a battle that won't be easy. Satsuna also realizes that things are about to get a lot worse because the entire place will be leveled if the two end up using their trump cards. The headmaster then makes a signal to Satsuna, and he quickly grabs on. The headmaster chants a spell that lifts him and his dragon into the air as he prepares an aerial assault on Leo. Leo realizes that the headmaster is trying to minimize the damage to the academy. With this, the dragon unleashes its powerful flames from above, and Leo meets it halfway with his own attack too. Leo's dark attack ends up overpowering the dragon's white flames. This leaves a loud explosion in the air, but the headmaster decides not to do anything else. Leo is surprised that the old man is giving up, and the headmaster lets him know that he is done. Just then, Satsuna appears behind the dragon, charging directly toward Leo with a surprise attack. Leo sees this, and instead of getting worried, he just smiles, telling Satsuna that he has no chance whatsoever. Leo puts up the dark magic in preparation for Setsuna's attack, and Satsuna lets him know that he is relying too much on the dark power. Satsuna is confident that his decision to pick close combat is the right choice, and he plans to prove his point with his current attack. Leo smiles, telling Satsuna not to underestimate the dark power. However, his smile fades away when Satsuna breaks through the barrier like it is nothing, before delivering a powerful blow to punch Leo to the ground like a drum. The impact of Setsuna's punch hits Leo so hard that the ground below him caves in. The headmaster is proud of Setsuna's ability and the way he handled the situation. Setsuna's gamble about speed, being a direct counter to the nullification, turns out to be right. Setsuna is glad again that he chose the close combat magic path. With Leo out, cold, Satsuna rushes over to the headmaster, who tells him that the situation has been resolved, but they need to treat his wounds first. Suddenly, they hear Leo's voice again. They turn around to see Leo standing up, and he admits that Satsuna is impressive. Satsuna cannot believe that. Even after everything, Leo still has the strength to get on his feet. Leo lets them know that it is time he shows them what he has in his arsenal. He releases a powerful dark energy from his body. And because Satsuna is in close proximity, he finds it hard to dodge. Satsuna whips out his mana sword, hoping to cut the energy attack with it. But the blast overpowers him, sending him flying. The headmaster screams out his name as he watches him get thrown to the ground. Losing consciousness, Satsuna figures out that Leo combined long-range magic and magic nullification. As he falls unconscious, he sees a memory of himself and Leo undergoing magic practice in the woods. It becomes so real that Setsuna now sees his head as the target board, with Leo aiming to finish him off. Leo makes fun of him for not being able to save anybody, even though they trusted him. This causes Satsuna to scream out in pain. When he wakes up, he finds himself in the infirmary with Ayla beside him. Ayla quickly rushes over to him, revealing her relief that he is alive. Ayla mentions that he has been unconscious for 3 days. Satsuna is shocked when he hears this, and he angrily grabs the sheets with the realization that he was defeated. He is angry at himself for losing to the power of the evil god twice. Satsuna finally gets off his head, and he asks Ayla about the principal. Ayla reveals that the headmaster is in his chamber. She is about to continue talking when Satsuna gets off the bed. Ayla is in disbelief as she asks him where he is going. Satsuna tells the girl that he needs to meet the principal to confirm something. Ayla tries to dissuade him since he still needs to rest. Satsuna taps her on the shoulder, apologizing for making her worry, but he lets her know that he has to go. Meanwhile, the headmaster is having a meeting with the professors of the school. Just as they rounded up the meeting and were about to leave, Satsuna rushed into the room. Satsuna screams out in worry, but to his surprise, the headmaster looks fine. The headmaster then reveals his relief that the kid is fine. Satsuna walks past the bitter Cyrus, and he just stares at him like some kid he needs to strangle. Lionel pats Satsuna on the shoulder, telling him how Drago and Ayla were worried about him. However, he decides to let him be so he can talk to the headmaster. Once the professors are gone, Satsuna bows his head to the headmaster, apologizing for not meeting up to his standards. Satsuna then asks the headmaster about the aftermath of the fight. Satsuna's wounds open up, causing him to grab his tummy in pain, and the headmaster urges him not to push himself too hard. The headmaster then decides to narrate the events that happened after he passed out. Leo decided to retreat because he had used up so much mana. He opened a portal to escape, and the headmaster just watched him disappear. However, the headmaster notices that there is something sinister behind the portal, and he figures out that he has to build up his strength in preparation for the main battle. After hearing this, Satsuna becomes particular about the eyes behind the portal, and the headmaster asks him if he knows anything that he doesn't. Satsuna hesitates, but the headmaster insists that Satsuna tell him every little detail that he knows. Satsuna is hesitant to talk, and the headmaster removes his left glove, reminding him that he already mentioned his hidden magic too. The headmaster says he wants to believe Satsuna, but he needs him to come clean. Satsuna is left in a conflict as he doesn't know if he is allowed to talk about the future. He also doesn't think the headmaster is going to believe him if he says he went back in time. The headmaster notices his stubborn refusal to talk, and he asks him if there is a reason why he can't talk about it. Just then, an idea comes into his head, and Setsuna asks the headmaster to check on the necklace of revival. The headmaster is surprised by this, and when he finally looks at the pendant on the necklace, he realizes that the blessing of the spirit of time has vanished. The headmaster wonders if the blessing has already been used in another timeline, and Setsuna confirms this. Setsuna then comes clean, telling the headmaster that he used the necklace 10 years in the future. He was able to use the power of the necklace, because he had his regrets. Satsuna explains everything to the headmaster, and after digesting everything, the headmaster agrees that the future is one that is hard to believe without evidence. However, the headmaster knows how insane it is to go back 10 years to the past. Realizing how much Setsuna has suffered, the headmaster stands up and pats him on the shoulders. The headmaster then tells Satsuna that he is going to be his strength from that moment forward. Satsuna's eyes light up with joy when he hears this, and he thanks the headmaster. Satsuna knows that he can now confidently fight the evil god with the headmaster working with him. He believes that they finally have a chance to save the world. The headmaster then tells Satsuna that he is going to teach him the second magic to counter the evil god. The headmaster reveals that it is called the spirit magic, and it doesn't exist anywhere else, because of how important the whole thing is. The headmaster suggests that they change environments. The headmaster then takes Satsuna to the large sacred tree, saying he used to train there. Satsuna is shocked to hear this, since he uses the tree for his training too. The headmaster then explains that the spirit magic is one that merges someone with a spirit using mana as a catalyst, and then houses great power in the body. Satsuna is shocked and confused at the type of impressive power that the headmaster is explaining to him. The headmaster then decides that it would be better if he shows him rather than explain. The headmaster tunes into his power, and his eyes become golden just like when he fought Leo. With a golden aura around him, the headmaster suggests that they play rock, paper, scissors. Satsuna is confused when he hears this, and the headmaster says he is choosing this since he can't spar with him because of his wounds. The game begins, and the headmaster defeats him in every round of the game. The headmaster then explains that he just witnessed one of the powers of the spirit of time. It is basically a precognitive eye that can see a few seconds into the future. The headmaster mentions that there are numerous spirits in the world. Apparently, if you make a contract with the wind spirit, it grants you the ability to fly. The spirit of water helps pass through physical attacks. Satsuna is blown away by everything the headmaster is explaining to him. Satsuna realizes that his close combat magic will become much better if he can master the headmaster's spirit magic. The headmaster says the magic requires a contract with a spirit, but there seems to be a step before that. Satsuna is curious about this, and the headmaster suggests that they get down to it. The headmaster closes his eyes and allows nature to run through his body. The headmaster then tells Satsuna that the spirits exist throughout this world, and all he needs to do is feel their presence. Satsuna gives it a try by closing his eyes and completely focusing while asking the spirits to lend him their powers so that he can counter the evil god. Momentarily, Satsuna opens his eyes, telling the headmaster that he wasn't able to get anything done. The headmaster then explains that this might be the case because of his resentment. Satsuna is totally confused about this, and the headmaster tells him that he needs to achieve inner peace if he wants to become one with nature. This is basically a situation where he feels what is going on around him instead of thinking about it. Satsuna then closes his eyes to give it another try. Satsuna admits that he is always overthinking things. He tries to concentrate, but his mind is all muddled up. The headmaster soon touches him on the shoulder, telling him to calm his mind and not rush. The headmaster confesses that it actually took him 3 years to become one with nature. The headmaster is confident that Satsuna should be able to master it before the arrival of the evil god, which is in 5 years. Satsuna disagrees with this, saying he has to master it as fast as he can because they never know when evil god apostles will attack again. The headmaster is confused about this, and Satsuna reveals that the apostles are said to have come from the same realm as the evil god. Apparently, each of the apostles possesses powers that are totally different from magic. Satsuna is pretty sure that Leo is one of the apostles because of the type of magic that he uses. Satsuna reveals that he only fought one apostle before his regression, and it was his long-range magic that gave him an edge because of how insanely strong the apostle was. The headmaster figures out that the apostles are using the 12 dark powers recorded in his family's legend. Satsuna then says there is a high chance that there are other apostles like Leo who are hiding in the world. The headmaster understands his worry but urges him not to rush himself because he might end up in a chaotic situation. Just then, the headmaster makes mention of the joint dungeon training, and he tells Satsuna that he might be able to learn one or two during the training. Satsuna doesn't understand this, and the headmaster assures him that his mentor Lionel will explain things to him in detail. The headmaster is confident that Satsuna will get the chance to surpass his limit during the training. However, he lets him know that it won't be easy, and because of this, he urges him to rest very well in preparation. Unknown to Satsuna, the headmaster has another surprise waiting for him in the dungeons. Elsewhere, Leo arrives at the castle where his fellow apostles are, waiting. He apologizes for coming late to the meeting, but the 10th Dark Apostle, Jagan, is already pissed. The 9th Dark Apostle, Puker, also makes fun of Leo, saying he was unable to kill a single student during his mission. Leo apologizes for his incompetence, saying he couldn't control himself in front of his best friend. He is saying this while wearing a smirk on his face, and this further pisses Jagan off. Apparently, Leo is the 12th apostle, and the situation between him and Jagan soon becomes awkward. They are about to attack each other when the 2nd apostle Satanakia stops them with just his voice. He reminds them that they are apostles, and they are supposed to act like it. Satanakia then demands personal reports, but Jagan is still not satisfied. He points out the fact that Leo is a failure, and he asks Satanakia how they are supposed to deal with him. In fact, he is ready to kill him, but Puker urges Jagan to leave the killing to him. Saint Nakia then tells his comrades to back off because he has already made an arrangement. It turns out that he has someone else already, and he is pretty sure that they are going to succeed on the mission. Days after the tournament, Satsuna returns to class, but Ila remains worried because she believes that he is not strong enough to start attending classes. Satsuna then says he will be fine since it is nothing more than a theory class. Ila then points out the fact that Satsuna mysteriously got injured again after the final. She wonders what happened, but Satsuna's mouth remains shut. It turns out that the headmaster has already told him not to divulge the existence of the evil god to anyone. The headmaster told him that he would only inform the professors whom he could personally trust about the issue. In addition to this, the headmaster says he is leaving the search for Leo and the protection of the school to the professors. Surprisingly, the headmaster postponed the training for the spirit magic. After thinking about everything that the principal said, Satsuna just smiles at Ila, as he usually does, and he apologizes for making her worry. Deep down, Satsuna is thinking about how he is going to recover fast so he can get even stronger. Moments later, Lionel enters the room telling the students about the faculty's joint training. The students are surprised to hear that there is joint training. Lionel explains that as the name obviously says, the training will be conducted together with other faculties. Basically, the exchange matches were used to learn the battle style of each magic. But this time around, they will be working together to know each other's limits so that they can break them. Satsuna easily figures out that the headmaster came up with the plan to help improve the mage's teamwork. Lionel mentions that the training will be held in the 1-star class underground dungeon. Because of how dangerous it is, the participation will be based on candidacy. Lionel urges the students to prepare themselves because the training will start in 2 weeks. Satsuna is fired up to be a part of the training, and he figures out that recovering is the first step to doing that. After class, Ayla suggests that she and Satsuna have dinner together. She manages to convince Satsuna by telling him that they need to eat a lot before the training starts. As they walk through the school, the students can't get Satsuna's name out of their mouths. They all talk about how amazing he is during the tournament. They are more impressed with the fact that he won the tournament by being a close combat mage. Ila notices the sudden change in students' attitude, and she tells Satsuna about it. Just then, the two run into a blonde-haired dude, Carl. Apparently, he is a noble, and he appears to be a proud one at it. Carl asks Satsuna if he was the one who won the tournament, and he says yes. Carl then presents Satsuna with a ridiculous offer by asking him to join his salon. Basically, the salon that he is talking about is the noble gathering, not the salon where they make hair. Carl confidently says only the respected nobles are invited to the community. Basically, commoners or close combat mages are not allowed. But Carl says he has made an exception for Setsuna. Carl is desperate to get Setsuna in his group, because he knows that this will automatically make them unstoppable. The background NPCs are excited when they see Carl scouting Setsuna himself. Carl then tells Setsuna that he needs the connection, because it is better he rolls with the big boys instead of rolling with a trash lady like Ila. Without thinking twice, Setsuna tells the dude that he is not interested. This shocks Carl to his bones as he was expecting Setsuna to jump at the offer. Setsuna lets Carl know that his magic is irrelevant and he is the one wasting his time, not the other way around. Carl is pissed by this and he accuses Setsuna of insulting nobles. He whips out his weapon, which is a golden blade, and he angrily dashes towards Setsuna, aiming to catch him off guard. Before he can get to Setsuna, Ila grabs his hand to restrain him. She tells him that personal fights are not allowed on the school grounds. With a scary look on her face, she subdues Carl. Carl finds himself totally overwhelmed, but can't do anything about it. His friends rush over to check on him, and Carl demands that Ila leave his hand. Carl and his friends are forced to retreat, but not before promising to report the issue to his father so that the two can get in. Trouble. Ila's angry face soon turns into a bright one as she turns around to look at Setsuna. Setsuna grins back at her with the realization that the girl is getting stronger. Just then, Carol shows up with a big smile on her face, waving at Setsuna. Setsuna reveals his relief that the girl has recovered and is doing fine. Carol is thankful that Setsuna saved her, and this is why she wanted to personally thank him. Out of nowhere, Carol asks Setsuna if he will be willing to come to her room. After the embarrassing proposal, Setsuna, Ila, and Drago decide to visit Carol in her private room. Carol is happy to have them around, and she tells them that she is going to prepare a homemade meal for them. Ila immediately offers to help since doing everything alone will obviously make her tired. Ila is glad that all Carol wanted to do was cook as she was already thinking it was something dirty. Drago starts, questioning why he was invited, and Carol lets him know that he believes in having a full house. When they step into the kitchen, Ila is blown away by the healing ingredients that Carol has in her kitchen. Carol says she is trying to cook healing dishes. Setsuna, on the other hand, is worried about Carol, but from what the headmaster told him, she doesn't remember anything about the incident with Leo. He wonders if it is because of the shock, or if she is suffering from memory manipulation. Setsuna is glad that everything went without a casualty, but he is sure other students might be under the apostles' target. Drago notices that he is completely carried away with his thoughts, and he calls him back to reality. Drago complains about the fact that Setsuna is always doing everything alone, and he urges him to take a break. Setsuna wonders if he can really take a break, like he said. Just then, they hear the two girls talking loudly from the kitchen. From the way they are talking loudly, it appears that they are engaging in a physical exercise, which is definitely not something as simple as cooking. Just then, Carol shows up, asking Drago if he can come over to the kitchen to help them. Drago accepts, but before he knows it, Carol straps Drago with a maid's apron, telling him that it is the only one available. With no choice whatsoever, Drago joins the girls in the kitchen, and in no time they finish cooking. By the time they are done, the dining table is filled with food, leaving Setsuna totally stunned. Carol apologizes if the food is too much, but Setsuna tells her that she has nothing to worry about. Setsuna is aiming to finish the food since they all put in the effort to make it for him. He grabs his spoon and he uses a physical boost on his tummy to enhance his digestion. Setsuna digs in and starts consuming everything in front of him, forcing Ila to ask him if he is okay. Setsuna says yes while staring at the delicious egg soup in front of him. Drago notices that he is interested in the soup and he lets him know that there is more if he wants. Drago makes sure to mention that he was the one who made the soup. Setsuna doesn't hesitate before accepting more of the soup, leaving Carol dazed because she just lost to a man when it comes to cooking. Setsuna is pleased with the fun that they are having, but he remembers that the same thing happened in his past life. However, everything was destroyed, thanks to the evil god. Setsuna is determined to prevent the same occurrence again. Before they know it, 2 weeks fly by, and they reach the day of the joint training. The students participating in the training are all present at the entrance of the dungeon, and Drago asks Satsuna if he has totally recovered. Satsuna assures Drago that he is back in top form, which is thanks to the healing meals prepared for him by Drago and the girls. With a good smile on his face, Satsuna thanks them. Drago is happy to help, and he says the effect of the food would have diminished if he hadn't eaten it continuously. Since Satsuna is in the same team as Drago, he is confident that he has nothing to worry about. Momentarily, their seniors start to show up. One in particular walks up to them and introduces himself as Mune, a third-year student from the formation department. He is accompanied by a lady called Yuzua. Drago and Satsuna also introduce themselves to the two. Apparently, they are on the same team, and Mune urges Satsuna to put his best into the training. After Mune and Yuzua walk away, Drago tells Satsuna that he looks like a good person, and he agrees. Unknown to them, Moyun is trash and he can't wait to sabotage them. Once the students are complete, they are addressed by the teacher in charge of the training, Giovanni. He tells them what the joint training is all about, and he lets them know that the dungeon that they are entering is the ruin of the sealed demon. He tells them that ancient undead are inside the dungeon, but it is a 1-star dungeon. Giovanni lets them know that they have to defeat the monsters during the training session. Giovanni informs them that their performance inside the dungeon will be recorded with the bracelet he is wearing, which is known as the Bracelet of Memory. In addition, the loot dropped by the monsters will be considered as bonus points. Apparently, the best team will receive rewards from the academy. However, the best individual student will have the chance to join the training of the kingdom's Megas Battalion. Satsuna hears this and gets excited. The Megas Battalion is the strongest mages in the kingdom, and this is where he met most of his comrades in his past life. He knows that joining the battalion again this time around might give him the chance to meet his former comrades. Giovanni then gives each student their own bracelet while telling them that they won't be going deep into the dungeons because they might meet dangerous monsters that they won't be able to handle. He then tells them to inject mana into their bracelet if they are in danger, and they are going to be transported back to the entrance. Satsuna, on the other hand, is aiming for the top spot, but he knows that Drago is also waiting to compete with him, making it 200 points. The two stare at each other while saying they are both eager to know how well they are going to perform. Once the teacher tells them to enter the dungeon, the two are the first to unleash a massive aura before rushing into the dungeon. From the story that Satsuna heard, the ruin was made by an ancient civilization, and most of it still remains unexplored. As expected, the monsters inside will be hostile toward intruders. Satsuna figures out that they are still in danger, even with the teleportation circle. Drago and Satsuna lead the way until they find a beautiful, spacious room with some ancient vegetation. This makes Satsuna question whether there was really an ancient civilization living in the ruins. He remembers the principal telling him that the training will be crucial for their future missions. Satsuna is aiming to master the spirit, magic, and also to be the top student in the training session. Momentarily, the other students finally catch up to them. Mifune talks about how fast the two were while he is completely exhausted. It turns out that they have finally reached the point where they are going to split up. After a quick deliberation, Mifune points to a path which he suggests they take. Mifune believes that going deeper is the right choice, and since they are in a point-based competition, Satsuna believes that Mifune is pointing them in the right direction. However, he notices that the wall in front of them is fake because the vegetation on it appears to be off. Satsuna then tells them that there is a possibility that there is a room behind it. Mifune doesn't want to believe this as he thinks it is a mere coincidence. Drago agrees with Satsuna, saying he can hear the sound of wind from the other side of the room. With a single punch, he destroys the wall. And it turns out that Satsuna was actually right about a room being behind the wall. Satsuna smiles at Mifune, saying that they are most likely on the right path with this. Mifune is forced to agree that Satsuna is right. With this, they dash into the new path, and Mune is confident that they will be able to make loads of points. Drago and Satsuna lead the way as usual, but they soon run into a falling boulder. Without hesitation, Drago takes control of the situation and he cuts down the boulder with his monosword. Satsuna is impressed because Drago appears to be hyped, and Drago confirms this, saying he wants to show people how impressive close combat magic is. In addition to this, Drago wants to do everything in his power to make sure that he doesn't lose to Satsuna. Suddenly, Satsuna senses a projectile coming towards him, but he is able to dodge the projectile at the right time, and it ends up hitting the wall. Drago realizes that their reaction time and insight have increased a whole lot. Drago then suggests that they should start clearing the traps so that Miyun and his companion can have an easy time on their hands. Shortly afterward, they find a room that houses a chest. Drago and Satsuna are still observing it when Miyun quickly claims ownership of the chest, ultimately taking the glory. He smiles innocently while thanking Drago for giving him the chest. Because he claimed the chest for himself, he was awarded 15 points. Drago is shocked to see this, and it finally dawns on him that they are in a battle of speed. With this in mind, he promises himself that he is not going to lose next time. Satsuna and Drago don't think too much about it, and they continue pushing further into the dungeon. Drago soon finds another chest through hard work, and just as he is about to grab it, Mune uses his long-range formation spell to grab the chest again. With this, Miyune now has 30 points on the board, and he is smiling innocently while doing all of these. Drago, who has been the one discovering the chests, is basically stuck on 0 points. Drago ignores the red flags, and he continues with the exploration of the ruins. He soon comes across an enemy knight, and after weakening the knight, Drago is about to finish it off. But just as usual, Mun leaps forward to cut the knight's neck, ultimately taking the glory again. Mun now finds himself on 40 points while the hard worker remains on 0 points. Momentarily, they run into a bunch of monsters, which requires teamwork. Since Mune cannot claim everything there, Drago manages to grab 10 points by taking out some monsters. Yuzua, on the other hand, has also reached 30 points. Not long after this, Drago finds another chest, and Mayun claims it, giving him 55 points. Soon afterward, Drago is already running tired after working so hard without a reward. Maf admits that he is strong, but he tells him that he lacks vision, which will stop him from moving forward. Drago, who is stuck on 10 points, is already pissed about the whole arrangement. Just then, Satsuna, who is on 25 points, steps up to talk. He mentions that how they are going to share the dungeon reward is a key part of everything that they are doing. But Mifune has been stealing Drago's points for himself. He asks Mune if that is the way he does his thing, and Mifune proceeds to mock Drago, saying he works with his brains unlike Drago, who is all brawn. Mifune then comes up with his logic of how humans use one another to achieve their goals. He suggests that the two do the same thing that he is doing if they are mad about it. Satsuna finally realizes that Muni is a freaking sly because he can easily teleport since he has 2 different formation magic circles. It makes things easy for him, but Satsuna has figured out the flaw of the technique. Satsuna also figures out that Yuzua has not been caring about the points unlike Mun, which suggests that she might have hidden intentions. The exploration continues, and Mun smiles at the two, saying they will soon clear the dungeon. Mun has reached 80 points while Yuzua is on 50 points. Satsuna is still stuck on 35 points while Drago is battling with his 10 points. Momentarily, they arrive in a room that feels awfully different, and Methan spots a chest sitting in front of them. Without thinking twice, he activates his teleportation circle so he can grab the chest. However, this turns out to be different from the other chests, as it releases a powerful dark fire that hits Mifune. An overwhelming aura emanates from the chest, and when it finally opens, a terrifying monster that has no business being in a 1-star dungeon appears from inside the chest. Apparently, the monster is known as the King of Death, and the dark fire that he emits brings about freaking nightmares. The team is surprised when the King of Death opens his mouth to speak, and he tells them that they are going to pay for disturbing his sleep. Satsuna concludes that the monster is extremely dangerous, and he tells Drago to take the wounded muffin out while he fights the monster. However, Drago is not willing to back off because he is seeing a body full of points, not danger. The monster then unleashes another blast towards the wounded muffin, but Satsuna saves him by cutting the fire. Drago charges toward the monster, but he suddenly encounters a magic circle. With no room to escape, he gets hit by the magic circle. Thankfully, he puts up his monoguard right on time, which ultimately saves his life. The King of Death then unleashes multiple magic circles at the same time. With this, Satsuna figures out that the monster is nothing short of a 4-star monster. Satsuna finds himself surrounded by dark fire on all fronts. At the same time, Methan has a target on his head. Satsuna is forced to scream at him, telling him to wake up from his slumber. However, Drago comes to the rescue by cutting down the dark fire. Mifune wakes up to the sight of Drago saving his life. Drago then stretches his hand toward him, asking him to help. Mifune grabs Drago's hand and finally gets back on his feet. Yuzua finds herself being targeted by the magic circles, and she freezes in fear, forcing Satsuna to rush over from where he is to save her. He asks her if she is fine, and with a bright smile she replies that she is, and she also thanks Satsuna for saving her life. Drago continues holding off the monster until Satsuna finally joins the fight, telling Drago that it is time for them to get serious. Instead of Mifune to support them, he is thinking about how they are going to steal the points and just get out. Drago notices that something is off about him, and he asks him if he is still plotting anything. But Muff claims that he has no bad intentions toward his saviors. However, deep down he is an awful person who can't wait to betray them. Drago then assures Mune that he is not getting the points this time around. Satsuna prepares himself to engage the monster, and he figures out that he couldn't finish Leo off during their last fight because he didn't have the time to properly use his charge bullet. In a flashback, Satsuna and Drago are undergoing a training session with Lionel. To help them get stronger, he brings out a bracelet infused with weight magic, telling them that they are going to get stronger if they get used to wearing the bracelet. However, he didn't want Satsuna to wear it because he was still recovering. Lionel explains that it is an old-fashioned method that needs to be used carefully. Instead of shying away from the challenges of wearing the bracelet, Satsuna is even hyped for it. Now, in the dungeon, Satsuna decides to take off the weight bracelets from his legs and hands. He is already used to it, and taking them off makes his body feel very light. Drago does the same, and just the sound of the bracelet hitting the ground shows that it is heavy. Mifune is shocked when he sees this, leaving him to wonder just what sort of strange item the two have been wearing. With the restrictions off, Drago and Satsuna dash toward the monster at high speed. They apply physical boosts to their body to help them move even faster. Drago goes after the magic circles, and he starts punching them to destroy them. Drago soon reaches the King of Death, and he tries hitting it on its head. But the monster grabs him by the leg. However, this doesn't save the monster as Satsuna appears from the side to kick the monster. The two are able to deliver a simultaneous attack on the monster, leaving a loud explosion. Mifune is shocked when he sees the entire attack area go up in purple smoke. Drago and Satsuna's teamwork has successfully decapitated the monster with their kick. Satsuna checks his points and realizes that it has increased to 50 points. And the same thing applies to Drago because they both defeated the monster at the same time. The points were distributed between them. Mifune is shocked when he sees this, and he realizes that Satsuna and Drago were not unleashing their full potential from the start. Satsuna then turns around to ask Yuzua about her injury, but to their surprise, she is nowhere to be found. They are wondering where she is when the ground starts to shake aggressively. The ground under them gives way, and Mune almost falls in, but Satsuna saves his life. He grabs him and pulls him back up, and when they look into the hole, they see a ton of undead monsters emerging from below. Realizing that they might not have what it takes to engage such a high number of monsters, the team is forced to move backwards. Satsuna is left to wonder why the dungeon is acting so differently. Before the team can get the proper chance to retreat, they are overwhelmed by the monsters. Satsuna screams at his teammates to aim for the heads if they plan to kill them. Mifune is forced to fight, but he realizes that they are not getting any points from killing the monsters. Momentarily, Satsuna figures out why they are not getting any points from killing the monsters, and this is because the undead monsters are getting revived by the power of darkness. Drago complains about the high number of monsters, and Mifune reveals that the dungeon is a strange one, because the monsters inside are not those of a one-star dungeon. Just then, Satsuna senses the source of the magic power, and it turns out that it is coming from the lower floors. Satsuna then asks the team if they can sense the same thing that he is feeling from the lower levels. Mifune doesn't get a whiff of this, and he thinks that Sununa's making a mistake. Satsuna assures him that he is not mistaken, but he doesn't know whose magic power it is. Since they are not sure, Drago suggests that they should confirm. He dives into the lower levels, and Mifune is hesitant to enter. Satsuna then tells him that he has no choice because staying on the surface will only lead to his death. Mifune is pissed about this, and he asks Satsuna if he is underestimating him. But Satsuna lets him know that he is basically telling him the reality of things. Satsuna reminds Mune that he doesn't have any other strategy but to steal points from Drago. With this, Satsuna dives into the lower levels too. Mifune concludes that the team in the dungeon are a mess, but he has no choice but to join them. As the battle continues, Mifune is forced to ask the two if they have been training together in the past, because they appear to be in perfect sync. Drago just mocks Mifune, calling him talkative, and Mifune defends this by saying he prefers to talk rather than listen to the annoying voice of the undead. Satsuna then points to his left, saying he can feel a strong magic coming from that direction. The trio follows the path, and they soon come across an eyeball monster that appears to be the source of the strange magic that they are feeling. Satsuna is blown away because it is his first time seeing an eyeball monster. Mifune, on the other hand, is planning something. Drago senses this and then acts as if he wants to stretch his hands before using the opportunity to hit Mifune in the face. Drago apologizes for stretching out of nowhere, but he has already carried out his plan. Just then, Satsuna destroys the eyeball monster while Mifune is still struggling with his face. This gives Satsuna 10 additional points to what he already has. Drago then senses that the monsters are converging on their position again, and this is probably because they have sensed that the source of their magic power is gone. Satsuna doesn't care, because they now have a chance to earn points by killing the monsters. Drago is also excited to take on the monsters, and when Mun sees this, he decides to brace up so he is not left behind. Before they start engaging the monsters, Satsuna then asks Mun if he knows anything about Yuzua's movements. Mun says he has no idea, and he believes that Yuzua ran away because she got scared. Satsuna, on the other hand, doesn't believe this. He knows that something is off about Yuzua because she doesn't look scared when they are attacked by the Death King. In addition to this, they have been encountering strange monsters that they have never seen before in a one-star dungeon. Since the eyeball monster was supplying dark magic, Satsuna wants to believe that the apostles are involved. With this in mind, Satsuna figures out that Drago and the other students are in danger. Satsuna can only hope that Ila and the others are safe wherever they are. Just then, the monsters come, rushing toward the three, and Drago excitedly welcomes them because all he can see are bonus points. Without holding back, the two start beating up the monsters like a Cherokee drum. Drago ends them with his strong punches while Satsuna slices them to bits with his mana sword. By the time that they are done wiping out the monsters, Satsuna manages to reach 200 points, and Drago has 210 points. Mifune also has 100 points, and since he has reached his desired points, he believes that it is time for him to leave. Drago is surprised, and he asks him if he has no intentions of looking for Yuzua since she is his friend. Muni laughs when he hears this, and he reveals that Yuzua is not his friend because he only just met her yesterday. Muna claims that Yuzua was the one acting all friendly with him. Mun believes that the girl is already outside, crying her eyes out in fear. Satsuna is surprised to hear that it was just yesterday that they met. Muni is tired of talking, and he tries to teleport away by activating the bracelet. But to his surprise, it does not work. Mune is shocked to see this, and Satsuna lets him know that their only choice is to walk back to the surface. Mune tries to call Satsuna to this reason that something is wrong. Drago agrees with Mune as he asks the same question. Just then, Satsuna senses the strange magic power from earlier again. Just then, Satsuna tells the two that he is leaving to find Yuzua, but he assures them that he will be fine. Mun is surprised to hear this, and he starts asking Satsuna if he has somewhat fallen in love with Yuzua. Drago disagrees with Satsuna, telling him that he is going with him. Satsuna then tells Drago that he can sense a strange magic power from below them, and he urges Drago not to push himself in the face of danger. Drago agrees to this, but the cowardly Mifune believes that they are supposed to head outside to report the situation to Professor Giovanni. Mun then asks why Satsuna is so confident that Yuzua is below them. Satsuna reveals that he can sense Yuzua's faint mana. Satsuna then tells Mun that he is free to leave so that he can report the situation to Giovanni. Satsuna and Drago continue into the deeper floors of the dungeon, leaving Mifune conflicted. He wants to follow the two, because he is scared of going out alone, and while he is still thinking about what he wants to do, Drago comes back to pat him on the shoulder and tell him to join them in, searching for Yuzua, so that they can all leave the dungeon together. Mun has no choice but to join them with the hope that they find the girl fast, so that they can leave. As they move deeper, Mun asks Satsuna how he is able to sense Yuzu's mana when he and Drago can't. Satsuna then answers that he is able to do this through constant practice, but Mayun believes that he is full of BS. Suddenly, Drago senses cold air hitting them as they get to the lower floor, and he realizes that the atmosphere is also different. They soon hear a strange sound coming from a distance, and Satsuna points in the direction from which the noise is coming. Drago leads the way, and he realizes that there is someone in front of them. Suddenly, it dawns on them that it is Yuzua. Drago is still asking her if she is fine when they realize that something strange is going on with her. Her face is popping out like the undead, and she is sitting on a magic circle. Surprisingly, she stretches her hand forward, asking the trio to help her. Mun starts regretting all of his life decisions as to why he followed the two. Drago wants to grab Yuzua, but Satsuna stops him, telling him not to get close to the girl. Drago is surprised when Satsuna says this, and Satsuna explains that what he is staring at is an ancient trap. Satsuna has figured out that the traps in the dungeon are most likely activated by an item powered by dark magic. This was something he witnessed in his past life, and he is skeptical that Yuzua intentionally used the item on herself. Satsuna believes that the entire thing is planned out by someone else behind the scenes. Satsuna then tells the team that the trap can only be destroyed by special magic. They need a magic weapon to basically destroy the magic circle that Yuzua is sitting on. Satsuna tells the team to leave the handling of the magic circle to him, and Drago gives him free rein to handle it. Satsuna whips out his mana blade, and he charges it up before striking the magic circle with it. A strike from Satsuna is able to destroy the circle, breaking Yuzua away from the influence of the magic. Yuzua falls into Satsuna's arms, and before she completely passes out, she says something about not allowing Satsuna to go further. Satsuna is left wondering what she means by this. Just then, Satsuna notices the source of the magic power, which is the earring that she is wearing. Mifune quickly jumps in saying Yuzua was reckless, which is why she ended up where she is. He asks Satsuna if Yuzua will be fine. Satsuna answers that he honestly doesn't know, but suggests that they regroup with the others. Satsuna carries Yuzua on his back, and he is confident that the event is the handwork of the apostles. Drago lets Satsuna know that he has a lot wants to ask him, but he is going to wait until they leave the dungeon. Satsuna then asks Mune if the bracelet has started working. Mun tries out the bracelet, but the result remains the same, leaving him to ask if Giovanni gave them a defective magic tool. Satsuna tries Yuzua's bracelet, but it also doesn't work. Drago then suggests that they continue moving, but suddenly the room is rocked by an earthquake. This triggers their sense of emergency and they start running for their lives. Mifune is already crapping his pants as he wonders what is going on with everything. Momentarily, they find themselves trapped, even though Drago tried his best to break a path for them to follow. Satsuna suggests that they find a safe path, instead of using brute force to break through the blocked path. On the other side, Ila and her team are searching for students who are trapped under the rubble. Ila and her team soon find a student trapped under rocks, and they help him out. Ila then uses her brooch's healing magic to help ease the dude's pain. While healing the student, Ila is secretly praying that Satsuna and Drago are safe. Still trapped behind the rubble, Drago asks Satsuna if he can't do anything with his charge bullet. Satsuna replies that he can actually do it, but it is risky since the force from the skill might end up triggering another earthquake. Drago then says they should be fine as long as they are able to remove the rubble. Satsuna is worried because the air is getting thinner, and before they know it, they will find it difficult to breathe. To make it worse, they have exhausted themselves from fighting the monsters. Satsuna then tells the team that there is actually a way for them to get out of the situation, but it might require them to go deeper underground. Drago is worried about Mifune and Yuzua, but Satsuna says he will be carrying out the mission by himself. Mifune is surprised at just how confident Satsuna is. Mifune agrees that Satsuna is strong, but he lets him know that there are stronger monsters residing in the deeper levels, and because of this, Mifune thinks it's best for Satsuna to stay with them. Satsuna then replies that he might be wrong, but he thinks the reason for the earthquake is that the dungeon boss has woken up. Basically, they can't teleport back to the surface because the mana is being overridden by a stronger mana presence. Satsuna lays it out for them, saying that the dungeon is no longer a one-star dungeon. Drago is impressed by just how much knowledge Satsuna has in his small head. Satsuna doesn't override the compliment because he knows so much, thanks to the fact that he has been exploring dungeons in the past. Mayun then asks Satsuna if Drago will be staying back with them, and he says yes. Mayun then urges Satsuna to mark his path just in case things go south. Satsuna agrees to this while assuring the team that he is going to save them. As Satsuna steps out to carry out his plan, he wonders just how powerful the dungeon boss is, since it is able to easily affect the dungeon and the monsters. Satsuna is also worried about just how effective close combat magic will be. While taking on the undead monsters in his path, Satsuna wished that he had fire magic, or purification magic, because it would have made things easier. Basically, the downside to close combat magic is that it lacks elemental attributes, and most of the magics are direct attacks. Nonetheless, Satsuna is able to easily take down the monsters, thanks to the unexplainable fire burning inside him. While Satsuna is trying to save them, Drago is trying to find a way through the rubble. Mifune then finally admits to how impressive the close combat magic is because he has been cheating, but the two were simply outshining him. Mifune sounds pathetic while saying this, and Drago tells him to stop being the P-word, because they are definitely leaving the dungeon alive. Suddenly, they hear Isla's voice from behind the rubble. Drago quickly screams out, telling Ila and his team that they are trapped and they need help. Ila places her ear on the rubble to clearly hear Drago, who tells her that they are all trapped, aside from Satsuna, who is looking for a way out. Without wasting time, Ila and her team get down to removing the rubble. As Satsuna moves deeper, he notices that the atmosphere has changed. He soon notices an exit in front of him, but there is no way to access it because it is blocked. All thanks to the boss's awakening. Satsuna looks around but can't see anything. But at the same time, he knows that he can't let his guard down at any point. Suddenly, he senses a strange aura behind him, and his spider senses kick in, forcing him to immediately jump from where he is. The unknown monster attacks where he was previously standing, leaving massive destruction in its wake. Satsuna barely escapes death, and when he turns around to check out what sort of monster it is, he almost dies from fear. The monster turns out to be the terrifying double-headed Hydra, and without a doubt, the exhausted Satsuna has somehow found himself in a 2v1. Satsuna wonders if the Hydra is the cause of the dungeon's weird patterns. Satsuna then notices that the Hydra's body is corrupted, which means it was forcefully resurrected by someone. Without thinking too much about it, Satsuna figures out that the only one strong enough to do this is someone blessed by the power of the evil god. Satsuna is still analyzing the situation when the Hydra unleashes a green mist from its body. Even though Satsuna doesn't know the components of the mist, he knows that he can't afford to be dragged into it. Satsuna leaps backward, but he figures out that the only way out of the dungeon is for him to defeat the Hydra. Coming to this conclusion, Satsuna holds his breath, ready to effectively engage the Hydra. Satsuna leaps into the air and charges directly at one of the monster's heads. He lands a hit, causing the monster to get really mad. It attacks frantically, but Satsuna moves out of the way before getting hit. Satsuna runs to the monster's back, all while holding his breath. Satsuna reveals that he was used to fighting hydras in his past life, and the hydra obviously doesn't die unless the heads are completely destroyed. He knows he has to cut down the heads one after the other. However, his last attack did nothing thanks to the monster's thick skull. Satsuna makes another move at the monster while aiming for the soft spots. He targets the neck area, and he successfully cuts down one of the heads. However, Satsuna almost gets melted by the liquid attack unleashed by the surviving head. Satsuna's cape is shredded, but he manages to get out of the situation in one piece. Satsuna is thankful that he wasn't hit by the corrosive attack, because it would have been the end for him. As if things are not bad enough already, Satsuna watches the hydra's decapitated head grow back. Satsuna figures out that the hydra is able to regrow its head thanks to the regeneration ability provided by the undead power. It finally dawns on Satsuna that the only way out of the situation is to cut the two heads at the same time. Satsuna knows that defeating the hydra would have been much easier given that he was able to use long-range magic attacks. Satsuna then decides that his only option might be to try out the secret move he has up his sleeve. In a flashback, Lionel finds Satsuna trying to conjure two Manasa swords, but he is having a difficult time with them. Lionel commended him for even getting stronger than his peers, and Lionel figures out that his body is unable to keep up with the impressive image that he has in his head. Lionel told him that it usually takes 20 years for a capable close combat mage to do what he is trying to do. Lionel lets him know that his body as a student is underdeveloped and his mana path is also blocked. Lionel revealed that the first thing he has to do is to train to control his mana from inside his body. After hearing what Lionel had to say about the technique, Satsuna finally realizes that the mana control between a long-range mage and a close combat mage is totally different. Satsuna then sits down to properly learn how to control his mana. Now that he is facing the hydra, Satsuna figures out that the only way out for him is the technique, even though he hasn't tried it out yet. He figures out that doing it safely with the first sword is the way out. Once he is able to safely carry out the first sword attack, he can then do the second sword strike. Satsuna jumps toward the hydra, and he is able to land a hit using the mana sword, but it doesn't achieve the desired result. Satsuna realizes that he needs more strength to do this. He tries landing on his feet, but the hydra shocks him by hitting him with its tail. Satsuna still manages to land on his feet, and he decides to give it one more try. While he is still trying to cook up his attack, the hydra shoots the corrosive liquid at him. Satsuna barely dodges the attack by changing position at great speed, all while excessively draining his mana. He notices that something is putting pressure on him, and he assumes that it is the hydra's poison. Satsuna figures out that he needs to end the fight as fast as he can. He runs at the hydra with the clear thought that he has just one chance. He holds his breath and concentrates while leading the hydra on. The hydra chases after him, but thanks to his maximum concentration, he is able to pull out two mana swords at the same time. Before the hydra can react to the sudden change in Satsuna's movements, he has decapitated the hydra, leaving a massive and gory explosion behind him. Satsuna is thankful that he was able to pull it off, but he knows that he still has a long way to go in fully mastering the technique. Just then, a strange dude appears in the room, clapping for Satsuna and commending him for being able to defeat his creation, even though he is just a close combat mage. The dude finally understands how Satsuna was able to defeat Leo. Satsuna finally gets a good look at the dude's face when he comes closer, and it turns out to be their professor, Giovanni. However, Satsuna doesn't show any sign of fear and nervousness, leaving Giovanni more impressed. Satsuna lets Giovanni know that he is not surprised because he is always expecting the unexpected to happen. Giovanni commends Satsuna's amazing knowledge of how things work. Satsuna then tells him that he has two things to ask him. Satsuna wants to know if Giovanni is an apostle and why he is also doing everything that he is doing. Giovanni takes a moment before revealing that he was impressed by Satsuna's display at the tournament. Because of this, he was interested in getting an undead to make it his puppet. it turns out that he was the one who afflicted Yuzua with the magic that affected her. Setsuna is pissed that Giovanni planned everything from the start. Giovanni claims that Yuzua wanted to become his ally, and all he did was to fully use her to his own advantage. Giovanni is glad that she was not suspicious of the earring that he gave her. But Giovanni is not happy with the fact that Yuzua resisted being an undead at the last minute. Setsuna is tired of hearing the trash that is coming out of Giovanni's little mouth, and he promises him that he's going to defeat him. On the other hand, Ila and the other students have been able to move the rubble out of the way to save Drago, Mayuni, and Yuzua. Drago thanks everyone involved in getting him out of the hole that he was trapped in. Ila then points out that the ground is no longer shaking, and Drago says there is the possibility that Setsuna has defeated the dungeon boss already. Mifune gladly tells them that the bracelet's mana signature is also back online. Ila then suggests that they move up a bit so that they can teleport to the safe area. Drago, on the other hand, tells Ila that he is heading back to find Setsuna. Drago tells Ila to take care of the other students, and she acknowledges the order, saying she will be waiting for him outside. Drago thanks Ila, and he runs back into the dungeon's deeper level. Back to Setsuna and Giovanni. Giovanni is excited to see how Setsuna plans to make him pay for his sins. Setsuna angrily dashes toward Giovanni, aiming to punch him to the afterlife. But Giovanni blocks Setsuna's attack with a freezing attack. Setsuna's punch ends up hitting an ice wall, shocking him. But before he knows what is happening, an ice spike emerges from below. Setsuna barely escapes, being impaled to death, but he leaves with a clear cut to his face. Giovanni makes fun of Setsuna, telling him that he has no chance of defeating him because his attacks are more effective against a close combat mage. Setsuna quickly figures out that Giovanni, being a formation mage, can launch counterattacks. Without thinking twice, Setsuna concludes that he has to finish the fight as fast as he can. However, he is running on empty mana thanks to his previous battle against the dungeon boss. Setsuna figures out that Giovanni's magic is the same as Mayun's. This means he has to do something at the teleportation destination before activating his magic. With all of these running through his head, Setsuna dashes toward Giovanni. But before he lands his hit, he looks around to sense where Giovanni's magic circle is. However, it is too late as he gets impaled in the shoulder by an ice shard. This pierces him really hard, and he cries out in pain. Setsuna crashes to his knees in pain, and Giovanni makes fun of him, telling him to give up. Setsuna assures Giovanni that he is not going to give up until he breaks the curse on Yuzua. Giovanni is shocked to hear this, and he asks how Setsuna knows how to break the curse. Giovanni also asks him why he is so passionate about saving Yuzua when the girl was ready to sacrifice him to become an undead. Giovanni then tells Setsuna that he will easily break the curse on one condition, which is pledging allegiance to him. Giovanni grabs Setsuna's head like a baby while saying this, but Setsuna angrily replies that he is never going to pledge allegiance to an evil dude like Giovanni. Setsuna tries punching Giovanni's head, but he blocks the attack with an ice wall again. However, Setsuna has figured out where Giovanni will be this time. Around. Just as Giovanni is emerging from the magic circle, Setsuna is already onto him with his mana sword in hand. Giovanni is shocked when he sees an enraged Setsuna in front of him. He can't believe that Setsuna has already figured out his magic pretty fast. With no time to react to Setsuna's surprise attack, his hand gets sliced off. However, Giovanni is an evil dude with much in his arsenal. He smiles while commending Setsuna for his wise moves. Giovanni then grows his hands back, revealing that he is also an undead. He claims that he was saved by the evil god when he was on the verge of death. He calls himself the evil god's masterpiece because he has been given the power of immortality. Giovanni starts talking about his stupid logic on how weak humans are because they grow old and die. Because of this, Giovanni plans to turn all humans into undead. Giovanni grins at Setsuna, reminding him that he doesn't have any strength left to fight, and he urges him to surrender when he still can. Setsuna knows that Giovanni is not wrong, because he is starting to lose consciousness, but he wants to find a way to defeat Giovanni before he is totally knocked out. Suddenly, Setsuna senses his friend's mana, and he smiles. Knowing that help is on the way, Satsuna decides not to do anything again, and Giovanni activates the magic circle under him so he can start the ritual. Just when he starts to concentrate on the ritual, Drago appears behind him, and he throws a rock at him. The rock flies at a crazy speed that it tears Giovanni's head apart in the mouth region. Satsuna then follows through with an uppercut, but Giovanni's body turns into ice again, ultimately escaping to another magic circle. Drago runs to Satsuna, asking him if he is fine, and Satsuna thanks Drago for coming just in time. Drago is worried about how badly injured Satsuna is, but Satsuna tells him not to worry about him because he can still fight. Satsuna then asks about their seniors, and Drago explains that they were saved by Ila. Drago assures him that they are already escaping the dungeon, and Satsuna smiles knowing that Ila is growing into a reliable person. Giovanni emerges from one of his magic circles, enraged that Drago interrupted his ritual. Drago is shocked to see Giovanni, and Satsuna explains to Drago that Giovanni is behind everything that has happened. Drago is pissed that a traitor is in the academy and lets Giovanni know that he is going to punish him. Satsuna explains that Giovanni turns his body to ice and then launches a counterattack whenever he is attacked. He tells Drago that he has to dodge the attacks as fast as possible. Satsuna then says Giovanni can teleport, but he can't do it continuously. Satsuna tells Drago that he has to attack Giovanni, forcing him to teleport while he waits for him at his teleport destination. Satsuna figures out that Giovanni's regeneration is getting slower, and he believes that he will be able to finish him off at his teleport destination. With their plan intact, Drago charges at Giovanni. Just as expected, he turns into ice, disappears to the next teleport destination. However, Satsuna is already waiting for him, and even though he risks suffering a frostbite, Satsuna doesn't care. He punches Giovanni so hard with his fists that have been imbued with mana. Satsuna delivers a right-hand punch and follows through with a left-handed punch, piercing through Giovanni's body as he screams out like a pig. Giovanni is sent crashing into a wall, but he is missing most of his upper body from Satsuna's rage-filled attacks. Because of how much he has pushed himself, Satsuna crashes to the ground. Giovanni, on the other hand, is not yet done, and he brings out an item given to him by the evil god, which will allow him to fuse with the Hydra. Giovanni activates the magic item, forcing him to morph with the Hydra, and he angrily tells the two that he is going to make sure that he kills them for making him use his trump card. Drago's face reeks with fear as he watches the terrifying and ugly transformed Giovanni stand tall above them. While Satsuna is lying on the ground, totally battered, he figures out that he and Drago are just going to end up dead with the way things are going. With his blurry vision, Satsuna notices that there is a burning image displayed in Giovanni's transformed body. He remembers what the principal told him about spirit magic being the process of enhancing the body by assimilating a spirit, which can only be achieved through a total state of emptiness. Now that he is totally out of energy, Satsuna can finally sense the state of emptiness that the headmaster was talking about. He realizes that a spirit is in the air, and with his last breath, Satsuna begs the spirit to lend him its power so he can save his friends. Suddenly, he hears a voice telling him to shut his mouth. Satsuna is shocked, and out of nowhere, he finds himself in a strange dimension. He wonders where he is because the environment looks totally different from inside the dungeon. Just then, he looks behind him to see a giant fiery creature staring down at him. Satsuna wonders if what he is looking at is one of the spirits that the headmaster was talking about. And if this is the case, he realizes that the spirit has a titan form with an aggressive monoe form. Satsuna's legs are visibly shaking just from standing in the presence of the fiery spirit. Satsuna manages to pull himself together, and he tells the spirit that the evil god threatens the safety of him and his friends, and to save them, he needs his power. The spirit looks down on Satsuna before opening his mouth to tell him not to be arrogant. The spirit gets mad and unleashes a fiery aura from its body, causing the entire ground where it is standing to erupt in fire. Satsuna is blown away by how powerful the fire magic is because he feels affected even though he is standing at a distance. The spirit looks even more terrifying than before, and he asks Setsuna if his request is going to benefit him in any way. Before Setsuna knows what is happening, he gets hit with a fiery boulder which pins him down. Setsuna is shocked, and he asks the spirit why he is acting all strange. The spirit then replies, telling Setsuna that he is not obligated to agree to his requests. The spirit shows how serious he is by choking Setsuna further with the boulder, while increasing the intensity of the fire. Setsuna soon finds himself engulfed by fire, and the spirit reveals his intention to make the realm hell for him. Setsuna is consumed by the fire. This causes unimaginable pain, forcing him to scream. However, Setsuna knows that he has to find a way to persuade the spirit, or else it is going to be the end for him and his friends. The spirit is surprised when it realizes that Setsuna is still conscious, even though he has increased the intensity of the fire. The spirit knows that a normal human should have passed out. Just then, the fiery spirit senses the presence of the spirit of time in Setsuna, leaving him to wonder why. Setsuna is not ready to give up, even though he is getting roasted like a chicken. He screams out, telling the spirit to listen to him. The spirit is surprised to see how much Setsuna is resisting, and he also notices the presence of the evil god and his apostles. Once Setsuna realizes that the fiery spirit knows about them, he tells him that what he wants is to defeat the apostles. The fiery spirit remains stubborn, telling Setsuna that he is just going to burn him to ashes. Setsuna then replies that he doesn't care, because he has no intention of backing down. This reaches the fiery spirit, and he finally tells Setsuna to prove himself. He releases a massive wave of fiery breath on him that engulfs his entire body down to his soul. Setsuna is completely overwhelmed by the fire, but he manages to stay conscious by using the well-being of his friend as a focal point. Setsuna is in so much pain, but he maneuvers his way around by telling the fiery spirit that he can't do it until he defeats the evil god and his minions. The fiery spirit is surprised to see just how much Setsuna is willing to endure. He admits that no one has ever endured a whole year in his dimension. The fiery spirit cannot believe that Setsuna is taking all the pains just because he wants the power to save his friends. Momentarily, the fiery spirit realizes that Setsuna is losing consciousness already, but he has shown enough to impress him. Because of this, the fiery spirit bestows upon him his powerful crest, while telling him to get rid of the evil god and his detestable minions. With this, Setsuna is sent out of the fire dimension and he returns to his body. Meanwhile, Drago is getting battered by Giovanni because he can't properly defend against his ice attacks. Giovanni is surprised that even after everything that he has done to him, he is still standing. Giovanni cannot believe just how stubborn he is in defending his pride. Giovanni lets him know that his stubbornness is not going to lead him anywhere. Drago finds himself unable to move because Giovanni had hit him so badly with his ice powers. Giovanni easily grabs Drago, telling him that he is about to finish him off. Giovanni then tells him that he will kill Setsuna, whom he has been protecting. Once he is done with him, Giovanni makes fun of Drago, telling him that he and his friend will get along well as corpses. Giovanni throws Drago to the ground like he is trash. And, since Drago can't use Monoguard again, there is no way to defend himself. Drago lies on the ground watching Giovanni prepare to finish him off. Finally, accepting that he is going to die. Drago remembers how his father told him to protect his friends using the close combat magic. Drago is disappointed that he is unable to fulfill his father's wish. Giovanni angrily unleashes his corrosive attack on Drago, leaving a cloud of dust. By the time the dust clears off, he is expecting a mangled body, but to his surprise, there is no one there. All that is left is the damaged ground where the attack hit. Giovanni starts wondering where Drago disappeared to, but he suddenly feels a warm presence close to him. He turns around to see Setsuna in a bright and fiery new form staring at him. Setsuna had managed to grab his friend away from danger just at the right time. Setsuna looks totally different with red hair, thanks to his awakening. Giovanni is left stunned as to what sort of form Setsuna has suddenly awakened with. He is still thinking about this when Setsuna disappears from where he is standing. Before Giovanni realizes it, Setsuna has reached him. Setsuna delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying into the wall. Giovanni crashes hard into the wall, leaving him wondering how a close combat mage is able to use elemental magic. Giovanni soon realizes that he didn't just receive damage from Setsuna's attack. The attacks have also damaged his regeneration speed, causing it to ultimately slow down. He figures out that Setsuna's flame is far from normal. Just then, it dawns on him that there is another crest on Setsuna's hand. Giovanni doesn't want to believe the fact that Setsuna now has two magic paths in his body. Suddenly, Giovanni finds himself trembling in the presence of the amazing firepower that Setsuna wields. Giovanni doesn't want to accept that he is actually scared of Setsuna. Giovanni then motivates himself with the fact that he is an undead who has conquered the idea of death. He unleashes a poison mist from his mouth, claiming that it is a broken skill that no living being can handle. Setsuna proves him wrong by simply cutting through the poison wave with just a flamed-up punch. He easily pushes the poison wave aside, shocking Giovanni to feel his bones. Giovanni is still asking himself where Setsuna is able to get such power when Setsuna dashes toward him at great speed. Setsuna hits Giovanni with a flame-powered punch, forcing the F-word out of him. Giovanni is thrown across the room, but to his surprise, Setsuna has not even started yet. Just then, Setsuna misfires the power, and he loses consciousness. Giovanni realizes that Setsuna is still a newbie when it comes to the power, and he makes fun of him for passing out during battle. Giovanni immediately takes control of the situation, and he tries to hit Setsuna by punching him, but to his surprise, Setsuna dodges the hit. Giovanni is shocked at this, leaving him to wonder just how Setsuna was able to dodge it. He figures out that Setsuna is moving based on instincts, and he thinks of restricting his movements to properly defeat Setsuna. Giovanni unleashes his ice powers, and it turns out to be a direct hit. The ice shards penetrate Setsuna's body, restricting him to one place. Giovanni commends Setsuna's powers, but lets him know that he is still a baby when it comes to fighting the big boys. Giovanni then runs towards Setsuna, aiming to decapitate him, so he can prove that being an undead is much better. Just as he is about to reach Setsuna, he sees his arm flying in the opposite direction, leaving him shocked. He looks down to see what happened, only to see Ila standing in front of Setsuna with her Monana sword in her arms. Ila apologizes to Setsuna for coming late, and she assures him that nothing will happen to him again. Giovanni is pissed at himself for putting all of his focus on Setsuna, which is why he didn't see Ila enter the room. However, he is not worried about Ila as he plans to end Ila very quickly. Ila turns around to check on Setsuna, and because of the changes happening to Setsuna, Ila is left to wonder what is happening to the dude. Nonetheless, she is willing to protect Setsuna as long as she can. On the other hand, Setsuna finds himself back in the fire dimension. The fire spirit makes fun of him for losing consciousness to just a weak level of flame. Setsuna expresses his concern because he thought he had become one with the fire spirit. Just then, Setsuna notices that Ila has joined the fight, and she is in danger. With this in mind, Setsuna starts begging the fire spirit to teach him how to properly wield the power so he can return to the real world. The fire spirit then tells Setsuna that he will have to find an answer himself, because this is the first time he will be granting a human his power. Setsuna is shocked to hear this, and at the same time he sees Ila struggling against Giovanni. Ila tries to hold her place against the terrifying beast, but Giovanni is way above her league. He hits her repeatedly before smashing her into the iced-up Setsuna. Ila coughs up blood, but she is not ready to give up. She remembers Setsuna telling her that she can become stronger as long as her resolve is strong. Ila starts burning up with the desire and right resolve to protect her friend. However, she is still no match for Giovanni. She gets hit even more, but this starts to spark something crazy inside Setsuna. The fire spirit adds more fuel to Setsuna's determination, asking him if he is ready to be alongside his potential girlfriend. When the fire spirit doesn't get a response from Setsuna, he decides to end Setsuna himself. He releases a massive firepower that engulfs Setsuna totally. Giovanni is still toying with Ila when he suddenly realizes that something has changed. Setsuna steps up with flames engulfing his body. He leaps toward Giovanni and grabs him by the head before activating the magic of the Flame Spirit Inferno Blaze. The flames from Setsuna's body totally fill the area where he is standing. Setsuna pushes Giovanni down with just one hand while releasing a powerful fire magic from his body. Satsuna tells Giovanni that he claims immortality is good, but he reminds him that humans work really hard to get everything they want because they know that they have limited time. Setsuna then reveals that he was able to properly understand the flame magic when he was about to die. Giovanni deems Satsuna's power an impossibility, but Satsuna increases the intensity of the fire until there is nothing left of Giovanni again. Just then, Satsuna hears Ila calling him and asking if he is the real Satsuna. Satsuna replies that he is unchanged, while assuring her that everything will be fine with a big smile on his face. Satsuna walks toward Ila, thanking her for protecting him while he was out cold. He asks her about her wounds, and she assures him that she is fine, and that she is also glad that he and Drago are also fine. From the other side of the room, Drago confesses that he never expected Ila to come. Ila reveals that their seniors have already escaped with the teleportation magic, but she had a bad feeling, which is why she decided to come and check on them. She also told the other students to explain what is happening to the professors, and because of this, she is sure that they will soon arrive to help. Satsuna is about to commend Ila for her hard work, when the amount of power he has used takes a toll on him, and he loses his mobility. He crashes to the ground, and his red hair returns to his normal hair color. Fortunately, help arrives at the right time. A rescue team rushes into the room saying they heard about what happened, which is why they came to help. One of them grabs Satsuna to help him, but he tells the rescuers to help his friends first. He then looks up to see that his friends are being attended to. Satsuna smiles, realizing that everything turned out well. With this, he finally passes out, and when he opens his eyes again, he realizes that he is now in the infirmary. Satsuna regains total consciousness with the realization that he has become a day-to-day customer in the infirmary. Nonetheless, he is glad that everything turned out good. Just then, Lionel enters the room, revealing his shock that Satsuna is already awake. Without saying too many words, Satsuna is already asking after the well-being of his friends. Even Lionel talks about this, saying Satsuna is always worrying about his friends, even though he was totally out of commission for 3 days. Lionel then tells him that his friends and his seniors are all fine. He is apparently the last one to wake up in the group. Lionel says he heard how he fought a strong opponent, but he assures him that the entire aftermath has been handled by the headmaster. Satsuna is glad to hear this, but he knows that there is a lot that remains hidden from them. Just then, Lionel tells Satsuna that he is sorry, but Satsuna is confused as to why the teacher is apologizing to him. He then reveals that he heard about Leo's incident from the headmaster. Lionel then says the principal had told them to conduct an internal investigation because there are still a load of dangerous people like Leo in the school, but the recent incident has delayed it. Lionel is pissed that they were not able to notice Giovanni's ambition and ended up putting the students' lives in danger twice. Because of this, Lionel tenders his sincere apology. Lionel assures Satsuna that he is not going to allow such an incident to happen again. Satsuna cannot believe that his teacher is bowing to him and quickly tells him to raise his head. He tries reaching Lionel, but the pain in his body drags him back. Lionel urges him to calm down because his body is still suffering from the after effects of using his mana too much. On the other hand, he assures him that all of his injuries have been cleared out, thanks to healing magic. Lionel says this is all thanks to the person who rushed into the dungeon to help him, and this leaves Satsuna wondering just who it is that helped them. Just then, the said person enters the room, and it turns out to be the bald-headed Professor Zakari. Zakari has a plate of cut apples in his hand, and he gives them to Satsuna. Lionel then hits him in the back, reminding him that he still has something that he wants to tell Satsuna. Zakari finally puts his head down, and he apologizes for the way he treated Satsuna during the orientation exam. Zakari revealed that he used to be an honor student in the academy, but when it turned out that the only magic path he could use was close combat magic, he was abandoned by his friends and family. Zakari was still suffering from the trauma of what happened to him. which is why he was pissed at Satsuna for choosing the close combat magic path when he obviously had other paths he could have chosen. Nonetheless, it turns out that Satsuna's team has the highest score in the joint training, and Satsuna's score is the highest recorded in the close combat department. Because of the incident that happened, the joint training with the kingdom's megas battalion has been cancelled. However, Zakari is pleased that Satsuna is able to show everyone that the close combat department is not trash. Surprisingly, Zakari thanks him for everything that he did to help. Satsuna is blown away by how Zakari is talking like a whole different person. Satsuna also apologizes for his rudeness during their first encounter. With the two settling their differences, Zakari leaves, assuring Satsuna that they are going to be meeting in class. After Zakari is gone, Lionel brings out a glove, saying the headmaster told him to give it to him. Satsuna is confused about why the headmaster is sending him a glove, and Lionel reminds him that the spirit crest on his other hand is one no one has heard of or seen before. Satsuna then asks Lionel if he knows about spirit magic, and Lionel reveals that the other name they call spirit magic is ancient magic. It is basically the magic that triggered a great war among mages hundreds of years ago. This is why everything that concerns the spirit magic is banned. Lionel urges Satsuna not to use the magic in front of anyone because he is done for if the Holy Church finds out about him. Satsuna has always heard about the magic that caused the war, but doesn't know that it was the spirit magic. Nonetheless, Satsuna wants to know how Lionel knows about the magic. Lionel then confesses that it was the headmaster who explained it to him. Lionel adds that the principal has told him about everything, including how Satsuna regressed. Lionel assures Satsuna that only he and the principal are aware of this in the entire academy. Satsuna is relieved that Lionel now knows about it too, but he wonders if Lionel is the best person to know. Just then, Lionel lets Satsuna know that he doesn't care what kind of life Satsuna lived in his past life. All he cares about is the fact that Satsuna is a student of the academy. Satsuna is relieved to hear this, and he thanks the professor for this. Satsuna asks about the headmaster, and Lionel tells him that the old man will be away for some time because he found some clues about the apostles. Satsuna is curious when he hears this, but Lionel tells him to ask the headmaster himself when he comes back. Lionel leaves the room, urging Satsuna to rest so he can recover, because he has something to tell him afterward. This further increases Satsuna's curiosity because he doesn't know what Lionel is hiding from him. Satsuna then realizes that he would have been dead meat if not for the power of the spirit. Although it was all thanks to Layla's confidence in him, Satsuna is worried that he might not have what it takes to use the power again. Satsuna removes the bandages to stare at the crest, and he admits that the flame's power was incredible. Suddenly, he hears the spirit's voice telling him that he is a mere human, and he should not think he has the strength to wield his power. Satsuna is confused as to where the spirit is talking from, until the spirit finally shows itself in a physical form, and it sits on Satsuna's head like a loyal puppy. The spirit jumps off of Satsuna's head before introducing himself as Blazer. Even with how cute Blazer looks in his animal form, Satsuna can't get the terrifying image of how he previously saw him out of his head. Blazer rushes to the window to see how much the world has changed, and he is blown away. Blazer says everything is so huge, but Satsuna knows he is feeling that way because he is small. Satsuna then asks Blazer if he is that impressed with what he is seeing. Blazer admits that human society might not be special, but because it is his first time seeing it in his current form, he is blown away. Since it is his first time, Satsuna asks him why he chose his current form. Blazer, being the proud dude that he is, says he has no obligation to answer, but he decides to make an exception. Blazer then reminds Satsuna that they are connected via the crest, and since he needs to manifest physically, he needs mana. However, he can't manifest in his true form because Satsuna will just run out of mana in no time. This is basically why he chose his current form, and Satsuna finally understands what isn't clear to him. However, it dawns on him that this might be his only chance to know everything that he needs to know about spirits. Satsuna then decides to ask about the Great Magic War from hundreds of years ago. He asks him if he was involved in the war and what happened at the end of the war. Blazer realizes that Satuna is a sly dude, but he decides to answer anyway. Blazer tells Satuna that he doesn't remember much about the war, but he knows he went on a rampage just as his contracted human wanted him to. Blazer then stops there, saying he is not interested in the past and just wants to live in the moment. Blazer leaps off the bed and runs out of the room, forcing Satsuna to chase after him. Satsuna is scared that things won't end well for him if the church finds out about the existence of a spirit. He puts on his glove, ready to capture Blazer before this happens. Blazer runs through the school like a lost cat. While Satsuna tries chasing him down, Blazer runs past students who are surprised to see such a weird creature. While some are weirded out, some think Blazer is a cute creature. Satsuna finally catches up to Blazer, but Blazer still makes fun of him for having such a weak body. Blazer decides to push him further, and he runs away again. Satsuna has no choice but to continue chasing Blazer, and he knows that things would have been better for him if he were in the perfect condition. Joel spots Satsuna running toward him and he thinks he can get his attention, but Satsuna just runs past him like he is invisible. Joel cannot believe that he just got ignored by Satsuna, but the same thing happens to Carl too. Meanwhile, Cyrus is watching from behind a pillar as Satsuna tries to catch up to his rogue pet. Satsuna soon finds himself in a classroom, but there is no sign of Blazer anywhere. Satsuna looks up to see that he is in Mun's class, ultimately shocking him. Mafun hears the girls in his class mocking Satsuna, but he quickly steps in, telling them with a serious tone not to mock his friend. The girls are surprised when they see Muffy defending Satsuna, and even calling him a friend. Mifune then tells Satsuna that the atmosphere in the school changed towards him because he scored the highest during the joint training exercise. Mifune knows that it is that way because none of the other students know the real story. Satsuna smiles, saying he never expected to be called a friend, and Mun lets him know that whoever he can use is worth being his friend. Satsuna grins, talking about how unique Mun's personality is. Mifune then tells Satsuna about Yuzua, and he lets him know that Yuzua is no longer in danger, but she is still suffering from the after effects of what happened to her. Basically, she's being interrogated by the professors. Satsuna hears this, and since he knows how meticulous Giovanni is, he doesn't think he is going to leave any trace. Just then, Satsuna asks Mifune if he has seen any red animal in the area, and Myun tells him to head toward the courtyard. Satsuna looks from the window and sees Blazer running in the courtyard just like Mifune said. Satsuna thanks Mifune and continues his chase. Meanwhile, people are already gathered as they are all attracted by the type of animal Blazer is. Some wonder if it is a magical beast, while others think Blazer is a pet. Blazer, on the other hand, couldn't care less as he enjoys himself with some flowers. Satsuna stands by the corridor shouting Blazer's name, and this catches Actor's attention. Because of the way Satsuna is calling Blazer, Actor quickly figures out that the creature is his pet. He decides to act rashly by punishing Satsuna through his pet, trying to act like he is protecting the students from a magical beast. Actor decides to attack Blazer with ice magic. Blazer watches as the ice shards fly towards him, and all he does is blow out some flame from his mouth to entirely destroy the ice shards. Actor is shocked to see this, and he almost dies from fear when Blazer smiles at him in a creepy way while asking him if he just attacked him. Blazer then decides to teach Actor a lesson as he breathes fire on him, burning him up a bit. Actor screams in pain before rushing off to avoid further damage to his body. Satsuna witnesses everything unfold from where he is sitting, and he is only glad that his pet is okay. Just then, it dawns on him that the students might be in danger since Blazer can use his powers even in his animal form. Some students who witness the incident also get curious about Blazer, but they decide to back off when Blazer wants to associate them with Actor. Satsuna is still standing on the balcony when Ila arrives on the scene. Satsuna fears that his friend is in danger, and he tries rushing toward Ila. However, the pain in his legs prevents him from doing this. Ila is now face to face with Blazer on his guard because he was attacked by Actor. Just then, Ila senses a familiar presence in Blazer, and she walks toward Blazer, asking him if he was the one who helped Setsuna in the dungeon. Ila, being the nice and modest girl she is, goes on her knees, and she bows to Blazer, thanking him for helping her friend. Blazer is impressed by Isla's attitude, and he commends her for it. Setsuna is shocked when he realizes that Blazer is no longer trying to hurt people, and his mood has totally changed. Ila then reaches into her basket and brings out one of the fruits that she wanted to give Satsuna. She offers Blazer the fruit, and he happily accepts the gift. Blazer bites into the fruit, and his eyes light up in happiness because of how delicious the fruit tastes. Setsuna cannot believe just how easily Blazer can be domesticated. Later on, Blazer joins Setsuna and his friends in the dining hall. Blazer sits on Ila's lap while consuming everything sitting in front of him. Drago is blown away by just how much Blazer can eat, and he asks Satsuna what kind of animal he is. Satsuna nervously answers that it is a magical beast. Satsuna decides not to tell his friend about Blazer's original nature because he might be in danger if the church later finds out. Satsuna is relieved that Blazer is not acting aggressively toward the students. Satsuna thanks Ila for her help, and she replies that she only did what she could because Blazer only acted the way he did because he was surrounded by a lot of people. Blazer himself soon notices that his presence is drawing the attention of the students, and since all they are doing is gossip, he decides to let them off. Satsuna is also relieved that all the students believe that Blazer is nothing but a rare animal. Blazer turns to Ila, telling her that he won't mind making her his subordinate if she continues bringing him gifts. Thankfully, Setsuna is the only one who can actually hear Blazer's voice. Setsuna then thanks Ila and Drago for saving him in the dungeon. Ila lets him know that it is their duty to save him as their friend, and Drago agrees with her. Drago then reaches into his pocket to bring out a letter that was sent to him by his parents. They heard the news that his team got first in the joint training exercise, and this made them really proud. Satsuna is happy to hear this, and Ila tells Satsuna that she is worried about Giovanni's real identity. Satsuna tells her that he shares the same worries because he doesn't know all the details, but he thinks they might have a lead once they are done interrogating Yuzua. Satsuna initially thought Giovanni was an apostle, but the only impressive power he showed was fusing with the Hydra, which makes him really weak to be an apostle. Just then, Drago asks Satsuna what sort of power he used in the dungeon because it clearly wasn't close combat magic. Ila then cuts in, telling Drago that Blazer lent Satsuna the power that he used. Blazer is impressed that Ila has some really keen eyes to have known where the power was coming from. He rolls around on Ila's lap while being patted on the head, and Satsuna concludes that Blazer has been domesticated by the girl. The kids are enjoying themselves when Cyrus suddenly shows up, calling on Satsuna. The other students in the room wonder why Cyrus is there, and with the type of expression that they are making, Cyrus can clearly see that they don't want him there. Cyrus decides to act like the shameless man he is by asking Satsuna about Blazer's origin. Cyrus claims that he has never seen such a magical beast before, and he starts wondering if it is a banned magical beast or not. Satsuna already knows that things won't end well if Cyrus continues with his stupid accusations. Cyrus then moves closer to Satsuna to talk directly to his face while reminding him that he was supposed to register his pet in the academy. The moment Blazer hears Cyrus call him a pet, he starts getting really mad. Cyrus tells Satsuna that he will have to get rid of Blazer if he can't explain how he came about. Just as Blazer is about to lose it, Zakari shows up in the dining hall. Zakari interferes in the case, saying he was the one who received Blazer's registration form, but he misplaced it. Zakari bows to Cyrus, apologizing for his carelessness. Satsuna cannot believe that Zakari is helping him out, and Cyrus uses the opportunity to mock Zakari, saying he was once a top student, but he has become trash. Zakari doesn't take offense at this, and still continues acting the role of a fool just to get Cyrus to get off Satsuna's back. Just then, Drago gets off his seat, and Cyrus thinks he is about to do something rash, but Drago rushes over to Zakari to thank him. Drago claims that Zakari was the reason they were able to come out first in the joint training exercise. Satsuna and Ila then join in, thanking Zakari for his help. Zakari is moved to tears by the way the students are treating him, but Cyrus cuts in again, saying that they are all acting in a skit. However, The rest of the students in the hall soon join in as they talk about how the close combat department is now ranked above the long-range magic department. They mock Cyrus for acting, all high and mighty. Even though his department is no longer the top dog in the academy, Cyrus is forced to leave the hall, but he tells Zakari to submit the registration form the first thing in the morning. Satsuna is relieved that everything has been resolved, because just a minute longer and Blazer would have lost it. Satsuna thanks Zakari for helping them, even though he didn't know the details of the situation. Zakari tells Satsuna that there is no need to thank him because he knows that there is a reason for him to have brought the magical beast into the school. Drago and Ela smile at the professor, calling him a role model for other professors. Blazer, on the other hand, is in no way impressed. Later that day, Satsuna is in the schoolyard when a phantom beast brings a letter for him. The letter turns out to be from the headmaster, and he congratulates Satsuna on being able to acquire the spirit magic. The headmaster talks about how worried he is that Satsuna might not be able to control the power, and he wishes to show him, but he can't, since he will be away for some time. However, he has asked someone else to teach Satsuna in his absence. Satsuna is surprised to learn that there is actually a way for him to control the power. The headmaster then tells Satsuna that Lionel will be the one to introduce him to the said person. After Satsuna is done reading the letter, it self-destructs. Meanwhile, the old woman whom the headmaster has asked to teach Satsuna the magic is pissed that the headmaster is exposing her identity. Enraged, she promises to end Satsuna with her own hands if it turns out that he is some incompetent kid. Elsewhere, the headmaster has called an emergency magic meeting with his fellow elders in magic. The other members don't want to believe that there is an evil god because there is no evidence to support this, and the headmaster lets them know that the enemy has not left any evidence whatsoever. The headmaster reveals that this is one of the reasons he has come to ask them for help. The members of the council all think the headmaster is going crazy, even after hearing everything that he just told them. One of them even thinks the headmaster is suffering from amnesia. Momentarily, the headmaster leaves the meeting with Lionel waiting outside for him. He asks him about the meeting, and the headmaster reveals that it was hectic. Lionel was already expecting this, and at the same time the headmaster was not surprised that the council members did not believe him. Lionel adds that they obviously cannot tell the council members that they reverse time with forbidden magic. The headmaster then says his efforts might actually have some meaning if the apostles decide to make a move. The headmaster then asks about Setsuna's health, and Lionel tells him that he is slowly recovering even though it will take him time to fully recover. The headmaster chuckles, saying, his new teacher is a strict person. The headmaster hopes that Satsuna fully recovers before he meets his new teacher. Later on, Satsuna wakes up to see Carol smiling over him. Satsuna quickly sits up in fear, asking Carol why she is there. Carol reveals that she heard that the dude is sick, which is why she brought him some food, so that he can quickly recover. Satsuna finally smiles when he hears that there is food. Carol assures him that it is the recipe that Drago taught her. Satsuna also thanks Carol for looking after Blazer, because apparently she and Isla are both taking care of the fire spirit. Carol reveals that she even bought some bread to feed Blazer while they were walking in the streets. Carol says, Blazer sounds so cute, and Satsuna figures out that what others can hear is just a cute animal voice. Carol then talks about how amazing Ela is because she is treating Blazer with no hostility. Satsuna is surprised to hear this, and Carol lets him know that it is actually a difficult thing to do. Carol says she is able to sense this because she is also close to her phantom beasts. Satsuna is happy to have Carol around just like Isla, because she has been taking care of him since the dungeon incident. Satsuna figures out that he needs to recover quickly so as to get guidance on the spirit magic. Momentarily, Carol stands up to leave for class, and she tells Satsuna to bring Blazer over while promising to introduce him to Fenrir. Since Carol and Isla are both taking care of Blazer, Satsuna thinks it's best for him to get more information on the spirit magic. He grabs a book, which is detailed on the events of the Great War, which was around 200 years ago. Apparently, the followers of the ancient magic were trying to control other mages, and this resulted in a fight between the two sides. The power of the ancient magic was incomparable, but as expected, only a few mages could use it. In the end, the regular mages won, which led to a peaceful world. Basically, the moment an ancient magic mage is spotted, they are immediately subjected to interrogation and even possible purging. Just knowing about the spirit magic is considered to be dangerous. And because of this, Satsuna knows fully well that he has to keep Blazer's identity a secret. Satsuna figures out that he might finally have a chance to defeat the evil god if he manages to master the power of the spirit magic. Satsuna then remembers that there are some events that didn't happen in his past life, and he starts to wonder if he is doing the right thing. Some days later, Satsuna has recovered from his injuries, and he and Lion will pack their things to head out. Carol is worried that Satsuna is already leaving the academy just when he recovered from his injuries. Carol asks him if he will be fine, and he says yes, saying the training will be during the course of the school's holiday. Drago is not surprised that Satsuna is already heading out for another training, and he assures him that he will also be training in his absence, so he doesn't lose to him. Ela, on the other hand, is already getting very close to Blazer, and she is sad that he will be going for a while. Blazer acts like a saucy lady while telling Isla to prepare loads of fruit for his return. With everything sorted out, Satsuna thanks his friends for helping him out, and he says goodbye to them. As they walk away, Lionel pats Satsuna on the shoulder, telling him that he has some really good friends. Satsuna agrees to this, but deep down he is worried about Blazer because he doesn't know if he can take care of him by himself. At the same time, he can't leave Blazer with Isla all the time. Since their destination is quite far, Lionel tells Satsuna that they will be using the lizard carriages for their means of transportation. Even though it is hard to master riding them, Lionel lets Satsuna know that it is the only choice they have for long-distance travel. Lionel tells Satsuna that all he has to do is cling to the lizard. The stable owner then tells Satsuna that the lizards are quite fast and he might end up having a rough ride. He lets Satsuna know that he has no intention of taking responsibility for any injury sustained during the ride. Satsuna assures the man that he is not going to hold him responsible. Satsuna believes that the entire thing depends on how well he resonates with the lizards. He walks up to one of the lizards and pets it on the head before leaping on it. The stable owner is surprised that the lizard didn't throw a tantrum, and he concludes that everything will turn out fine. He apologizes for looking down on Satsuna because of his age. He reveals that most people of his age usually struggle at the start, but unknown to the man, Satsuna has a ton of experience with the lizards, since he is living his second life. After commandeering the lizards, Lionel and Satsuna set out on the journey to meet his new teacher, Blazer. He enjoys the ride, and he admits that it is refreshing, but Lionel is struggling with the lizard's high speed. Soon afterward, they run into some ladies on a lonely path, forcing them to come to a full halt. With the way they are dressed, Lionel figures out who they are, and the ladies confirm that they are servants of Morgana, the witch. Satsuna remembers that Morgana was the name written on the letter that he received from the headmaster. Lionel then gets off the lizard, telling the ladies that they are on their way to meet their master. He asks the ladies if they are there to welcome them, and one of the ladies arrogantly tells Lionel that she has no intention of meeting a close combat mage. The lady's voice sounds completely different, and the aura from her body also feels different. In addition to her scary appearance, she is wielding a scythe, and Lionel asks her if she is Morgana. It finally dawns on Satsuna and Lionel that the ladies are most likely dolls created by alchemy. Apparently, Morgana is speaking through the dolls, and she expresses her discontent that Satsuna was chosen by a magic spirit. However, she tells Satsuna to defeat the girls if he is truly a chosen one. Without warning, the girls unleash a massive aura blast from their weapons, forcing Satsuna to whip out his manblade to cut down some of the incoming attacks. Lionel also dismisses the lizards so that they don't get hurt in the conflict. Lionel manages to block some of the attacks too, and Satsuna figures out that Morgana is a really powerful mage for her dolls to be releasing such an overwhelming amount of magic power. Momentarily, Morgana becomes disappointed with Satsuna's display, and she reiterates why she doesn't want a close combat mage. Lionel hears this and decides that it is time to get serious. He whips out a large, Mana Blade, ready to show Morgana why she shouldn't look down on a close combat mage. Satsuna is also ready to fight his heart out to show Morgana that he is not some piece of trash. The dolls keep spamming magic balls at the two, but Lionel tells Satsuna not to back down. Lionel assures Satsuna that he is going to take care of the energy attack. With just one slash from his blade, Lionel cuts down the energy ball, leaving a huge impression on Satsuna. He is stunned at how much power Lionel can wield with just his mana blade. The two now have direct access to the three dolls. They charge at each other and Satsuna figures out that the lead doll has a lightning-imbued weapon, the scythe. Satsuna barely avoids having his head chopped off by the scythe as he leaps backward. The other dolls follow through with long-range attacks, forcing the two to jump back even further. Lionel tells Satsuna to stay on guard, because even light contact with the lightning attack will get him electrocuted. The two have their hands full as the lead doll pushes her sword into the ground to generate a powerful energy blast that puts the two in a defensive mode. Morgana speaks through her doll, teasing the two about not being able to handle elemental attacks since it's a rare branch of magic. Satsuna knows that the elemental magic that Morgana uses is a very tricky one for close combat mages since it causes damage to the body when touched. Other magic paths would have had it easy since their mana is far from the body. Morgana then unleashes golems at the two, while still making fun of them for losing to an extension of herself, which are the dolls. Just then, Satsuna makes a daring move to show them that close combat magic hasn't even reached the peak yet. He dashes at one of the dolls at light speed, and before she can react, Satsuna lands a hit. Lionel also takes on the other doll and delivers high-powered punch to her body to take her out. Satsuna soon finds himself going up against the doll with a scythe, and Satsuna thinks of the best weapon he can use in the scenario. He whips out a hook-shaped monosaur as he leaps toward the doll. He is able to use this to hang from the tree, forcing the doll to miss her strike. Once the doll is open, Satsuna kicks her in the head. The doll immediately retreats as she realizes that Satsuna has started taking advantage of his surroundings. Lionel is dealing punishment to one of the dolls, when Satsuna warns him that the scythe-wielding doll is heading straight for him. The doll manages to get to Lionel's blind spot, and she tries pushing her weapon into him from behind. The attack appears to be guaranteed to hit, but Lionel manages to dodge it, and all he leaves in his wake is a cloud of dust. Just then, the three dolls come together to hold each other's hands so that Satsuna and Lionel won't have any opening to attack them. The trio unleashes a powerful water elemental magic, taunting the two and asking them how they plan to break it. Satsuna is confused about what to do because he would have had it easy with Charge Bullet given that it was close range. Just then, Blazer walks up to Satsuna, telling him that he will easily break the magic if he uses his power. In fact, he might end up destroying the entire forest if care is not taken. Blazer wastes no time activating his power, and the crest on Satsuna's hand comes on before his body is engulfed in fire. Blazer is impressed that Satsuna is staying conscious, and he lets him know that he is going to crank up the intensity of the fire so he can burn down the dolls and their stupid magic. Blazer does just as he said, but the effect of the fire power is too much on Satsuna and he screams out in pain before telling Blazer to take a step backward. Blazer is surprised to see Satsuna backing down, and he asks him if he has no interest in winning against the dolls. Satsuna tells him that he wants to win, but he reminds Blazer that he is currently undergoing a test of strength. It is pretty obvious that Morgana wants to know his real strength. Since this is the case, Blazer decides to back down. Surprisingly, Morgana tells her dolls to stop attacking and just bring Satsuna and Lionel to the house. Lionel and Satsuna are both confused when they see this, and the dolls even apologize for their actions. Momentarily, they arrive at Morgana's hut, which is deep in the forest. The first thing Morgana asks Satsuna is why he didn't use the spirit magic when he was already backed into a corner. Morgana points out that the fire magic would have been much more effective against the water barrier rather than his close combat magic. Satsuna's decision not to use his trump card leaves Morgana totally curious. Satsuna then reveals that he didn't use the fire magic because spirit magic is to be kept hidden, and since he doesn't know who he is fighting yet, he couldn't risk it. In addition to this, Satsuna says the forest would have been engulfed in fire, and he is trying to avoid a situation where he has to destroy nature. Morgana declares that Satsuna is a soft dude, but she praises him for not forcing himself to use the fire magic when he knows he clearly can't control it yet. Since this is the case, Morgana tells him that she is going to guide him on how to control the fire magic. With this, Satsuna bows to the old lady, thanking her for the consideration. Blazer, on the other hand, wants to die of laughter, because he doesn't think someone as weak as Satsuna can control him. Morgana hears this and she tells Blazer that she doesn't see a powerful spirit but a cute animal. This pisses Blazer off and he decides to show Morgana his true form. He angrily takes over Satsuna's mana, burning through it and causing the dude severe pain while aiming to show Morgana that he is not to be messed with. Satsuna fears that everything will burn to coal since he can't control the power. Morgana then reveals that she has no intention of allowing the fire spirit to burn down the forest. Morgana wastes no time unleashing her spirit magic, which seems to be a water spirit. She tells the fire spirit that she is going to show him how to properly tame a spirit. Blazer unleashes a powerful flame bullet at Morgana, but her body turns into water, and she effortlessly absorbs the fire with no damage to her body. Morgana then decides that she is done playing around with Blazer. With just a snap of her fingers, she draws water from the nearby lake, and it comes rushing toward them. In no time, Blazer finds himself trapped in water bubbles, and Morgana leaves him there. She turns to Satsuna, telling him that the spirit hasn't properly formed a bond with him yet, which is why his power is still insufficient. Morgana says Blazer is nothing but a wild beast to her, but she assures Satsuna that he can easily control Blazer and even manifest his true power once he forms a bond with him. Satsuna stares at the old lady in complete amazement because she has mastered the art of controlling nature. Momentarily, Morgana releases Blazer from the water bubble after she is done teaching him a lesson. Morgana reveals that there are 3 stages to mastering spirit magic, and the first one is to become one with nature. The second is by entering the spirit world of one's volition to confront the spirit to gain genuine recognition from it. With what Morgana heard, Satsuna forced a contract with the fire spirit when he hadn't even completed the first stage. Morgana lets him know that this is the reason his spirit magic is totally incomplete. In fact, she is pissed that the headmaster, Donan, didn't teach him the right way. Satsuna cannot believe that Morgana just called the headmaster a freaking brat. Morgana continues with her lecture, saying the forest is filled with lots of spirits, which makes it the perfect place to reach a state of selflessness. She then tells Satsuna that he is going to start his training the next day, and she wants him to show the qualities that made the fire spirit choose him. Satsuna acknowledges this, telling the old lady that she is ready to learn. The following day, Satsuna begins his training just as Morgana said he would. The first thing he starts with is meditation while Morgana supervises him. He also finds himself cleaning the house, while Blazer does whatever he wants. As part of his training, he also engages in physical training with Lionel. When it comes to cooking in the kitchen, Morgana even uses her water powers to chop ingredients like a knife. After enjoying a good meal prepared by Morgana, Satsuna usually finds himself undergoing intensive training sessions like sitting under a waterfall with his bare body. During one of his training sessions at night, he witnesses a rare spirit cosmos phenomenon, which makes the forest look absolutely beautiful. After 2 weeks of intensive training, Morgana talks about how impressed she is that Satsuna has managed to sense the presence of spirits. Because of this, Morgana tells Satsuna that they are going to enter the spirit world, where they are going to form a bond with spirits. Morgana lets him know that magic power is useless without the strength of will. Morgana tells Satsuna that the fire spirit appears to be a very old spirit that has lived for thousands of years. Because of how intense the spirit world is, Morgana assures Satsuna that she will be going with him. Blazer lets Morgana know that she might be a boss in the human world, but he lets her know that she might not have the same luxury in his domain. Blazer also turns to Satsuna, telling him not to get ahead of himself. Satsuna smiles in return, saying all he needs is Blazer's approval. Morgana then turns to Lionel to ask him if he will be able to protect them while they are in the spirit world, because their bodies will be completely defenseless. Lionel assures Morgana that he and the servants will definitely protect them. Once Morgana has Lionel's assurance, Morgana tells Satsuna that it is time for them to begin the process. She tells him that the first stage is to reach a stage of selflessness, and the door to the spirit world will open. The two sit down in a cross-legged position to meditate, and in no time, they find themselves in Blazer's domain. Blazer is impressed that the two actually came to his domain. Seeing Blazer in his true form, Morgana finally realizes why he is so arrogant. Because Satsuna now has the insight to perceive spirit, he finally sees just how powerful Blazer is. Just then, Morgana creates a barrier around Blazer to protect Satsuna's will because his will might get stranded in the spirit world if not careful. Blazer laughs at Satsuna for thinking he can control him with his weak level of determination. Blazer releases his power, and Satsuna is engulfed in flames again. However, Satsuna handles it much better this time around. He basically has more magic control than anyone, and since the spirit power follows the same technique, it makes things easier for him. In addition to that, he has reached a level of selflessness. Satsuna takes the flames like a good boy while telling Blazer that he is going to get his approval. Since Satsuna is pretty confident in himself, Blazer tells him to get ready to feel his ultimate power, and he should not complain when he is burned to ashes. Back in the real world, Lionel can see flames oozing from their bodies, and he figures out that the process has begun in the spirit world. Lionel is confident that Setsuno will scale through, but suddenly he senses an evil magic in the air. Lionel realizes that the evil power is aiming directly for the hideout at the worst of times. Lionel has a duty to protect the two, and he immediately prepares himself to engage whatever it is that wants to take down the hideout. Just then, the ominous presence enters the room, and it turns out to be Leo. Leo is surprised to see Lionel and Satsuna at the hut. Lionel shows no sign of fear, even with Leo's evil presence. Just then, things go from bad to worse when Yagen enters the room. Lionel now has two evil dudes to deal with, and Yagen is eager to get his hands on Satsuna and Morgana. Leo grins at Yagen, urging him to take Morgana and leave Satsuna to him since they were once old buddies. From the overwhelming power emanating from Yagen, Lionel can sense that he is also an apostle. Lionel then tells the two that they have come at the wrong time, because he is a teacher and will not run away. Leo arrogantly tells him that he is free to run away since they are not after him. But this pisses Lionel off. He whips out his large mana blade, and he dashes toward Leo to teach him that teachers of the academy are not cowards who will run from fights. Back in the spirit world, Blazer is playing a psychological game with Satsuna to get him to fall off. But Satsuna is trying to keep his calm to avoid getting reeled in by the annoying fire spirit. Satsuna is prepared to keep his heart strong and overcome. But suddenly he notices that there is worry on Morgana's face, and he asks her what the problem is. Morgana lets him know that something serious is going down in the real world. Morgana can sense that an evil power has invaded the forest and her servants have been taken down. When Sasuna hears this, he immediately figures out that it might be the apostles. Sasuna then steps up to take on Blazer by himself. Morgana is worried and she doesn't want to leave because her barrier is what is protecting Satsuna's will. She lets Satsuna know that he might not be able to return to the real world if he fails. But Satsuna lets her know that he doesn't care about this. He considers the trial one he has to overcome by himself. Satsuna begs Morgana to take care of Leonol and the servants. With this, Morgana decides to leave, but she urges Satsuna to make sure he returns because she doesn't want her teachings to go to waste. After Morgana is gone, Satsuna now has to face Blazer, and Blazer asks him why he desires his power when it is something far above his reach. Satsuna takes a minute before answering the question, and he tells Blazer that he actually lost everything in his past life. When Satsuna says this, Blazer is able to get an insight into his memories, and he sees the overwhelming destruction. Satsuna reveals that the army was manipulated by the apostles, which caused the collapse of the force. He lost everyone who meant something to him because of this. The regret of this was what awakened the spirit of time and sent him back 10 years. Burning with desire, Satsuna tells Blazer that he has no intention of letting anyone take the things he cares about. Blazer hears his reasons and calls it a petty motivation, but he is impressed that Setsuna is willing to face his fears. Because of this, Blazer tells Setsuna that he is worthy of facing a trial from him. But he lets him know that what he is asking for is the totality of his power, not a portion of it. Since this is the case, Blazer tells Setsuna that he won't be taking him through an endurance test just like before. Blazer reduces his size so that they can engage in a battle of wills. Setsuna is not shy to take on the challenge, and he makes the first move by charging at Blazer. Now in the real world, Lionel has his hands full against the apostles. Even Jagan admits that Lionel is pretty decent for a human. Just then, Jagan is hit with alchemy magic from the last surviving doll, but this gets him mad. He unleashes a powerful dark aura from his body before taking out the servant in rage. He unleashes a powerful energy blast that sends Lionel and the servant flying out of the house. Lionel cannot believe that. Jagan is getting stronger even with all the mana that he is burning in his attacks. Since Lionel is out of the house, Leo decides that it is the best time to grab Morgana. He releases an energy blast from his hand aimed at Morgana. But just as the attack is about to hit, it is consumed by a pool of water. Morgana had returned to her body at the right time to have parried the attack, and she scolds the apostles for trespassing in her house. Leo is pissed that Morgana woke up at the wrong time. Morgana then decides that it is time she teaches Leo a good lesson. Lionel also returns to the house and he hits Jagan hard with his sword. Morgana releases a barrage of water bullets at Leo, but to her surprise, the attack disintegrates. Morgana is still shocked since it is her first time witnessing the magic nullification. Leo talks about how disappointed he is with the low-level power that they call the spirit magic. Suddenly, Leo senses Lionel behind him and he almost gets cut, but he barely dodges the attack. Leo urges Jagan to keep Lionel under control while he is busy dealing with the old lady. Jagan gets mad and roars just as he usually does. Before Jagan can do anything, Lionel punches Leo out of the house. Morgana then takes a moment to think about it, and she realizes that Leo didn't need to dodge because he can nullify all magic. However, Lionel was able to hit him, and this leaves Morgana wondering if there is something that needs to be done before attacking him. She wonders what will happen if she hits Leo with magic from close range without giving him the chance to disintegrate it. Lionel, on the other hand, is battling with Jagan while the old lady is busy thinking about the possibility of what. Morgana finally takes on Leo, and she uses an underground attack to try to sneak up on him. Leo notices this, and he laughs at the old lady, telling her that her trick won't work on him. The water attack tries to converge on Leo, but the nullification kicks in, blocking Morgana's attack yet again. Since this doesn't work, Morgana decides that the best she can do is use her trump card. Morgana unleashes a massive pool of water, ready to drown Leo with it. Leo also senses it, and he agrees that Morgana has him backed into a corner with her latest move. Morgana admits that Leo's power is pretty crazy, but she believes that he should not be able to handle a large mass of water. In fact, she plans to take out Leo and Jagan at the same time. Leo acts scared just like he usually does until he releases a powerful dark energy blast from his body to ultimately destroy the incoming water attack. Leo smiles, telling the old woman that he has been training in case of a situation like this. Morgana cannot believe that Leo is able to apply the techniques of long-range magic to his nullification magic. He finally has the old woman cornered, and Lionel has also been defeated by Jagan. Leo is about to attack Morgana when Setsuna comes out of nowhere, landing a fiery punch on Leo's face to send him flying across the forest. Morgana smiles at Setsuna's appearance, showcasing that he managed to defeat the flame spirit. Lionel can sense just how much control Setsuna has on the flames so that it doesn't burn up the forest. Jagan then turns around to tell Setsuna that he is much different from Leo, who is a freaking newbie. The moment Blazer notices that he is in the presence of the apostles, he expresses his urge to burn them to a crisp. Setsuna knows Blazer is excited, but he urges him not to let his guard down because Jagan and Leo are worthy opponents. Blazer berates Setsuna, telling him that he doesn't need to be humble since he was able to win their battle. A few minutes back in the spirit world, Setsuna and Blazer are busy landing punches on each other. Blazer lands some really good hits on Satsuna, and Satsuna does the same too. Satsuna is able to make Blazer bleed, forcing him to admit that Satsuna has some incredible willpower. Suddenly, Blazer notices that Satsuna is actually smiling, and when he asks him why he is smiling, Satsuna confidently says he's going to win. Even though all of Satsuna's face is totally disfigured from Blazer's hard punches, Satsuna has no intention of giving up. Blazer dashes towards Satsuna, telling him that he is too confident for a weak human. But Satsuna tells Blazer that he is riding on certainty, not confidence. Satsuna is forced to match Blazer's overwhelming firepower, and this leaves Blazer blown away. He never expected a human to be able to withstand his full power. Satsuna tells Blazer that he is actually pretty strong, which is why he hasn't lost until then. But he lets him know that it is also his weakness. Blazer is confused as to what Satsuna is talking about, and Satsuna reveals that he has faced despair and defeat loads of times in his past. And because he has failed plenty of times, he knows just the right way to rise again. Satsuna assures Blazer that no matter how much he is pushed into a corner, his heart will never break, which is why his willpower will help him become victorious. With a confident exclamation, Satsuna assures Blazer that he is about to face his first defeat. Blazer, on the other hand, tells Satsuna that it is going to be his last defeat. The two are locked in with one hand while throwing the other fists at each other with all the power that they can put into the fist. The clash of their fists leaves a powerful explosion that blinds everything like a nuke. When the explosion clears off, Satsuna is still standing, and Blazer has no choice but to admit that Satsuna is pretty strong and has even surpassed his expectations. Because of this, he finally acknowledges Satsuna, telling him that he has won. However, Blazer is curious to know when Satsuna became so strong that he was confident of victory. Satsuna reveals that during the battle, he could feel his willpower rising. Satsuna tells Blazer that his own will also felt like a blazing fire, and he started absorbing it. Blazer is surprised to hear this, and because of how Satsuna handled everything, Blazer acknowledges Satsuna as an ally that he can entrust his power to. For the first time, he calls Satsuna by his name, not the usual way of calling him boy. The two then make a fist bump, and with his battered face, Satsuna thanks Blazer for entrusting his power to him. Blazer tells him that he has no reason to thank him, and he urges him to return to the real world. Now that Satsuna is face-to-face with Jagen, Lionel tells him to be careful of Jagen's claws. Satsuna already knows what Jagen is capable of, because his claws steal the power of whatever they touch. Satsuna knows this because Jagen was the only apostle he fought before regressing, and the authority given to him is the devourer of all. Basically, he can't nullify magic, but he can absorb the mana of those he slashes. Jagen was the one who single-handedly wiped out the Northern Kingdom in Satsuna's past life. It turns out that the Northern Kingdom had some of the world's best alchemical equipment, but Jagen annihilated them while stealing their magic power. Jagen is surprised that Satsuna knows about his power, but at the same time, he is confident that Satsuna cannot win. On the other side of the forest, Leo also manages to stand up, and he realizes that Satsuna has gotten stronger and faster than before. Satsuna is also surprised that Leo still has the energy to stand up from the hit he delivered. This basically tells Satsuna that Leo has also gotten stronger. Jagen is excited to take on Satsuna, and he tells Leo to back off. Not ready to argue, Leo lets Jagen know that Satsuna is all his. Satsuna knows that he was only able to defeat Jagen in his past life thanks to the long-range magic. However, he doesn't have the luxury of long-range combat in the current timeline. Satsuna knows that just one slash from Jagen will make things hard for him. But at the same time, Satsuna is not about to falter in the face of danger, because he has also grown stronger. Jagen charges at Satsuna, but he throws him back with a powerful fiery punch. Satsuna doesn't give Jagen any breathing space, as he dashes toward him to deliver more flame-imbued punches to his body. While getting battered by Satsuna, Jagen cannot believe that Satsuna is actually faster than him. Unknown to him, Satsuna is moving at such a great speed because He combined Blazer's power with his physical boost. Lionel senses this, and he smiles like a proud father. Satsuna continues to hit Jagan like a drum as he runs around him, leaving him no good option to land a counterattack. Even Morgana is impressed that Satsuna already has what it takes to control the range of fire attacks in such a short time. When Jagan realizes that he is losing the fight badly, he roars loudly, and the intensity of the roar causes Satsuna and his allies to cover their ears in pain. Jagan is able to land a hit, forcing Satsuna backwards. However, Jagan has managed to get some of Blazer's power, and he is starting to magnify it, saying it is pretty impressive. His entire body starts to burn in flames, and he mocks Satsuna, reminding him of his grand title about being the devourer of all things. Satsuna is more hyped when he realizes this, as he dares to see just how powerful Jagan is with the flame powers. Jagan dashes towards Satsuna at high speed, but Satsuna is able to match his speed, and he dodges the hit. Jagan continues his rampage as he cuts through everything in his path, but Satsuna dodges everything. Suddenly, Jagan notices that his body is burning, forcing him to run toward Morgana so he can take her water powers. However, he suddenly realizes that his body has refused to move. This is when it dawns on him that he can't fully devour spirit magic. Satsuna makes fun of him, telling him that he might be able to absorb it, but it is no use if he can't properly wield it. Instead of Jagan consuming the power, the fire magic is consuming him instead. Satsuna assures him that he is not in the caliber of those who can devour the spirit magic. Jagan screams in agony as he asks Satsuna if he intentionally allowed himself to be hit. Frustrated and desperate, Jagan turns to Leo, telling him to disintegrate the power that is burning him up. Leo cannot believe that Jagan is asking him for help when he clearly told him minutes ago to stay away. Jagan screams at Leo to just do what he told him, and Leo finally agrees to just so the dude can stop screaming at him. Leo unleashes his powerful long-range magic and he hits Jagan with it, but instead of nullification magic, he resorts to destructive magic, shocking Jagan. The magic cuts through Jagan's body, but it doesn't stop there. It ends up going through Jagan and reaching Morgana where she is. Because she is not expecting the attack, it melts half of her just by getting in contact with her. Satsuna screams out in horror when he sees his mentor getting fried off. Jagan also shouts at Leo, claiming that he betrayed them, but Leo argues that he only prioritized the mission. Basically, they were able to locate Morgana thanks to Jagan's sense of smell, but Leo thinks his work is done. Jagan is not ready to die alone, and he decides to take everyone close to him down. Just as he is about to self-destruct, Satsuna jumps in, and he uses the spirit flame magic to conjure a fiery sword. With a single strike, Satsuna cuts Jagan down, leaving a black gemstone. By the time he is done dealing with Jagan, Satsuna turns around to see that Leo has escaped just like before. Satsuna tries to track him, but he can't detect his mana. Satsuna then makes it known that no matter what it takes, he is going to defeat Leo. Satsuna then runs over to where whatever remains of Morgana is lying. Satsuna helps her up, telling her to hang tight so she can receive treatment. Morgana smiles, telling Satsuna that there is no way to save her because Leo used a disintegration magic to hit her. Satsuna doesn't want to give up, but Lionel taps him on the shoulder not to push his luck. Morgana then tells Satsuna that he needs to be proud because he is a close combat mage who is recognized by the flame spirit. Morgana then tells him that she has something that she has to entrust to him. She hands him a pendant and reveals that it contains her spirit, Watnia. Basically, it is going to help in forming a bond with the water spirit, and because of this, Morgana decides to entrust it to him. Satsuna still doesn't think the lady is dying because he believes that there is a way to save her. However, before he can even finish his statement, Morgana dies right in his arms. In despair, Satsuna lays her on the ground, and Satsuna is forced to ask Lionel the point of getting stronger if he can't protect those who are close to him. Lionel takes a moment before answering the question, and he tells him that life is uncertain because they will never know what will happen. He assures him that no matter how strong he isn't perfect because he is human, which is normal. Lionel says the important thing is to never give up even when it seems really tough. Lionel believes that Satsuna of all people is supposed to understand this. Satsuna is bawling his eyes out when Morgana's servant shows up and smacks Satsuna on the head, telling him that he just got tricked. Satsuna is confused as to what the servant is talking about. Just then, the servant reveals the ultimate surprise that she is the real Morgana. Satsuna's head almost blows off when he hears this. Morgana then reveals that the old lady is nothing but an alchemical doll, just like the other servants. However, unlike the other dolls, Morgana actually embedded her soul into her, which is why she had emotions and could wield her powers too. Lionel cannot believe that the Morgana they have been interacting with is just a decoy. The real Morgana smiles, saying the decoy was her masterpiece as an alchemist. Satsuna remains skeptical because he has never seen a doll look so alive. In addition, Morgana looked just like the old doll in the spirit realm, and Morgana reveals that appearances can be changed in the spirit world. When Morgana realizes that Lionel is exceptionally doubtful, she takes off her headwear, revealing her long ears. It turns out that she is an elf, and because she is of elven blood, she can live longer than humans. She then tells the two to guess her age, but the two find it hard to do so, since they are too dull to do so. Morgana finally tells them that she is over 300 years old. Satsuna is shocked when he hears this, but at the same time, he realizes that Morgana must have been part of the Great Magic War. When he mentions this, Morgana quickly figures out that Satsuna is interested in the Great Magic War. She assures Satsuna that she is willing to tell him, but it comes with a price. Satsuna immediately mentions that he has money and is ready to offer it, but Morgana cuts him off, telling him that she is just teasing him. Since it is not safe where they are, Morgana suggests that they move to the lake where they can talk about the erased history, the Great Magic War. They arrive at the lake, and Morgana starts playing like a kid, leaving the men wondering how she could easily switch personalities in a whiff. After she is done throwing stones into the lake, she decides that it is time to start telling them the story about the Great War. Before she starts, she reminds them that the world is inhabited by various races like dwarves, elves, and beastmen. Among these races, elves are the only ones with a lifespan that can be classified as immortal. Because elves like living in nature, they often get the chance to interact with spirits. This is essentially why they were able to use spirit magic. Basically, spirits and elves were once worshipped by humans. But some allowed this to get to their heads. One elf in particular manipulated the king of a nation because the king was loyal to him. The elf then taught the art of spirit magic to those who worshipped him and used them to wage a war in an attempt to conquer the world. This was basically what the Great was all about. After a long-fought battle, the believers of elves and spirits were defeated, and because of this, elves have since then been persecuted. The ancient magic was just a word that was formed to hide the fact that magic has a way of handling spirits. After she is done telling her story, Lionel is moved by it, and he asks her if she is not angry about what humans did to the elves. Morgana admits that she once hated humans, but she no longer does, even though she keeps her distance from humans. Morgana is aware that even after years that the war has ended, there are humans who want to terminate elves, and this is why she resorted to the use of a body double to safely hide her identity. Satsuna then asks her why she chose to reveal her true form to them, and she simply replies that she did so because the headmaster trusts them. In addition to this, Satsuna has proved that he is worth the trust. Morgana teases Satsuna, saying she saw how he was crying and just decided to show him her true self. Satsuna tries to act like a man by saying he wasn't crying, and when he looks to Lionel to back him up, Lionel is busy laughing at him. After the story, Satsuna and Lionel help Morgana with the cleanup of her place before they start preparing to leave. Morgana thanks them for the help, and in return, Satsuna thanks the lady, saying he is happy that he met her. Lionel asks Morgana what she plans to do, and she reveals that she has no choice but to move to another place since her hideout has been discovered. Morgana believes that they might never see each other again, and this strikes a cut in Satsuna's heart. He then tells Morgana to help them again whenever humanity is in danger. He completes the request by bowing his head to Morgana and adding the word please to it. This is enough to get to Morgana, and she tells Satsuna that when the time comes, he should ask the headmaster, because she sometimes exchanges letters with him. Satsuna is happy to hear this, and he thanks the old lady. But Blazer, who still has a beef with Morgana, jumps out of the crest to threaten her. He tells her that he is going to burn her to ash next time they meet. But Morgana quickly shows him a bit of water magic to scare him off. With this, Lionel and Satsuna finally go back to their lizards so that they can return to the academy. Lionel remembers what he was told by a sister at the orphanage where he grew up about not allowing his power to control him, but to be responsible with it. Satsuna then redeems his vow to use the power of the spirit of good and justice only. Satsuna and Lionel are glad that they are about to have a blissful ride back to the academy. Meanwhile, Leo is facing trial for not killing Satsuna and even abandoning his comrade. In his defense, Leo says he was able to kill Morgana, and Santanakia asks him if he confirmed the death of the witch. Leo confesses that he didn't, but he is pretty sure that she can't survive the intensity of the attack that he used on her. Santanakia is pissed when he hears this, and a scary aura emanates from his body as he reminds Leo that he was told to confirm that the witch is dead. The pressure from Santanakia almost crushes Leo's bones until the 8th apostle, Tsukuyomi, comes in, saying Leo should have at least returned with Yagen's body because she would have turned him into an undead. Just then, Leo mentions that no one told him about Satsuna knowing about Gen's power, but Santanakia cuts him off, saying he has no excuse for failing his mission. Nonetheless, Santanakia believes that it is time that they recheck everything concerning Satsuna. Santania believes that Satsuna has some hidden talent that they don't know about. Puker then reminds the group that the 8th apostle's toy, Giovanni, was also a failure. Santania then asks her if she can handle Satsuna, and she confidently says yes. Apparently, she has something cooking behind the scenes because of her power, which is the power to revive the dead. On the other hand, Satsuna and Lionel are having a peaceful journey back to the academy. Satsuna is curious to see how they are all faring without him. Lionel is pretty sure that Drago is training himself to death. Satsuna agrees with Lionel, and he looks into the sky wondering just when he started caring about those who are around him. Lionel then asks him if it was different in the past, and he says yes, because all he cared about was training himself. Satsuna thought about how he was always dreaming of getting to the peak of long-range magic, and he was on the course of doing this because he won every battle with it. Satsuna never needed anyone's help, and he barely had friends too. However, everything is now different in his current life. He basically has people he now relies on, and he also learned that other magic paths are not useless as people term them to be. In addition, he is thankful for the magic control he cultivated in his past life because this is what has helped him master close combat quite well. Lionel then tells him that magic control was a skill he learned via training, not that he had the aptitude or talent for it. Lionel lets him know that his level of competence is not something that can just be achieved in a few years. Deep down, Lionel knows Satsuna has gone through rigorous training, which is why he ended up being the strongest in the world. Shortly afterward, Lionel suggests that they take a break. Satsuna sits down and he brings out the magic item that Morgana gave him. He reads the note attached to it and he finally realizes that it is a very important item that will come in clutch when the time comes. Blazer takes an interest in the necklace because he senses the presence of the water spirit in it. Satsuna then puts it on, just like Morgana told him, and he silently whispers to the water spirit asking if she can hear his voice. Surprisingly, the water spirit speaks back to him via the pendant. Satsuna is stunned, but the water spirit tells him not to because she already knows who he is since he is hanging out with Morgana. The water spirit assures him that she is going to lend him her power if he manages to overcome her trial. Satsuna is excited to hear this, but it suddenly dawns on him that he must not celebrate because it's going to be a tough battle. Just then, the water spirit urges Satsuna not to be worried or scared because the trial she is giving to him is to move her. Satsuna is confused by what she means, and the water spirit reveals that she is already getting tired of the spirit world, and because of this, she needs a new experience. When Blazer hears the trial, he is disappointed because he wanted the water spirit to give Satsuna a tougher trial. Just then, the water spirit tells Blazer that she bears no ill intent toward him. Satsuna is surprised to see that the water spirit is actually friendly, unlike Blazer. However, Satsuna is still confused about moving the water spirit. Just then, Lionel taps him on the shoulder, telling him that he is such a lucky dude. In addition to this, he tells him that he has a story for him that will move him to tears. The water spirit immediately becomes interested in this, and Lionel sits down to tap into his narrating skills. Lionel reveals that the story is about the heroes who saved the nation years ago. The heroes are Ordino, the indestructible blade, and Wallace, the iron wall. Lionel narrates the story, and in no time, everyone gets bored and just falls asleep. Satsuna is worried about the trial, but he decides to wait till he reaches the academy to talk about it with his friends. When they arrived at the academy, Isla was the first to hear of it, and she started racking her brain on what it might be. Isla then tells Satsuna to follow her to the art museum whenever he is free, because she has a friend who is knowledgeable about his worries. Satsuna is willing to go, and just as expected, Carol and Drago also offer to follow them. Satsuna then continues life with his friends. Satsuna visits the sacred tree regularly to train, while also trying to pass the water spirit trial, but he keeps failing. After months of training, Blazer is forced to admit that Satsuna has mastered his power to some commendable extent. Satsuna is surprised to hear Blazer commending him, which is a really weird thing to hear. Momentarily, winter comes upon them, and Satsuna remembers that the incident he is worried about is fast approaching. Satsuna is disappointed that he couldn't make a contract with the water spirit before the incident. Nonetheless, he decides to put the trials aside because he has other things to do. Blazer asks him if he is confident that he is done training, and he says yes, because it is finally time. In addition to this, he can't train using the sacred tree again because he has drained the tree rare's mana, and it is going to take a few years to recharge. However, he is thankful because he was able to master Blazer's power at the time when the tree was still active. Satsuna then tells Blazer that the year's break is coming, but there is no time for them to rest. Blazer asks him if they are preparing for a big battle, and Satsuna says yes. He reveals that the arrival of the evil god was preceded by 4 great catastrophes, and one of them is happening in 7 days. Blazer then asks Satsuna about the said 4 causes of defeat. Satsuna explains that the invasion of the evil god had 4 particular fatal events. The first one is the Great Plague of Dragon Silence. The second is the destruction of the Mega's army. The third is the overnight break in silence, disappearance of the royal capital. And the last one, which will come first, is the undead army attacking the world. The massive surge of undead army caused a lot of death to the human populace in his past life. Blazer is surprised to hear this since he doesn't see the undead as a big deal. Satsuna then tells him that the undead are not the regular ones that he knows. Apparently, the enemy undead were former heroes who had an influence on the world. Satsuna believes that the power is one that turns the dead into extraordinary undead. He initially thought Giovanni was the apostle behind the undead surge, but after fighting him, he realized that the dude is too weak to command the army of the underworld. Apparently, the first incident will happen in Aldina, Satsuna's hometown. This is an incident where corpses were taken from the graves of the heroes, leaving people initially believing that someone was trying to steal the heroes' treasures. Unknown to them, the main target was the corpses themselves. Since Satsuna already knows this, he plans to head to the royal cemetery before the night of the incident in an attempt to stop it. During lunch that day, Ila asks Drago if he will be going home since it is the winter break. Drago says yes, confirming that his father is going to teach him the secret techniques of close combat that have been passed down through generations. Carol also mentions that she is going to have fun with Fenrir in the icy plains of her family's territory, and she asks Blazer if he would like to join her. Without thinking twice, Blazer ultimately refuses the proposal. Ila, on the other hand, is blown away by this, because Carol's family happens to be a rich one. Ila then asks Setsuna how he plans to spend his break, but Setsuna is already lost in thought. Ila is forced to call his name twice before he finally comes back to life. Satsuna has no idea what Ila asked him, and he had no choice but to ask her what she was talking about. Ila realizes that something is up with him because he is always thinking. And in addition to that, he returns injured after the last break. Carol notices that Ila is puffed up already, and she whispers in her ear, telling her to make a move on Satsuna before it is too late since he is quite popular among girls. Ila is taken back by this, and she tries to play a fool, saying Carol has it all wrong, but Carol tells her that she has no reason to hide it. Ila then moves past the conversation as he asks Satsuna about his hometown. Satsuna reveals that he is from an orphanage in the Elena region. This surprises Ila because the region is close to her family's inn. They are in the middle of the discussion when the trash noble Carl shows up to join when he is not asked to. After hearing where Ila came from, he extends a hand to her, asking her if she is willing to join his luxurious vacation. But Ila just looks at him like he is an infested pig. Before he can touch Ila, Carl suddenly gets uprooted from the ground with an earth magic. This shocks everyone, and when they turn around to see who attacked Carl, it turns out to be a girl wearing a nun's outfit. Satsuna is surprised when she runs over to hug Ila, leaving him to ask Ila who the girl is. Ila then reveals that the girl is Roberta, and that she is her relative. Apparently, she is there to take her home for the winter break. Roberta mentions that she is planning to help with the Saints Festival being held in Elena. The moment Satsuna hears this, his face lights up in excitement because he knows about the Saints Festival, which is always held at the end of the year. Basically, the event is about praying to the heroes who are resting in the royal cemetery. Satsuna also remembers that the festival was the trigger for the grave robbery incident. Because of the reduction in security during the festival, it was easy for the heroes' corpses to be stolen. Momentarily, Roberta finally releases her tense face after she concludes that Drago and Satsuna have no ulterior motive in being around Ila. Ila's friends finally introduce themselves to the uptight lady, and Roberta takes an interest in Satsuna, particularly because he has heard about him. Ila then tells Roberta that Satsuna's hometown is Eldina, and she immediately suggests that they give Satsuna a ride. Satsuna is happy to hear this, since it is going to take a lot of stress off his neck. On the first day of the winter break, they begin their journey, and Roberta reveals that they are going to stop at Ila's home first. After this, she is going to take Satsuna to Elena. When Ila hears this, she remembers what Carol told her, and she becomes worried that Roberta might just elope with Satsuna. To prevent this, Ila immediately reveals her desire to join the Saints Festival. But just as she is saying it, something hits the carriage, grabbing their attention. They step outside to check, and it turns out to be a pack of demonic dogs. Roberta reveals that there has been an increase in monster activities in recent times, leaving her to wonder what the problem might be. Roberta whips out some seeds and throws them at the monsters. Satsuna is confused about the essence of the seeds until they suddenly sprout into full-blown trees, ultimately terminating the monsters. Satsuna immediately figured out that Roberta applied healing magic on the seeds, and Roberta confirms that he is right. She sent mana into the seeds to accelerate their growth, leaving Satsuna impressed. Apparently, the tweaking of healing magic to make it more offensive later turned out to be effective in the war against the evil god. And Satsuna is happy that someone has already mastered it very early. Satsuna then tells Roberta that he is going to help, but Roberta tries to stop him, telling him how dangerous it is to be bitten by demonic dogs. However, Satsuna assures her that she has nothing to worry about. With just a swing from his punch, Satsuna activates Charge Bullet, and he wipes them all out in one go. Roberta is left stunned, forced to ask Satsuna if he is really a student. She walks over to Satsuna to touch his arm while saying, his magic control is top-notch. She starts asking several questions like who his master is and what type of training he does. Satsuna realizes that they are just going to be stuck on questions, and he tells Roberta that they need to check on the others first. However, during the entire thing, Ila notices that Satsuna is protecting his glove, and this makes her confirm that our MC is definitely keeping something from them. Later that day, they arrive at an inn, and just as they are about to start eating, Roberta raises more questions for Satsuna. That night, Ila finds it hard to sleep, and she decides that she will have to tell Roberta to take her to Aldina. She walks to Roberta's room to talk to her about this, but arriving at the door, she notices that she is speaking to someone. She's about to walk away to avoid hearing her conversation when she hears her speak's name. This grabs her attention, forcing her to stay back and listen. From the way she is talking, it appears that she is in contact with the church via a magic tool. She tells them that by her report, Satsuna is a wielder of ancient magic, which makes him dangerous. To subjugate him, Roberta initially asks for 10 purification nights, but immediately changes it to 20 purification nights. In fact, she is willing to carry out judgment herself if needed. Ila is shocked when she hears this, causing the cup she is holding to fall from her hand in fear. Roberta hears the noise and immediately rushes outside to see if someone was spying on her, but she finds nothing. Even the broken cup has somehow been cleared up by Ila. The following morning, Roberta appears to them as her normal self, leaving Ila to wonder if she truly meant what she was discussing at night. Ila knows she has heard of ancient magic as the type of magic that evil dudes use. She wonders if Satsuna is truly using evil magic, and she is also thrown into confusion about what she is supposed to do. Momentarily, Satsuna returns from his early morning training session, and he joins the two. Roberta plays her spy agent role pretty cool by talking to Satsuna in a good way, and even asking him if he would like to eat breakfast. Satsuna thanks the lady for the gesture, but tells her that he would like to eat breakfast first. Roberta then suggests that Satsuna try out the sauna because it is a recommendation from the inn. This is Blazer's first time hearing about a sauna, and he immediately asks Satsuna what it is all about. Since Blazer is interested in the sauna, Satsuna thanks Roberta and assures her that he is going to give it a try. Momentarily, Satsuna heads to the sauna to soak himself in the heat. Blazer tries to act all cool by saying he is not affected by the heat, but Satsuna can clearly see that even though he is the King of Flames, he is susceptible to heat. Satsuna is minding his business when Roberta enters the sauna in a towel too. Satsuna is shocked to see this, forcing him to ask the lady what her business is in the sauna. Roberta sits close to Satsuna, telling him that the sauna is open to both genders. Roberta realizes that Satsuna's glove is not off, which confirms her suspicion that he is hiding something. She plans to know what secret Satsuna is hiding in the sauna with whatever method available to her. Roberta then asks Satsuna if he is comfortable with the gloves since they are in a heated environment. She suggests that she help him take it off, but Satsuna says no, revealing that the gloves are important to him. Roberto tries to play it cool, saying the gloves are most likely a gift from someone. Satsuna refuses to answer the question, and Roberta asks him if he is hiding something. She moves closer to Satsuna and is about to slowly remove the gloves when Ila comes rushing into the room telling her to stop. They're surprised to see her in the sauna, but before anything, she drags Roberta out of the sauna, telling her that she can't use the sauna while it is being cleaned. Apparently, there is a cleaning sign outside the sauna, and Ila tells Satsuna to get himself out of the sauna too. Ila is glad that she kept an eye on Satsuna because she is pretty sure that Satsuna is not a bad person even if he is hiding something. Ila is prepared to protect Satsuna from being executed. After they are done at the inn, they prepare to start their journey, and Roberta reveals that they are heading to Ila's place. However, Ila raises her hand asking if it is okay for her to go with them to Aldina. Roberta is shocked to hear this, asking Ila why she suddenly wants to follow them. Ila excitedly reveals that she wants to see Satsuna's home too. She adds that she would like to help at the orphanage, and she asks Satsuna if she is free to. Satsuna says yes, but he asks Roberta for her opinion first. Roberta is forced to agree, even though she is already sensing the fact that Ila likes Satsuna. Nonetheless, Roberta is not scared to carry out her duty as she believes that having Ila around might even make Satsuna lower her guard. Soon afterward, they arrive at the Aldina orphanage, which is Satsuna's home. The moment they step into the compound, the other kids are already screaming for Satsuna. Satsuna is glad to finally be back among the kids and Layla watches in amazement as the kids surround him like their father. Just then, the representative of the orphanage, Thomas, shows up to welcome Satsuna and to ask if he had a good journey. Satsuna quickly runs over to Thomas to stand side by side with him. He tells the girls that Thomas is like a brother to him, and it is because of him that the orphanage is still running. Thomas smiles, mentioning that he was also an orphan at the orphanage, and he is just doing his best to give back. Thomas and Satsuna end up teasing each other in a playful manner, leaving Ayla surprised since he has never seen Satsuna act so childish. Just then, Thomas reveals his surprise that Satsuna chose the close combat magic when his plan was to join the Magus army and rise to the top. Satsuna then tells Thomas that he has nothing to worry about because he is still aiming to be the best even with the close combat magic. Ayla then cuts in, telling Thomas that Satsuna is a really amazing mage. Thomas smiles, saying, "Lila is a great addition to Satsuna's life." Momentarily, Satsuna heads to the grave of the orphanage's founder, Deborah, to pay his respects. Satsuna reveals that Deborah is his savior because without her, he definitely wouldn't be alive. With the way Satsuna is talking about her, Ila easily senses that Deborah was important to him. Ribera then joins in, asking him if he can share some of his memories with her. Her request is subtly denied by Satsuna, who tells her that he has something else to attend to. Later that night, Satsuna heads to the royal cemetery and hides in a safe place like Batman, watching over the cemetery. Just as he suspected, the security around the cemetery is low thanks to the festival. The barrier around the cemetery has also been lifted, making it more open to enemy attacks. Basically, the bodies in the cemetery were once high-ranking mages when they were alive. When the evil power brought them to life, they caused a lot of destruction to humanity. Satsuna knows that he has to find a way to stop the grave robbery to prevent the heroes in the cemetery from becoming humanity's enemies. Blazer then assures Satsuna that he has nothing to worry about, no matter how strong their opponent is. Satsuna is glad to hear this coming from Blazer, but he warns him not to use magic in front of Roberta. Blazer says he already knows that there is something suspicious about her. Satsuna is prepared for decisive battle that will take place in 2 nights to come. He assures Deborah that he is going to keep his promise to her. Meanwhile, Roberta is asking Thomas about Satsuna's past in the orphanage. Thomas subtly replies that he can't tell Roberta what she wants to hear. Enraged, Roberta whips out her Inquisitor's badge, telling Thomas that she is making an order, not a request. Thomas is shocked to see this, and Roberta mentions that there is the possibility that Satsuna is dangerous, which is why they are investigating him. Thomas is pissed at this, and he argues with Roberta that there is no way Satsuna is a dangerous person. Just then, Roberta turns to Ila to point out how calm she is with the way she is acting. Roberta figures out that she already overheard her conversation. Ila quickly apologizes, saying it wasn't intentional. Ila then urges Thomas to tell them both about Satsuna. Thomas finally agrees, and he begins by explaining how Satsuna came to the orphanage on a rainy day. Thomas tells them how he clearly remembers the night that Satsuna arrived. He was brought to the orphanage by a lady riddled with arrows and on the verge of death. With every strength left in her, she begs Deborah to save little Satsuna. Apparently, the lady who brought Satsuna is none other than her mother. Thomas then suggests that they take a dive into her background before they continue talking about Satsuna. His mother's name is Emma, and she was born into a farming family. Emma was always happy with farming, and she was always doing her task diligently. Everything was going smoothly until one day when a powerful noble with large territories passed through the village. The noble senses a bright ray of light from Emma's soul, and he wastes no time asking for her hand in marriage. He called Emma his fated one, and because Emma has always hoped for a fateful encounter, she accepts the proposal immediately. Emma was immediately taken to the Schneider family, which is a big family. Emma was blown away by all the luxurious things in the estate as she ran around like a free bird. However, the noble had loads of concubines, and Emma was just another addition. Because of this, he rarely visited her, and Emma believed that by having a child for him, he would love her. Soon afterward, Emma got pregnant and gave birth to baby Sitsa. The noble praised her for this, and Emma heaved a sigh of relief. believing that she finally had what she prayed for. Just then, the noble tested the baby's magic affinity with his magic brooch, but to his disappointment, there was none. Enraged, he dropped the baby and walked out of the room. Basically, it is important in the noble society to pass on superior bloodlines. But the noble was pissed that Satsuna had no talent for magic. Basically, he fell for the magic power that was hidden inside Emma, not her beauty or personality. And this was what he wanted. Emma was pissed when she realized that her baby had no talent, and she grabbed a knife, aiming to kill Satsuna for failing to bring her happiness. Just as she is about to stab Satsuna, he lets off a really huge and cute smile, which ultimately breaks Emma. Emma drops the knife and starts sobbing like a kid while holding her baby close to her head. Momentarily, the noble's butler shows up at her door late in the night. Emma asks him why he has come, and he subtly reveals that he is there to take the child away from Emma. Emma is not a fool, and she knows what the butler meant by this. She knows that they plan to dispose of Satsuna, since he is useless. The butler tries sweet-talk things, telling Emma that the child will be taken away so that she can have the time to give birth to more superior offspring. Emma then tells the butler that she understands him and she lets him know that she is going to make preparations. However, the butler didn't hear from Emma after some time. When he finally entered the room to check, Emma was gone. The butler sees Emma running away, and he sends guards after her. He tells the guards to capture Emma dead or alive. After sustaining several injuries, Emma made it to the orphanage. Deborah took her in and tended to her, but because of her severe injuries, she knows that she might not make it. Emma regretted that she brought Satsuna into a family that didn't want him, because things would have been different for him if he had been born into a family that actually wanted him. Emma shed tears about how she allowed herself to be deceived by the noble. Since she is about to die and won't be able to take care of her child, she begs Deborah to save Satsuna, seeing the tears in her eyes. Deborah holds Emma's hand and assures her that she is going to take care of Satsuna and will never hand him over to anyone. Deborah then lets Emma know that the way she gave birth to Satsuna doesn't define his happiness, because humans find their own happiness. Deborah assures Emma that Satsuna will definitely find his own happiness. After hearing the assurance from Deborah, Emma finally dies. 7 years later, Satsuna has grown into a tough kid who is always trying to help. He got injured once, and when Deborah asked him what happened, he revealed that he tried to stop a noble kid from bullying his friend, but he got pushed instead. Satsuna revealed how the noble kid used his magic power to trash him, while also saying commoners are nothing when compared to nobles. In tears, Satsuna asks Deborah if what the noble kid said is true about being powerless, even if he has the intention of helping his friends. Satsuna wants to, I don't know if praying works, and Deborah just smiles at him, suggesting that they pray. Satsuna angrily asks if prayer is going to save him, and Deborah chuckles, saying he might have to wait and see. Deborah then tells him to pray to God and swear that he is going to prove the nobles wrong. Deborah lets him know that his mother was a strong woman, so he has no reason to rush. She assures him that he is also going to be strong as long as he has a strong core. Later that day, Deborah hands him a book, telling Satsuna to look for another path if he lacks magic power. Apparently, the book was stolen from the noble's bookshelf by Emma, hoping that it would help Satsuna. The book was a book on magic control and everything it entails. Satsuna was excited about the book, but since he had no idea what it meant, he was forced to ask Deborah. Deborah then suggests that they try out the instructions in the book. The first thing she picks out is a fireball, and she demonstrates it for Satsuna to see. Satsuna is blown away by the intense fire that just came out of Deborah's hands. Deborah then reveals that he can evolve his magic by maintaining proper control of his mana. This is basically what the book was trying to point out. She tells him that he would only be able to use basic life magic until he masters everything. And in addition to this, she is confident that he has a lot to learn from the book. Satsuna was glad to hear this, and he assured Deborah that he was going to give it a try. However, Satsuna is confused about the contents of the book, and Deborah explains to him that it is an advanced magic book, but she assures him that she is going to be by his side when reading the book. After that, Satsuna started practicing magic control every day. He never took a single day off from practicing his magic control, and 5 years later, Satsuna had become impressive. Thomas commends him, telling him that he might even become a grand mage in the future. Thomas then asks him about the magic path he would like to pursue. Satsuna reveals that to properly make use of magic control, he would prefer long-range magic. Nonetheless, he wants to try out other magic paths, but since using a magic path automatically binds one's core, Satsuna is at a crossroads. However, he is confident that he can still practice with magic close to each path and find one that is more suitable for him. The two are in the middle of their discussion when he gets a report that his friend Roa has been taken by the noble bully Slain. Apparently, Slain dragged Roa into the woods because she resisted his proposal. When Satsuna hears this, he angrily dashes into the woods. Inside the forest, Roa is backed into a corner while Slain prepares to have his way with her. Slain urges her not to resist because she is nothing but a commoner, and she should even be happy that a noble is making advances toward her. Slain is about to start touching her when he hears a noise behind him. He angrily turns around planning to scold his underlings for being useless. To his greatest surprise, they are under attack by a horde of goblins. Slain is shocked to see this because there has never been a report of goblins in the forest in the past. One of the goblins comes rushing towards Slain and he hits it with a weak magic, but it is enough to throw the goblin back. This immediately gives Slain the confidence that he can handle the goblins, because they are nothing more than goblins in the first place. Slain boasts to his underlings and Raka about the magic power that a noble has. His underlings cheer him on, telling him that his future in the Magus army is definitely guaranteed. Just then, the goblin he had earlier attacked started standing back up. Slain is shocked to see this, but since he has boasted about how strong he is, he attacks the goblins again. This time around, he uses more magic power, expecting to wipe them all out. But to his surprise, it does nothing but tickle the goblins. Slain, being the loser he is, immediately grabs Roa and pushes her toward the goblins, telling her to make herself useful. The goblins smile in a very creepy manner, as if they have been presented with a nice sacrifice. Roa is faced with the goblins, and just as she is about to meet her end, Satsuna shows up, criticizing Slain's use of magic. Satsuna jumps between the goblins and Roa, without any strand of fear in him. Satsuna asks Roka if she is fine, and she says yes while thanking Satsuna for coming to save her. Since the goblins are already fixated on Satsuna and Roa, Slain and his underlings use the opportunity to run away. Surprisingly, the goblins chase after Slain and his buddies instead. Roa is surprised, and Satsuna tells her that the goblins must have been pissed that Slain attacked them. Satsuna then suggests that they return to Thomas and the other kids. Slain has his hands full when his buddies take another route, leaving him alone with the pissed-off goblins. Slain continued running until he found himself at the end of a cliff with nowhere else to run. Slain starts crying like a baby, begging the monsters to leave him alone until Satsuna shows up to save him. Satsuna tells him that without his losers behind him, he is nothing more than a pathetic loser. Satsuna hits the goblins with a powerful magic attack, leaving Slain impressed. He tells Satsuna that he is going to make him his subordinate if he helps him. But Satsuna tells the dumbass that he is not there to help him. Satsuna assures Slain that he is going to make him pay for what he was about to do to Roa. After giving Slain a piece of his mind, Satsuna continues discharging the goblins with serious magic strikes. Momentarily, Slain decides to be an a-hole by telling Satsuna that he has found out how he is able to use magic attacks proficiently. He realized that all Satsuna is doing is magic control, and he makes fun of him, saying it is nothing but cheap tricks. Slain starts boasting about how his strength won't take him anywhere because magic power supersedes all. Satsuna admits that his magic power is lacking, which will make it hard for him to handle all of the goblins by himself. However, he has been training non-stop for 5 years to hone his magic control skills. He tells Slain that he is going to show him accumulated skill, pretty much greater than having talent. Satsuna whips out a sheet and unleashes a magic power that slowly ignites the sheet. Slain is shocked when he sees this, and he assumes that Satsuna is using a magic type called bestowal magic, even when he hasn't undergone the rite of picking a magic path. Satsuna smiles, telling him that what he is looking at is not bestowal magic, but he is actually controlling the Manhwa with magic to properly simulate spellcasting. A Manhwa is basically a tank that holds magic inside a human. It is shaped from birth but fully fixed by the rite of mastery. This is what grants the function of a magical circuit, allowing official system magic. But in the case of Satsuna, his magic control can change the shape of his mana core. Satsuna then throws the sheet at the goblins, properly ignites it before reaching them. This creates a mini fireball that creates a boundary between them and the goblins. Satsuna tells Slain that he might not be able to properly chase the goblins away, but what he just did will keep them at bay. Slain is shocked when he sees this because he couldn't even handle the goblins, but Satsuna was able to stop them easily. Just then, Satsuna applies a light protection magic on Slain and himself, saying it should help them withstand the impact of landing. Slain believes that it is a form of healing magic, and Satsuna lets him know that it is not simulated enough yet. Slain cannot believe just how diverse Satsuna is to be able to use several magic systems. Satsuna suddenly grabs Slain's hand, leaving him confused. Scared to his bones, he asks him what he is doing, and Satsuna reveals that they are jumping off the cliff while reminding Slain that he is a noble's kid, so he shouldn't be scared. With no other choice, the two leap off the cliff down into the water below. Slain passes out just from jumping off the cliff, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in a cave with Satsuna watching over him. Satsuna teases him for passing out just from a jump. Slain is filled with terror when he realizes that Satsuna has set up some sort of monster prevention magic at the entrance of the cave. Slain cannot believe that Satsuna also has talent for formation magic. Pissed about this, Slain speaks out about how a trash commoner like him could be a genius mage. Satsuna denies being great, saying all he did was just daily accumulation. Satsuna then tells Slain that it would be best for them to return to the village since he has regained mobility. However, he assures him that he is still going to make him pay for what he did to Roa. Momentarily, they arrived at the village with Thomas waiting for them. Thomas scolds Satsuna for his reckless behavior, and he apologizes. Satsuna then pushes Slain in Roa's direction to do the needful. Satsuna tells Roka that she is free to do whatever she wants with Slain since his family search party is not close by. In fact, Satsuna lets Slain know that they can return to the goblin territory if this is what Roa wants. Scared to death, Slain apologizes for what he did, but before he can finish his statement, Roa kicks him in the balls, causing him unimaginable pain only a guy can feel. Slain falls to the ground in pain, and Roa tells him never to come near them again. Thomas and Satsuna are happy with the way Roa dealt with the loser. Things continued going well at the orphanage until Deborah fell sick when he was 15 years old. On her deathbed, Thomas tells Deborah that he is going to become a priest so he can properly protect the kids. Deborah thanks him for his dedication while telling him that he can definitely do it. Satsuna also informs the lady that he has decided to enroll in the Magic Academy. Satsuna lets the lady know that this dream was possible, all thanks to the training he had with her. Deborah shed tears of joy when she realized that she had managed to train the two into becoming the best individuals. Since she is about to die, Deborah tells the kids that they need to know about her sins. Deborah suddenly reveals that the reason the kids became orphans is because of her. This shocks the kids, and they all ask her what she meant by this. Deborah explains that she was once a member of the MAGE battalion. She was always fighting to bring peace to the world, but she failed to protect the village on a fateful night when the village was attacked by a horde of monsters. Satsuna tries to dissuade Deborah from the idea that what happened is her fault, but she insists that most of the people who died on that day were their parents. It turns out that she was cursed by the monsters, leaving his body entirely corroded from within and unable to bear children. After she left the Magus battalion, she searched the village for hope, but deep down she was looking for forgiveness, and raising the kids was her own way of atoning for her supposed sins. Deborah has always taught them that having a core of the heart is important, but it turns out that she is the pitiful one. Deborah then thanks the kids for everything up until that very point. Deborah reveals that the core of her heart was their smiles. However, Satsuna lets her know that she was the one who brought back their smiles. Satsuna lets her know that they managed to reach the point that they are because of her. In tears, Satsuna thanks Deborah, while telling her that she is the beacon who illuminated his life. Satsuna then told Deborah that he wants to protect the coming generation just like she did. Satsuna promises Deborah that she is going to become the strongest long-range magic mage, graduate as the best in his class, and finally join the Mega's battalion. After he has achieved all of these, he promises to support the orphanage so he can be worthy of her name. Deborah is glad to hear this, and she pats Satsuna on the cheeks, thanking him for growing strong. After saying this, she gives up the ghost, leaving the kids to scream in pain. Satsuna calls her by her title, but in the end calls her mom. Not long after burying Deborah, Satsuna enrolled in the Magic Academy. After hearing the sad story from Thomas, Satsuna is brought to tears, as she never knew that Satsuna had gone through such a terrible fate. Roberta, on the other hand, finally understands how Satsuna was able to cultivate his magic control and gain the immense strength that he has. However, she is still baffled as to why Satsuna chose close-range magic, even after knowing that long-range magic is basically a boost to success. Roberta is confident that Satsuna must have had a good reason to throw his future away. Even though Roberta is fighting the urge to doubt Satsuna, she still wants to confirm it herself. Later that night, Roberta waits in ambush for Satsuna to walk by, so she can subdue him and confirm if he has another crest on his body. Satsuna is minding his business when he is suddenly attacked by Roberta. She aims her power directly at Satsuna's left hand, which is hidden behind the glove to try and confirm her suspicion. The magic tears off Satsuna's glove, and instead of a crest, what she sees is a burn scar, leaving her surprised. Satsuna then tells her to step out from where she is hiding because he knows her magic. Roberta has no choice but to come out, and Satsuna asks her why she would do such a thing. This is when Roberta brings out her badge to reveal that she is an inquisitor from the church. She tells Satsuna that he has been suspected of wielding ancient magic. She demands that Satsuna show the back of his mind, and Satsuna confidently tells her that he doesn't mind doing that. Satsuna shows Roberta the scar, saying it is a burn scar that he got during the Academy's joint training, but he didn't want to show it to others, which is why he kept it hidden. Roberta takes a closer look, and she realizes that there are no signs of fabrication on the skin. Because of this, she had no choice but to apologize to Satsuna, telling him that she had made a mistake. Roberta bows her head, begging Satsuna to forgive her. But Satsuna quickly tells the lady to raise her head because he has no issues since the suspicions have been cleared. Roberta then asks Satsuna what he is doing in the area, and Satsuna mentions that he is patrolling the royal cemetery because events tend to happen at the cemetery during the Saints' Festival. Roberta believes him, and then retreats while fully convinced that Satsuna has nothing hidden in his cupboard. Just as she leaves, a tiny blue orb that Morgana gave him falls from the back of his hand, finally revealing his crest. Blazer is glad that everything is over because he was getting frustrated already. He then asks Satsuna why he didn't dodge Roberta's attack when he could clearly do so. Satsuna then reveals that he intentionally took the hit to prevent Roberta from continually attacking him until she sees the back of his hand. He was already prepared and her attack came just at the right moment. It turns out that the blue orb is a magic tool that is imbued with alchemy and the power of a water spirit. This is a magic tool that blends into the skin and temporarily erases the glow of the crest. This was the instruction Morgana left in the note that she gave Satsuna, and she proudly mentions that it is her original technique which will not be easily discovered. Satsuna is thankful to Morgana for saving him yet again. He has plans to reveal his crest at some point, but he is glad that Roberta's suspicions have been cleared. With Roberta out of the way, Satsuna believes that he can finally focus on the cemetery robbery. Finally, the day of the festival arrives, and Ela is in her room when Roberta shows up. Ela almost faints in excitement when she learns that Satsuna is no longer under suspicion. Roberta also apologizes to Ela for the trouble that she caused because of her doubt. Ila tells Roberta that she has nothing to apologize for because she has always believed that Satsuna is a good person. Roberta says she is also relieved because she no longer has to suspect Ila's friend. Roberta then asks Ila if she doesn't have the plans to invite Satsuna to the Saints Festival. Ila gives an awkward answer, leaving Roberta to ask her why she's being totally awkward. Ila then replies that she believes Satsuna is aiming for a really high standard. Roberta understands Ila's concern, and she decides that they need to show Satsuna what he is missing. Meanwhile, Satsuna has decided not to bring the water spirit pendant with him to the patrol because he is scared that it might get damaged, or the apostles might even steal it from him. He doesn't want a situation where Morgana and the water spirit will be in danger, and this makes him leave the pendant back at the house. After he is done storing the pendant, he tells Blazer that it is time for them to leave. As he is about to step out of the house, he runs into Thomas, who asks him if he is going to the festival, but Satsuna tells him no, saying he is going on a patrol. Satsuna then walks up to Thomas, telling him to keep the kids at the house because something bad might happen. He remembers that in his past life, the children at the orphanage disappeared on the day of the festival, which probably meant they got caught up in the incident. Thomas then assures Satsuna that he is not going to keep his eyes off the kids. Satsuna taps his big bro on the shoulder, thanking him for being reliable. Satsuna plans to prevent the destruction that claimed the lives of those he loved. Satsuna is about to leave when Ila runs into him from behind. He turns around to see Ila, wearing a stunning dress that makes her look absolutely gorgeous. Satsuna is still trying to process the situation when Ila asks him if he would like to go with her to the Saints Festival. Satsuna wastes no time giving the girl an answer. He tells her that he won't be able to go because he has a patrol at the Royal Cemetery. This strikes Ila's heart like a heavy stone, ultimately pissing Roberta off. She screams at Satsuna, asking him if he can't find a way out of his supposedly busy schedule. Before Roberta can lash out further at Satsuna, Ila quickly jumps, accepting Satsuna's decision not to go. Satsuna then walks away with Ila, wishing him luck on his patrol. At the cemetery, the two guards stationed there talk about how much they wish that they were at the festival, too. They are going about their task when they notice that the ground is shaking, and to their very eyes, the undead start rising from their graves. The guards are about to be overwhelmed when Satsuna suddenly shows up to decapitate the closest undead with his punch. He then tells the guards to evacuate the area because of the dangers. The guards are confused because they have never seen Satsuna before, but Satsuna mentions that he is there to help with the patrol. The guards still question his presence because no one told them anything about what he just said. In addition, the guards believe that Satsuna should run because there is no way he is engaging all of the monsters on his own. However, Tsukuyomi is able to dodge his strike, leaving him to cut down undead monsters instead of her. Tsukuyomi smiles instead of getting scared, and she commends Satsuna for getting to her pretty fast. Satsuna, on the other hand, is confused about who Tsukuyomi is because he doesn't know she is an apostle yet. At the same time, she resembles Yuzua, forcing her to ask the lady if she has any connections with Yuzua. Tsukuyomi decides to have a chat with Satsuna since he asked about Yuzua. Tsukuyomi mentioned that Giovanni had Yuzua committed to him, and in return, Giovanni worships Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi believes that Giovanni picked Yuzua because she resembles someone he respects and worships. However, Tsukuyomi is disappointed that Yuzua didn't perform to expectations. After she is done explaining herself, she turns to Satsuna, telling him that it is his turn to answer her questions. She then asks him how he found her. Satsuna mentions that he enhanced his hearing with a physical boost, and then he traced the undead appearance back to the central point. In addition to this, the magic infused in the earring that was given to Yuzua was totally different from Giovanni's magic. Since the magic he was sensing was very ominous, it was easy for him to follow the magic. After hearing this, Tsukuyomi commends Satsuna, saying his instincts are one of a kind. And in addition to that, he is combat capable too. Tsukuyomi finally understands why Giovanni wanted him at all costs. However, Tsukuyomi says everything he has explained doesn't, to mention how he was able to figure out the particular day and time she wanted to carry out her plan. Looking at his surroundings, Satsuna realizes that the undead are already gathering, and it dawns on him that this is the reason Tsukuyomi is holding back. Satsuna is not ready to continue playing her games, and he resorts to attacking the lady again. Satsuna throws an energy punch at Tsukuyomi, destroying everything in its path until it reaches Tsukuyomi. Stops. A shield appears in front of Tsukuyomi, ultimately blocking the attack. Tsukuyomi makes fun of Satsuna, telling him that she had a backup plan before coming to the cemetery. Satsuna is shocked because the magic he just witnessed is one of a powerful summoning mage known as the Iron Wall of Wallace. Basically, the shield has a time limit, but during the time that the shield is up, nothing will essentially pass through it, and the shield has a special counterattack after deflecting an attack. The counterattack is known as the Magic Sword's Vacuum Slash, and because Satsuna already knows this, he is able to bend at the right time to dodge the sword from decapitating him. As if Satsuna doesn't have enough on his plate already, another knight known as the Severing Iron of Ordino shows up. Satsuna is now going up against the strongest shield and spear in the history of magic. They are the legendary duos that the teachers in the academy always yap about. Satsuna is utterly blown away, and he asks Tsukuyomi how she brought the legendary duo to help her. Tsukuyomi mentions that she already revived them at the Southern Mausoleum before coming to the cemetery to carry out her grand plan. Tsukuyomi makes fun of Satsuna, saying she gathered all of the warriors because of him. Tsukuyomi then creates an undead throne for herself to see how Satsuna wants to break through her defenses. The undead swordsman swings its blade at Satsuna, but he manages to dodge it. Satsuna doesn't hold back before going after the shield bearer. He almost gets it by the head, but the shield appears right on time to save it. Satsuna's frustrated about how tough the shield is and by how fast the shield emerges. He figures out that breaking through straight ahead is going to be a big problem since the two warriors compensate for each other's weaknesses. Satsuna is thinking of what to do when the undead swordsman leaps into the air to try and finish Satsuna off. Satsuna leaps backward, dodging the attack, but just then, he notices something strange about the two, and this is the fact that they have stopped moving. It turns out that the two are actually resisting Tsukuyomi's control, which is why they stop moving. Tsukuyomi is impressed by this, and she says she expects nothing less from the so-called legendary hero. However, she considers herself too powerful for the dead to resist. She amplifies her magic again, messing with the duo's consciousness to get them to fight on her behalf. Apparently, there is a story that the two stood on a bridge for 3 days, fighting off monsters while protecting people. Satsuna is pissed that Tsukuyomi is messing with the two heroes who fought their hearts out to help people. Tsukuyomi notices that Satsuna is pissed off already, but she is not concerned because she believes that Satsuna is just going to end up just like them after she is done with him since they are currently fighting in his hometown. Tsukuyomi teases Satsuna, telling him that he will be the one to destroy his people in town once she had him under her control. Tsukuyomi laughs like a creep, saying she is already imagining Satsuna shedding tears of blood. Back at the house, Roberta is still pissed about the fact that Satsuna rejected her relative. Suddenly, it dawns on her that something is wrong, because there is no way Satsuna will decide to take on a security task when he has just returned to the town. It finally becomes clear to her that something is up because Satsuna has been patrolling the cemetery ever since he arrived in the town. Roberta runs into Satsuna's room to search it, and she finds the tiny blue orb lying on the ground. She investigates the nature of the orb, and it suddenly fuses with her hand, ultimately masking the glow of the crest. Roberta finally figures out that Satsuna must have hidden the crest on his left hand using the magic item. Roberta then turns to Ila, telling her that she needs to find Satsuna, restrain him, and talk to him. Ila wants to follow her, but she refuses, telling her that it might be dangerous. Ila returns to Satsuna's room, and she notices the water presence coming from his closet. Elsewhere, Satsuna is battling it out with the undead, and he knows that with the numbers around him, he won't be able to reach Tsukuyomi. Satsuna decides to use one of his hidden tricks, the Domain of Tranquility. The moment he activates the magic, he starts walking among the undead, without any of them being able to sense him. Apparently, the undead don't have eyes, and they only detect the presence of the living via other methods. This said method is mana perception, And since Satsuna can completely suppress his mana with the help of his magic control, he is completely invincible to the undead. Tsukuyomi panics, screaming at the undead to attack Satsuna before he gets to her. Once he cuts down on the distance, between him and Tsukuyomi, Satsuna unleashes his mana and takes down a bunch of undead. He plans to continue this process until she reaches Tsukuyomi. Even Tsukuyomi is blown away as she never believed that someone was capable of using the trick Satsuna is using right in front of her. It turns out that Satsuna developed the secret technique before his regression. During the joint training, he was scared to use it. But now that he is the only one fighting, he has no issues using it. To defeat the underworld armies, several mages carried out lots of experiments, and this technique is what came of the experiments. Satsuna finally reaches the legendary duo, but he notices that each of them is strong enough to rival the Hydra. Satsuna then asks Blazer how long he is going to last against the legendary if he unleashes his full power, coupled with the spirit magic. Blazer is excited to tell Satsuna that he will be able to last 3 times longer than before. However, the 3 times he is talking about are just 3 minutes. Nonetheless, Satsuna is prepared to take out the legendary duo in under 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Roberta has reached the graveyard, and she is surprised to see the undead everywhere. She also sees Tsukuyomi in the distance, leaving her utterly confused. She knows that Satsuna is an ancient magic wielder, but what stands before her is worse. Just then, the 2 cemetery guards come running over, and when Roberta asks them what happened, they reveal that they have no idea, but it is certain that they were saved by Satsuna. The guards urge Roberta to run away when she has the chance to. Roberta is shocked to hear that Satsuna is fighting the undead, alone while he allows the guards to escape. She wonders if Satsuna is really trying to do the right thing. Since she was younger, Roberta had learned that ancient magic is a forbidden power, which is far beyond human comprehension. It was always hammered into her head that she needed to protect humans from those who use ancient magic. After remembering her teachings, Roberta comes to the conclusion that Satsuna is still dangerous because he carries a power that has the potential to destroy everything around him. She also remembers Ila, and her urge to protect Ila pushes her to want to terminate Satsuna more. Momentarily, Satsuna makes it to Tsukuyomi's last line of defense. He knows that they are going to be tougher, but he is pretty sure that the Domain of Tranquility will still work on them. In addition to this, he combines a double fake which ultimately creates a clone using mana. Using this terrifying skill, he cuts through the undead, almost reaching Tsukuyomi. However, she is saved again thanks to the legendary duo. Satsuna is surprised to see that the duo is able to sense the fluctuation in his mana when he was about to attack, which is why they were able to save Tsukuyomi. Before Satsuna knows it, Tsukuyomi's defenses have regrouped again, making life more difficult for him. Satsuna concludes that the only way out for him is to force his way through with spirit magic. Satsuna loses concentration, and just as he is about to lose his head, he is dragged away by a plant hung around him like a hand. Satsuna is shocked, and he is more shocked when he realizes that he just got saved by Roberta. Satsuna ultimately thanks Roberta, but she lets him know that she is not off the hook just yet. Roberta knows that Isla will be left heartbroken if Satsuna dies while facing off against the undead, which is why she has to protect him. Satsuna is glad that he got saved by the lady, but this just makes things difficult for him because he obviously cannot use spirit magic in front of her. In addition to this, using Mana Guard is pretty useless against the legendary duos. Satsuna easily figures out that he is in a bind, leaving him to wonder what he must do to break through. Tsukuyomi, on the other hand, is surprised Roberta showed herself, and she teases her, asking if she is aiming to die. Roberta returns the gesture, saying she couldn't stay hidden because Tsukuyomi's stench was too big to ignore. Satsuna resumes his charge toward the undead, and Roberta provides backup from behind. She uses her magic to bind the undead swordsman to give Satsuna the chance to reach him, but the swordsman easily breaks the binds. This is when it dawns on Roberta that Tsukuyomi is quite strong, and Satsuna is taking her on by himself. Satsuna is also worried that Things are not progressing well, and Blazer urges him to use his power because he is edging to burn everything to ashes. Satsuna is reluctant to do this because Roberta is watching him like a hawk. Satsuna wants to look for another way, but just then Ila arrives on the scene. She attacks Tsukiyomi from behind, but the undead shield covers her, leaving her unharmed. Ila immediately runs over to join Satsuna and Roberta. Satsuna asks Ila why she is there too, and she reveals that she heard the water spirit's voice telling her that Satsuna is in danger. Satsuna is shocked when he hears this, and he figures out that his suspicion about Ila having an affinity for water spirits might be right. In order not to conclude, he assumes that something might also be wrong with the water spirit. Just then, Satsuna hears the water spirit saying she would be disappointed if Satsuna died because she is still waiting for him to impress her. Since Ila is already on the scene, Satsuna is forced to ask her if she can help them in the tight situation they have found themselves in. Ila agrees, and together they dash toward the undead monsters. Satsuna is impressed that Ila is showing no sign of fear whatsoever. Staying at the rear, Roberta also provides support, but the undead swordsman easily cuts down her vines. Tired of watching them struggle with each other, Tsukiyomi increases the power of the legendary duo so that they can quickly finish off the annoying trio. Tsukiyomi's plan works, and the legendary duo gets even stronger. Ila jumps backward to avoid them, but the distance isn't much, and she soon finds a sword reaching directly for her neck. She easily figures out that she can't dodge the attack, and she assumes that she is done for. But just then, Roberta jumps in to take the hit. Roberta gets hit right in the chest, knocking her to the ground, leaving Ila to scream out her name. She rushes over to check on her, and Tsukiyomi makes fun of them for being just weak-hearted. Tsukiyomi then tells Ila that she's going to turn her and Roberta into undead monsters to attack Satsuna. While Ila is busy attending to Roberta, she is attacked by the undead swordsman. Just as they are about to be struck down, Satsuna comes in blazing hot to save the girls. Just the trail of fire from him running leaves the undead burn to a crisp. This is when Roberta finally confirms that Satsuna is a wielder of ancient magic. Blazer is excited to unleash his wrath on the enemy, and he asks Satsuna how he plans to deal with the legendary duo. Satsuna then tells Blazer that he has nothing to worry about because he has found the duo's flaw. Satsuna immediately charges toward the two, throwing punches at them while also dodging their attacks. Tsukiyomi finally witnesses what spirit magic is, and she realizes why Jagan had no chance against it. However, she is confident that she has everything sorted out because the undead don't get tired. She smiles with the realization that Satsuna is just going to run out of mana before he can reach her. Blazer is pissed at this, and he tells Satsuna to pierce through the shield, stopping them. But Satsuna disagrees, because he knows that too much firepower will take a toll on their mana. Satsuna assures Blazer that there is another way that he can deal with the two. Satsuna remembers Lionel telling him a story about the legendary duo. Satsuna notices that the two have been fighting him since the battle started, but they have not really shown that coordination needed to be called heroes. With this in mind, Satsuna takes on the two pretty easily. He jumps in between them, forcing the swordsman to try and strike him, but Satsuna bends down to dodge. The strike from the sword ends up hitting the shield, ultimately making a dent in it. Satsuna's genius move shocks the girls, but Satsuna is not done yet as he whips out his fiery blade. He lands a single hit on the shield, ultimately shattering it. With no shield to protect the undead warrior, Satsuna easily splits it into two. Pissed about Satsuna killing his counterpart, the swordsman charges toward him. It turns into a sword battle between the two, and Satsuna doesn't hold back while engaging the swordsman. Satsuna easily maneuvers around the undead warrior before finally getting a chance to strike it down. With his fiery blade, he cuts the undead in half. Satsuna then tells the swordsman how sorry he is that he didn't get to save him. Tsukiyomi is pissed that the so-called heroes lost a 2-versus-1 battle. Satsuna tells her to keep her mouth shut because her knights are gone. Tsukiyomi is not worried because Satsuna only has 30 seconds left to use his powerful skill. Tsukiyomi unleashes more undead, hoping that she gets to waste Satsuna's time. Just then, the legendary swordsman takes Satsuna's side, and he launches a devastating attack that cuts through the undead horde. Tsukuyomi is shocked to see that the undead swordsman could still move. Satsuna smiles, thanking the undead swordsman for lending him his strength. Satsuna then tells Tsukuyomi that she is about to pay for underestimating the heroes. Satsuna reaches Tsukuyomi so fast that she cannot react. He swings his sword at her, and she tries to resist, but the fiery sword ends up cutting through her body. Satsuna burns her body to the ground right around the time that he reaches his limit. Blazer commends his strength and that of the heroes. Satsuna agrees, saying it is easy to resurrect the dead, but controlling it is the problem. Satsuna then turns to check on Roberta, who is slowly losing her life. She asks Satsuna if the power he just used is ancient magic, and since he can't deny it anymore, he says yes. Ila quickly joins the conversation, telling Roberta that Satsuna is not a bad person. Roberta assures Ila that she knows this because Satsuna only used the magic to save her and Ila. Roberta is confused about what to do because Satsuna will definitely be executed if she hands him over to the church. Suddenly, Satsuna and the girls find themselves bound by what is supposed to be Roberta's magic. This shocks Satsuna, and to their surprise, Tsukuyomi is still alive. She reveals the big surprise that it is not only the dead that she can control. Tsukuyomi emerges from a scary cocoon, and this time, she looks absolutely terrifying. Fear grips Satsuna when he realizes that Tsukuyomi was hiding her true strength all along. To make things worse, she has Satsuna right under her thumb, totally restricted, as she plans to cut his head off. Satsuna tries breaking free, but he can't because the vines are interrupting with his monoblade. At the last minute, Ila breaks free from her binds and charges towards Tsukuyomi to protect Satsuna. Realizing the danger, Satsuna screams at Ila to stop. Instead of backing off in the face of fear, Ila continues towards Tsukuyomi because she is willing to do anything as long as it helps Satsuna. However, before she even gets the chance to do anything, Tsukuyomi impales her with her giant claws. Tsukuyomi then throws Ila away after she makes sure that there is a big hole in her chest. Satsuna is shocked and doesn't want to believe what he just saw. As the memories of the good times he shared with Ila flash through his head, Satsuna loses himself to Blazer's power, immediately unleashing a massive firepower that burns through the vines. Holding him down, Blazer screams at Satsuna, telling him not to use his powers because his body won't be able to hold it. Satsuna doesn't mind if he dies. Since Tsukuyomi is still standing in front of him, he rushes toward the monster, ready to take her down. But Tsukuyomi makes fun of him since she knows that he is clearly burning through his life force to continue the fight. Tsukuyomi then leaps backward with no attempt to fight Satsuna head-on. She releases web, fluid from her mouth, restraining Satsuna, but he easily breaks through the restraints. However, this doesn't help much because Tsukuyomi easily lifts herself in the air to shoot more webs at Satsuna. To make it worse, her webs have spikes in them, making the battle tough for Satsuna. Just when Satsuna is about to finish him off, he is saved by the least expected person, Ila. Her presence shocks everyone, especially Tsukuyomi, who knows that what she did to Ila should have finished her off. Satsuna turns to Ila, asking her if she is unharmed, and she says yes. Ila reveals that when the attack hit her, her body turned into water, ultimately saving her life. Basically, she was saved by the water spirit because she was wearing the pendant around her neck. Just then, Ila finds herself in the spirit world where she meets the water spirit, Waternia. Waternia tells Ila that she is going to grant her strength. But everything still sounds strange to Ila. Ila then asks Watia why she would lend her strength, since she hasn't even done anything. Watnia then corrects her, telling her that she actually did by showing her an emotion that she never knew, which is true love. Ila is confused by this, and Watia explains that she has always wanted to lend her power to those who inspire her. Waternia has seen a lot of good things, but she never felt moved. However, she witnessed a man who used spirit magic for a woman, even though he might be executed for it, and a woman who risked her life to save the said man. Watia calls this true love and mentions that it is worthy of surpassing her trial. Watnia mentions that the spirit world is actually lonely, which is why she is drawn to the beauty of mortal life. She knows that the act of sacrificing oneself for another can only be done by humans. With this, she considers human love truly wonderful. Because she surpassed her trial, Watnia lets her know that she is the most worthy to wield her power. Where Nernia then suggests that they return to the real world so that they can rescue her lover. Ila is about to play a fool again by saying Satsuna is not her lover, but she ignores it and suggests that they return to the real world. Upon returning to the real world, Satsuna asks Wachia if she finally felt the emotion she was looking for and says yes. She mentions that the emotion she was searching for is love and it is currently in Ila's heart. Satsuna and Ila are both struck by the sudden revelation, but Watnia suggests that they focus their attention on the matters at hand. Just then, Watnia's mana starts to creep into every part of Ila's body, leaving Roberta utterly disappointed when she realizes what is happening. Once Ila is up and running, she tells Satsuna to rest while she handles Tsukuyomi. Satsuna is pleased that Ila is a natural when it comes to spirits, and he decides to trust her to handle the situation. Watnia then tells Ila to use the magic that she has learned, and all she will do is lend her power, while also guiding her. Just then, Ila whips out her manblade, thanks to the fact that she has been training just like Satsuna did. Instead of a regular sword, she makes a whip. After they are done deliberating and make weapons, Ila finally goes after Tsukuyomi. Ila swings her whip at Tsukuyomi in a very irregular way, making it very hard for her to catch the trajectory. Tsukuyomi fails to block the attack, and she gets hit instead. In addition to this, the whip is faster than the sound it produces. Satsuna wonders if Ila is enhancing the flexibility of the water's flow speed. Ila doesn't give the monster any chance, as she continues throwing her whip at her. Tsukuyomi wants to run backwards, but Ila catches her, assuring her that she has nowhere to go. Tsukuyomi then does something crazy by shedding her skin to escape the whip's grasp. Tsukuyomi then runs around the battlefield while boasting about her beauty. Surprisingly, she reaches Satsuna's back before he can react. Tsukuyomi raises her hand, ready to eliminate him. Satsuna is able to dodge the first strike, but Ila blocks her second strike with her whip. However, just like before, Tsukuyomi sheds her skin again, making everything very difficult. Ila figures out that she has to do something about the molting if she is going to defeat Tsukuyomi. Satsuna then runs over to Ila, telling her that Tsukuyomi might not be able to escape if her entire body is wrapped in the whip. Watia figures out that she will have to extend the whip to an incredible length. But unlike Blazer, who burns and turns into fire, the creation of water is quite inefficient. Watnia mentions that she is going to need a massive amount of water ready before she can do it. When Watia mentioned this, Satsuna remembered Lionel, telling her that Morgana used the lakes' water to create massive water spheres. With this in mind, he comes up with a solid plan. He then tells his allies to prepare themselves to listen to what he is about to say, because with this, they are going to end the fight. Satsuna and Ila then stand back to back, emitting a crazy amount of aura from their body. Even Tsukuyomi gets shaken by the excessive aura coming from their body. However, she is confident that she can dodge the attack since it is their final blow. In addition to dodging it, she can also maul, and she believes that as long as she protects her core, she will get to revive as many times as she wants. Confident about this, Tsukuyomi makes fun of them, telling them to give up because they are going to make for very good undead warriors. Just then, Ila uses the blue whip technique, but Tsukuyomi is not bothered since it has not been effective against her since she started using it. In return, she unleashes her spikes at Ila, but she easily dodges and finally uses extended version of the blue whip, ultimately wrapping around Tsukuyomi. This is when it dawned on Tsukuyomi that she can't escape the whip, since her entire body is wrapped in it. She is left with the question of where Ila got all the water she used in making the extended whip, since there are no lakes or ponds in the area. Wataria makes fun of her, saying there is actually water in the area. Tsukuyomi turns around to see Satsuna still unleashing heat from his body, and this is when she figures it out. Satsuna has been heating up the area to make the snow melt, and this is where they got the water from. Tsukuyomi is ultimately blown away that Satsuna could think that far ahead even at the very last moment. Realizing that she can't move, and Satsuna is running toward her with serious killing intentions, she suggests that they make a deal. She tells Satsuna that she can make him eternal by turning him into an undead. She increases the deal, saying she can even make Satsuna an apostle. Satsuna has no interest in whatever she is saying, and just as he gets close, enough, Satsuna activates the flame magic, surrounding his body with burning hot flames. His punch travels towards Tsukuyomi like a bullet, and Satsuna hits her as hard as he can, finally burning away her body and core. Ayla heaves a sigh of relief when she realizes that they have won. However, she is exhausted from the excessive use of mana, and she loses balance. Before she can hit the ground, Satsuna runs toward her to grab her. Satsuna reveals how impressed he is that Ayla is able to effectively wield spirit magic. Ayla blushes, saying she probably got stronger, and while the two are busy blushing over each other, Watia speaks from behind to talk about their impressive love life. Satsuna smiles, thanking Watia and Ayla that they were the ones who saved him. He thanks them for this, but just as he finishes saying it, he passes out in Layla's hands. Elsewhere, Satan Akia is pissed that their colleague has been terminated, and he is even more pissed that it is Satsuna's doing. Puker laughs when he hears this, as he believes that he is a weakling to have fallen to Satsuna. Satanakia initially assumes that Tsukuyomi let her guard down, but he quickly trashes this idea, saying Tsukuyomi is extremely cautious, which means Satsuna beat through every backup plan that she installed. Satanaka then tells Puker to keep an eye on Satsuna's movements. He says Satsuna has been moving so funny that they can no longer ignore him. In addition, he fears that there is a traitor among them, and the biggest suspect is Leo. Puker is surprised to hear this, but Satania tells him to take care of Leo. Puker is excited to surveil Leo, and if he turns out to be a traitor, he is just going to end him. Soon afterward, Satsuna woke up in Robera's care. She is kneeling over them, applying healing magic to their bodies. Satsuna is shocked, and he asks Robera why she didn't restrain him. Satsuna believes that Robera should be handing him over to the church. Robera reveals that she still has her doubts, which is why she is not making a move yet. Robera then suddenly asks Satsuna who he is. Before Satsuna can speak, Ayla also wakes up. Ayla is surprised that Roberta is making use of herself as a knee pillow for them. Satsuna then tells them to come with him once they are done with recovery. Momentarily, Satsuna leads them to a hillside where they can see the town from above. They are enjoying the view when Satsuna suddenly drops the bombshell, saying he came from the future where things were already destroyed. Ayla and Robera hear this and believe that he is saying trash, but he lets them know that he is not just spewing rubbish. He assures them that the castle that they are looking at in front of them will burn down in 6 years. The town is going to get crushed by giants in 8 years, while the academy will fall to monsters in just 5 years. Roberta still believes that Satsuna is joking, but he assures the lady that he is definitely not joking. Satsuna then narrates everything, including why he chose close combat magic. After hearing everything, Roberta concludes that his story is hard to believe, but the fact that he knew the monster was going to target the graveyard and he is incredibly strong for his age makes everything come together. Ayla immediately tells Satsuna that she believes him because from the moment they met, things got bad, but he never gave up. Ayla finally figures out that he was carrying the weight of what he already knows, which is why he refused to give up no matter what. In a world on the brink of annihilation, the powerful mage, our MC Satsuna,